Um, there are people that will be speaking for the, yes, that are not in this room that we will have to bring forward from another room. While that is happening, we won't penalize them for that time, okay?
Sure. No, I won't. I mean, they switch speakers.
Running just a few minutes behind, but we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. So I will call this on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Commission. We do welcome you here today. Adam, is there any old business that we need to look at?
No, sir.
Okay, so we're going to move on to new business, and in this case, it is a zone change and a conditional use permit request. And I'm going to go over just a few rules that we're going to have during this meeting, then I'm going to bring some other things forward so that this goes as smoothly as possible.
Mr. Chairman, before you
Yes.
do that, because of the perception among a small group of people that I am not, that I am biased against solar farms, I find it necessary to recuse myself from this hearing.
Okay, thank you. And you'll make that part of the record, please. Okay, so this meeting will take place in this way. It will have three very distinct different parts. The first part of the meeting will be the staff report, where the staff will report their findings. They'll report sign postings. They'll have maps for us to inspect. Basically, it's the staff report. When that is concluded, the commission will have the opportunity to speak directly to Mr. King on anything that he's presented, to ask him any questions he might have. At the conclusion of that, we will then open the floor up to those wishing to speak in favor of is first, correct? In favor of the zone change first. A time will be allotted for each and we'll get to that here in just a minute. Normally, under normal circumstances, it's 30 minutes, but we may take a look at that for tonight's purposes. But that period of time will be allotted to each side. First of those wishing to speak in favor of the zone change and in favor of the conditional use permit. We've chosen to put these two together because they are so closely intertwined. It's very difficult to talk about a zone change without talking about solar, so we've chosen to use that time to speak on both. So if you want to speak on both the zone change and the conditional use, that would be your time to do so. First, the floor will be given to those wishing to speak in favor of. The people that present will need to give us their name, their address for the record. Once they have concluded, a series of questioning will take place, first from the commissioners. If they don't have any questions, then from those wishing to ask questions from the audience. That will be given the opportunity then. At the conclusion of their time, the same opportunity will be given to those wishing to speak in opposition of. The same period of time will be given. The same rules apply. You will need to give your name and address. Once you've done that, you can present. At the conclusion of your presentation, questions will be asked of you first by the commission, and then anybody wishing to ask questions. Now, I will stress, I do not want you to think that we are mean or rude if we tell you that you need to ask a question. We don't want you to give your opinions when you come up to present. When you're presenting on your side, you can say pretty much what you want. But when you're asked for questions, it needs to be a question. So if you don't have a question, just preferably don't stand up. How about that? But if you do, we want you to ask the question. Again, don't think we're mean or rude if we say, please ask a question. At the conclusion of that, if you have used all your times, you can reserve your time, you can hold your time, you can come back, but at the conclusion of time, the meeting will then be closed, at which time we will probably take a short recess, then we'll come back and allow Adam to redirect, and then we'll close that part of the meeting for the commission to speak amongst themselves, and then we will hopefully come up with a decision either to approve, deny. We can table it for more information. There's several different things that this night may yield. So, Normally, under normal circumstances, we allow 30 minutes per side. Is there a wish amongst the commissioners that we change this?
I'd like to make a motion to extend that time to an hour for each side.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, this does require a unanimous vote amongst the commissioner. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, so an hour will be allotted to each side. Are there any questions before we get everybody sworn in and ready to go? Okay, if you are planning to speak today, we would ask that you be sworn in, and Catherine will take care of that. So Catherine, if you'll take care of that, please.
If you intend to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, if you're familiar with the last meeting, we had a little bit of a hiccup as far as the not allowing the petitioner to request both a zone change and a conditional use being seen by two different entities, one being the commission and one being the Board of Adjustments. So who is speaking on behalf of the applicant? Okay, Sheldon, if you don't mind, and I believe you have affidavit stating that you do wish and your clients wish to have one meeting for both the conditional use and the zone change.
I believe we've already turned that in.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be Exhibit R in your packets there. It's the conditional use permit election forms that the applicants have elected to have the conditional use permit heard with the zone change this evening before the Planning Commission.
Okay. And that is still the desire? Yes. Okay, all right. Do we have the originals of those? Yes. Do we need them? Okay, all right, so we're good. All right, thanks, Shep. Okay, so at this point in time, are there any questions before we begin? Okay, Mr. King.
Yes, sir. All right, before you all this evening, we have a request from Hardin Solar LLC for a map amendment and conditional use permit. The map amendment zoning change is from the rural residential R2 zone to the A1 agricultural zone. And then the conditional use permit they be requesting is for a solar farm. Alan and Susan Summers, Patrick Preston, Susan Smith-Wright Coombs and Patricia Williams, Clara Greer, Red Oak Hill Farms LLC, and Joyce and Charles Solar are the owners and applicants, and Community Energy, doing business as Hardin Solar LLC, are the applicants, and they're requesting this zone change and conditional use permit. The proposed property is an 868-acre site made up of 8 parcels that would be located along Hansborough Road, South Black Branch Road, Litchfield Road, and North and South Long Grove Roads, and we're in Cecilia and Glendale, Kentucky. The reasons is outlined in KRS 100 as well as the local zoning ordinance would for, and maybe it's, good Lord. So maybe that's our opportunity real quick just to make sure everybody's got their phone silenced or on vibrate. So again, the reasons is outlined in KRS 100 for the granting of a zone change. Number 1 would be that the proposal is in agreement with the language of the Comprehensive Development Guide. Number 2, there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature in the area involved that were not anticipated by the comp plan and that have substantially altered the basic character of the area. Or number 3, that the existing zone assigned to the property is inappropriate and the proposed amendment is appropriate. So the list of exhibits we'll enter into the record are the meeting notification, Planning Commission Resolution 2020-011, vicinity map, future land use map, planning area map, zoning map, aerial photographs, map of the floodplain, blue line streams, sinkholes, and wetlands. We've got a soil map and a soil analysis. We've done an analysis of the character of the area, photographs of the site, the applicant's proposed development plan, schematics and photos of solar farm components, phasing and construction plan, landscaping plan, an analysis of other zone changes to the ag zone and conditional use permits approved in the ag zone. You all have my staff report and the comprehensive plan analysis. And then not part of the PowerPoint, but a part of the record, We would have the conditional use permit election forms, a letter from Landmark Farms, a letter from Paul Summers, a letter from Sarah Fulkerson, the county's comprehensive plan, the county's zoning ordinance. Exhibit X would be the applicant's exhibits, and that would be there on the right-hand side of your screen. We also have a letter from Kentucky 86 Fire Department, and then more recently, not in the PowerPoint, but a part of the members' packets, would be an opposition letter from the Hardin County Citizens for Responsible Solar, Inc., and a letter of support from Jack and Shannon Burba. So I'll start off with the public notice requirements on how we're able to hold this event this evening. 8 signs have been posted on the site since Wednesday, the 29th of December. 71 first-class notices were mailed out on Wednesday, 29th of December to adjoining owners and those within 1,200 feet of road frontage. And also, an advertisement was ran in the Saturday, Sunday edition of the News Enterprise on January 8th and 9th. So, Planning Commission adopted this resolution in November of 2020 for a non-listed use of a solar farm. And within that resolution, it was determined that a solar farm would be a conditional use permit in the agricultural A1 zone and also within the light and heavy I1 and I2 industrial zones. So the project, again, we're located in Cecilia and Glendale. Right-hand side of your screen there would be the aerial photograph. So the project essentially spans from the Western Kentucky Parkway along South Long Grove Road. It would cross Litchfield Road 62, match back up with North Long Grove Road, and then essentially there at the intersection of Hansboro, South Black Branch Road, and North Long Grove Road would be as far north as it extends. So looking at the county's comprehensive plan, on the future land use map here, we're within the natural resource future land use area. For the natural resource area, the comp plan says it's a low density residential use is the recommended density level, and that agricultural land should be preserved and ag operations protected and encouraged. It also states that development activities should preserve and enhance the existing rural character of the area. Then the county's divided into 26 planning areas. So we are also within the natural resource planning area. And then again, much the same, low-density residential use is recommended, ag lands preserved and ag operations protected and encouraged, and any development activities should preserve and enhance the existing rural character of the area. Looking at the zoning map, so again, the predominant color there on your screen is going to be that neon shade of green. That's the rural residential R2 zone. So this proposal adjoins property that's zoned R2. However, there in the north, you will notice that shade of army green, I'll call it, and that is property that's zoned A1 agricultural already. That's the Gray and Hill Farms. To the right-hand side of your screen there, more towards downtown Cecilia, you'll notice some blue. That's commercial property. Then we also have some industrial property there. I2, that's the rock quarry. And then the pale shade of green would be the urban residential, the R1 zone. Looking at what is an ag zone? Well, the ag zone was developed in 2009 at the adoption of the new zoning ordinance. Presently, we have 13 total ag zones in the county. That is approximately 3,500 total acres. And within the ag zone, it's a 25-acre minimum lot size, and setbacks are 70-foot front and then 100-foot side and rear if you adjoin residential property. So this project, again, is made up of 8 parcels, 6 owners. So the information is there on your screen. On the left, we have an aerial photograph with the purple solar arrays laid over top. But again, all the properties currently zoned R2, and they're all requesting A1 and also all requesting a conditional use permit to operate a solar farm. Here is the aerial photograph with the wetlands, floodplain, streams, and sinkholes overlaid. Again, no floodplain on the property. We do have some blue line streams, also a couple sinkholes and wetlands. Looking at an analysis of the soils. So, prime farmland, we're at 668.62 acres. Farmland of statewide importance, we're at 95.63 acres. Not prime farmland is 16.36 acres, and then prime farmland, if protected from flooding, would be 82.54 acres. So on a percentage by category, 77.47% of the project is in what's considered prime farmland. And again, this just breaks down the various soil types present there. Looking at an analysis of parcels within 1 square mile. So within 1 square mile of the proposal, there are 478 total parcels. That would be an average parcel size of over 23 acres. Total address points within that 1 square mile buffer would be 345. Within the Hardin solar parcels, again, we have an average parcel size of 108 and 6 total address points. These are just going to be some photographs of the property. So again, here I'm at the intersection of 62, 13, 75, and then the various sides represented with their signage there. Note for the record, nobody got a sign permit for those. So this will be, I'll kind of start to the north, and I'm going to work my way south and east towards the parkway. So this would be a view of the Greer property. Here we're near the intersection of Hansborough, North Long Grove Road, South Black Branch. So again, the Greer property makes up 83 acres of the proposal. And just some other shots of it. So again, solar arrays would be much further back behind that home, but just sort of a view of the landscape there. I'm also on the Greer property here, and now I'm on South Black Branch Road, but I'm looking into Red Oak Hill Farm, which would make up 160 acres. And again, it's honestly probably back behind that farthest tree line. They don't have road frontage, so to speak. Here, this is at the intersection of South Black Branch Road, where it dead ends into North Long Grove Road. So this would be the Coombs and Williams property, 159 acres of the project. And these are just some more views here of the Coombs and Williams property. Here I've passed over the railroad tracks, and we're at the Preston property. So this property would span from North Long Grove Road, and it's kind of linear. It's actually 2 platted lots, and would extend all the way over to Litchfield Road. And it makes up 31.4 acres of the project. And again, just some views there along North Long Grove Road towards the railroad tracks in the opposite direction as well. And here's that subdivision. So Halcyon Place, lots 9A and 10A there in red. Here I'm at the solar property. And again, this property is going to be at the intersection of South Long Grove Road and Litchfield Road. In this photograph, my back would be to Litchfield Road, and I'm looking across their property out towards the Western Kentucky Parkway. This property would make up 100.4 acres of the project. And just some more views here. And again, most all these are from the vicinity there of the 62-1375 intersection. This is on the solar property. So this is the location of their proposed substation. It would be on an approximately 6-acre lot. And there is the subdivision plat. Again, that's Ellen Acres subdivision. And you'll notice there is a blue line stream that's running across the screen there, and those are the stream buffer zones, and they're under the culvert, under the road there is the location of that blue line stream. Lastly, here's the summer property. So this property would make 318.2 acres of the project. It would run along South Long Grove Road all the way to the Western Kentucky Parkway. And just some shots of it. So here the Western Kentucky Parkway would just be at the background there. And some more views of it from along South Long Grove. This is just sort of an overview of the development plan, illustrating all their proposed entrances. Again, the project, 3 proposed new entrances, 4 existing entrances. Obviously, all those entrances will have to have approval from either the County Road Department or the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. Much of that research and approvals have taken place as part of the development plan review. Here's zoomed out. I'll let the applicant speak some to this. These arrows, though, I believe are part of their traffic pattern on construction of the project. Again, just zoomed in. This map would also illustrate the location of all the existing fire hydrants and their entrances and what they're labeling as laydown areas, sort of staging areas, if you will, that would be used during the construction of the project. And then here's the southern portion there. These would also show their internal driveway network. So this is information supplied by the applicant that sort of illustrates all the different components of the solar project. I'm just going to give a brief overview, and I'll let them speak more to the specifics. So crystalline silicone photovoltaic panels, bifacial solar panels. So there's sort of a diagram of how they work with the sunlight. This is some of the information here on what the components are as far as glass, aluminum, silicone, and wiring. You also have a racking system, so single access tracking system that follows the sun. Here they're indicating the space between their rows and the space between their pile-driven posts, so approximately 25 feet between rows, and the posts are anywhere from 15 to 20 feet apart, I think, depending on topography. You also have electrical inverters and transformers as part of the project, so there's sort of a visual representation of what those look like. And then you also have the substation. So again, the substation for this project would be proposed there on South Long Grove Road on the solar property on that 6-acre lot they've created. And this is an example of how they intend to screen it from view with plantings. They have developed a landscaping plan. So again, screening the project from view of the roads and also using a variety of different types of trees and shrubs and pollinator-friendly landscaping. They've also worked with individual property owners and developed 10 what they're calling specialized enhanced planning mixed modules throughout the project. And again, I'll let them elaborate on that more. But as presented currently, they would be planting over 1,700 evergreen trees, over 120 flowering trees, 579 shrubs, and 60 acres of pollinator fields. This is a representation of their proposed fencing. So again, 7 to 8 feet tall, agricultural style fence, which would be woven wire with wooden posts. And then ground cover. So again, low growing prairie type grasses, and a solar seed mix designed to build the organic content of the soil, minimize erosion, and capture stormwater runoff. And then lastly, the pollinator and livestock-friendly seed mix. This is the construction phasing plan. So again, Charlie, the county engineer, and we've tried to work with folks on the phasing of these projects so we don't have an 868-acre construction site to handle all at once. So these are broken into less than 200-acre areas. They've arranged theirs based on their stormwater basin areas. And then also there on the left, you sort of have a diagram on what these lay-down storage areas would entail with porta pots and parking for the construction crews. Here's just some shots zooming in. So again, the development plan is, I don't know, 13 to 20 pages. It all obviously won't fit on one page at a scale that anyone could read. So here I've tried to kind of, again, go north to south with the project. So this would be the Greer property here. So Hansborough Road is on the left-hand side of your screen. North Long Grove Road would be there at the bottom. South Black Branch would be on the right. So again, the solar arrays are back off the road behind the existing home and barns there. This would be, and again, I'm going to probably misspeak, but this is the Coombs Williams property. So there, we're at the intersection of South Black Branch and North Long Grove Road. You'll notice there's some blue line streams, and also the bold green lines would be representative of some of their screening. This is also the Coombs Williams property. The railroad would be there on your right-hand side of your screen. So it shows the blue line stream and the panels. These would both be of the Preston property. So again, it's that linear property that runs from North Long Grove to 62. The northern portion would be on the left. Southern portion would be there on your right. And this is going to be the solar property. So we're at the intersection of 62 and South Long Grove Road, and then the bottom center of your screen there would be the approximate location of that substation. And then again, the Summers property, here we're on South Long Grove Road. The blue line stream, I showed the photo of the culvert that went under South Long Grove. That blue line stream would be there. And again, that property would extend all the way over to the Western Kentucky Parkway that would be here on the right-hand side of your screen. Looking at other zone changes to agriculture. So again, the ag zone was developed in 2009. We have had 15 applications thus far. One, of course, was I don't know if thrown out's the legal word, but one was redacted, we'll say. And then we have, of course, one was approved 2 weeks ago for Suzanne Petraska out on Yates Chapel Road. And then the one in green there is the request before you all this evening. Looking at conditional use permits in the ag zone. So again, we've done a variety of items. Slaughterhouses, sawmills, and then more recently, solar farms. So again, the request before you all this evening, again, is in the green. This is an email from our local Hardin County Extension agent, Matt Adams. And again, according to Matt, as of the 2017 Census of Agriculture that are done every 5 years, we have 199,201 acres of farmland in Hardin County on 1,305 farms. 55% of that is cropland, 19% is pasture, 22% is wooded, and 4% is considered other. And ag zones, we have 13 total for 3,529 acres. That's all I've got on the zone change. Happy to go ahead and discuss the conditional use permit piece as well. So on the conditional use permit piece, again, the resolution on your right, and from November 2020, granted the ability to apply and obtain a conditional use permit in an ag or an industrial zone for a solar farm. On the left, there's going to be the local zoning ordinance, as well as KRS 100, the enabling statute that allows for the Planning Commission to hear a conditional use permit in the accompaniment of a map amendment, of course, with an election from the applicant, which we have this evening. So the zoning ordinance spells out for a conditional use permit what we call standards for issuance. In this case, it says the Board of Adjustment because typically conditional use permits are heard at the Board of Adjustment. But it states, the Board of Adjustment shall issue a conditional use permit only after all of the following standards satisfy the language of the ordinance. A, the use shall not tend to change the character and established pattern of development of the area of the proposed use. B, the use shall be in harmony with the uses permitted by right under the zone in question and shall not affect adversely the use of neighboring properties. C, the location and height of buildings, the location, nature, and height of walls and fences, and the nature and extent of landscaping on site shall be such that the use will not hinder or discourage the appropriate development and use of adjacent land and buildings or impair the value thereof. D, the use shall not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing or working in the vicinity of the proposed use. E, the use shall not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the vicinity. And finally, F, the use shall be in accordance with the purposes of the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. General conditions that the zoning ordinance establishes for any conditional use permit would consist of, and again, I'm going to paraphrase these. We can establish financial securities. We can impose time limits. We can impose conditions to abate or restrict noise, smoke, dust, light, or other elements. We can establish setbacks. We can look at parking. We can look at buffers or shields from view. We can establish minimum square footage requirements, hours of operation, limit the scope and intensity of an activity, establish time limits after which the conditional use permit shall expire or require renewal. Any applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, including parking, landscaping, lighting, and signage. Also requiring any other plans, licenses, permits, and documentation from other agencies. So the staff has prepared 30 some odd conditions for your all's consideration should the conditional use permit be approved, and I'm going to read through these. They would include: the conditional use permit will allow for a utility scale solar farm as outlined in Planning Commission Resolution 2020-011. The conditional use permit applies to an 868-acre site consisting of 8 tracts. Any expansion shall require the necessary zone change, an amended conditional use permit, and an amended development plan. Number 3, an engineered survey-grade development plan prepared by a licensed surveyor or engineer in compliance with Section 6 of the Development Guidance System zoning ordinance shall be required. Number 4, for solar panels and other structures, there shall be a 100-foot setback from road right-of-way and all exterior perimeter property lines, not required on interior property lines between participating properties. Additionally, a 500-foot setback is required from all dwellings, churches, and schools on adjoining properties. Number 5, a 20-foot maximum height requirement is measured from existing adjacent grade shall apply to all solar panels. Number 6, signage is only as permitted by Section 9 of the zoning ordinance. Number 7, lighting is limited to that necessary for safe operations. All lighting shall be directed downward and not spill onto adjoining properties or right-of-ways. Number 8, all proposed and existing driveway entrances must receive encroachment permits from the County Road Department or the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. Number 9, fencing required to a height of 6 foot around the perimeter of the facility. The facility must be screened from adjoining properties unless a signed and notarized statement is received from neighbors waiving that requirement. And road right-of-ways with a double row of evergreen trees planted 5 foot tall and 15 foot on center. The use of berms 2 to 4 foot tall and additional plantings are encouraged. Wherever possible, existing mature tree lines and vegetative buffers shall be preserved. Landscaping shall be installed outside the perimeter fence. Also, wherever possible, native species and pollinator-friendly landscaping is highly encouraged. Additionally, a row of trees shall be required on the road-facing sides of the substation. Number 10, a maintenance plan shall be required so that all landscaping, fencing, driveway entrances are in good repair, all stormwater infrastructure is in working order, and all mowing within the facility and adjacent to road right-of-ways is done periodically. Any dead trees screening the facility must be replanted within 3 months of notice by the Planning Commission. Number 11, a decommissioning plan must be prepared by a licensed engineer and updated every 3 years. The plan shall establish the party responsible for decommissioning, the anticipated life of the project, the estimated decommissioning cost, including removal of all structures, facilities, equipment, fencing, conduit, driveways, and the estimated salvage value of such. Decommissioning must begin no later than 12 months after a solar farm has ceased to generate electricity for a period of 6 months. All structures, facilities, and equipment must then be removed from the property within 6 months, and any disturbed areas of the property reclaimed, revegetated, and restored in a manner consistent with the zoning classification of the property. A copy of all leases containing language regarding decommissioning must also be provided to the Planning Commission. Number 12, a performance bond, letter of credit, cash deposit, or other approvable financial surety in the favor of payable to Hardin County Planning and Development sufficient to cover 110% of the net cost of decommissioning of the site by a third party in the event that the assigned party defaults on this obligation. This amount must be evaluated every 3 years in conjunction with revisions to the decommissioning plan by a third-party engineer at the expense of the developer and require approval from the Planning Commission, the Director of the Commission, and the County Engineer. Number 13, a performance bond, letter of credit, cash deposit, or other approval financial surety in the favor of payable to Hardin County Planning and Development must be in place through the end of construction to cover the cost of reconstruction/repair of South Black Ranch Road and Hansborough Road. This amount will be determined by the Director of Planning, County Engineer, and County Road Supervisor. The roads will be evaluated at the end of construction to determine the necessary repairs prior to the release of the financial surety. Number 14, a phasing plan must be submitted and approved by the County Engineer regarding phasing of the project. Individual phases of the project shall not exceed 250 acres. Approvals to start additional phases shall be at the discretion of the Director of Planning and the County Engineer. The phasing plan must include a construction schedule/plan to include parking, storage, staging areas, hours of operation, dust mitigation measures, and road maintenance measures and monitoring. Number 15, a designated material storage/parking areas for use during construction must be designated on the plans and must be screened from view of adjoining homes and road right-of-ways. Number 16, all cables need to be buried underground when feasible. Number 17, any proposed energy storage systems/battery storage facilities must be illustrated on the approved plans and comply with the applicable setbacks. Number 18, erosion and sediment controls plans must be submitted and approved by the Planning Commission and County Engineer and comply with all applicable local, state, and federal guidelines. Number 19, stormwater/drainage plans must be submitted and approved by the Planning Commission and County Engineer regarding stormwater management and maintenance. Number 20, environmental protection measures to ensure compliance with all local, state, and federal regulations in regards to the protection of soil, sinkholes, wetlands, streams, and floodplains. Number 21, Other studies, plans, and approvals to include Stormwater Pollution and Prevention Plan, Geotechnical Analysis, NEPA, Wetland Delineation, Environmental Site Analysis shall be required and become part of the Planning Commission file and record. Number 22, approval from the Kentucky Public Service Commission and State Siting Board shall be required and shall become part of the Planning Commission file and record. Number 23, any complaints received regarding glint and glare from panels onto adjacent properties and roadways may result in the need for a glint and glare study at the developer's expense and may result in the need for additional screening as necessary so that the project is not a nuisance to the public. Number 24, an emergency response plan coordinated with the Hardin County Emergency Management, the Stevensburg Fire Department, and the Kentucky 86 Fire Department shall be required. The plan must address access to the facility and mitigation of hazards such as fire, storm damage, and personal injury. It shall include a list of potentially hazardous materials, points of contact for emergencies, a detailed map with access routes, and other potential hazards on site to first responders. Number 25, with proper notice of 72 hours, the Director of Planning and County Engineer shall be allowed entrance to the facility to determine compliance with the conditions of this conditional use permit and with the approved development plan. Number 26, this conditional use permit is good for 30 years and shall require an amended/renewed conditional use permit with any lease renewals or with transfer of ownership of the solar farm. Any new owner must agree to the existing conditions and post the necessary financial securities, or another conditional use permit hearing shall be required. Number 27, a traffic management plan shall be required illustrating how traffic safety will be maintained during the construction of the project. The traffic management plan must obtain approval from KYTC, the county road supervisor, and the county engineer. Number 28, Hardin Solar shall implement a customer resolution program to address any complaints from surrounding landowners. Hardin Solar shall also submit monthly a status report associated with its customer resolution program, listing all individual complaints, how it addressed the complaints, and whether the resolution was to the complainant's satisfaction. Number 29, pile driving and noise-making construction activities may start no earlier than 8 a.m. and stop by 5 p.m., Monday through Saturday, with no construction activity on Sundays and no noise-making construction activities outside of the permitted hours. Number 30, 1 month prior to construction, Hardin Solar must notify all property owners within 2,500 feet of the project boundary about the construction plan, the traffic and noise impacts, and make them aware of the customer resolution program. If the noise levels are unduly high or annoying during the pile driving of the post and racking, noise mitigation efforts must be made. Construction methods to include semi-tractor and canvas methods, sound blankets on fencing surrounding the site, or other means must be made where pile driving occurs within 1,500 feet of any existing dwellings. And finally, number 31, only Tier 1 designated solar panels as designated by Bloomberg New Energy Finance may be used in the project, with material safety data sheets provided to the Planning Commission prior to installation. That's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. King. All right, Mr. Commissioners, y'all have any questions for Mr. King? Okay. I don't have any questions at this point. Okay. So we're going to open the floor up now, and I do realize there are some people that are not in the room that may want to testify or to speak. We will give them the opportunity, and that will not be penalized against your time. So we'll give them the opportunity to make it to the room before we start the clock. So now, anybody wishing to speak in favor of, please come forward. I will tell you, if you're speaking, if you're the main speaker, you do need to address the commission using this podium. When the floor is open for questioning, I would ask that you use the podium to my right for any questioning. Okay? So, right, and for your information as well, the clock will not be running for the question and answer portion. Okay? Yes.
My name is David Broderick. I'm from Bowling Green. I'm an attorney. I represent various adjoining and contiguous property owners as well as the Hardin County citizens for responsible solar. I would like the opportunity to ask Mr. King some questions based upon the report he made, and I didn't know when the appropriate time would be for that.
Generally speaking, and again, this is the way that it's always been presented to me, we can talk to the commission if you'd like. Generally speaking, you'll have that opportunity when you have your chance to speak in opposition of.
So will that time be counted against those people that want to speak?
Mr. Broderick, I think based upon the questions immediately for the speakers in opposition, you'll be able to go right after each speaker. With Mr. King, it's a little bit different. So at the end, if you have questions directly for Mr. King, we'll roll that in with your questioning time, and we won't count that against you.
Okay.
I just wanted to make clear that
Sure, absolutely. All right, thank you.
very much.
All right, thank you. All right, if you would, please state your name.
Yes, sir. Shelt Lewis. I'm an attorney here in Elizabethtown. My home address is 2270 Hardinsburg Road in Cecilia. And I have the pleasure tonight of representing Community Energy and speaking on behalf of the individual landowners in their application for a map amendment and a conditional use permit. Specifically, we're seeking a map amendment, as Mr. King went through in his very thorough report, from R2 to A1, and a conditional use for a solar farm. And as you know, this commission approved a solar farm in an agricultural zone in 2020. Now, I've got to tell you, of course, I have a history with this commission and with the Nelson County Planning Commission, and in my private practice, I have never seen an application this thorough. And to that end, I want to admit into the record a paper copy of the application. So I'll give you a cap.
So that'll be Exhibit X.
And then this collectively also is exhibits for just, it's like a summary of the application.
Is there one for each of them, or is this whole?
Yeah, this is the actual application, and there's one for each of them.
Okay, perfect. I will distribute.
So as I was saying, I've
And
never
let me
seen-
just ask you
Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
question. I assume that the applicants are yielding time to you as their attorney?
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of the applicants, and then after our presentation, the individual landowners will come up more in speaking in favor of the application.
All right, thank you.
So like I was saying, I've never seen a more thoroughly researched, comprehensive, and detailed application to provide you with all of the information that you could possibly need. What you're going to see tonight, what you're going to see from the application and what you're going to see from the presentation tonight is that Community Energy is Hardin County's best partner for responsible solar. And we look forward to answering all the questions that you all have, and of course, any questions that anybody here has tonight. What you're also going to see tonight is this project is well sited, it's well designed, and it not only meets but exceeds all of the requirements. What you're also going to see tonight is how extensively and personally Community Energy has engaged this community, these landowners, and our neighbors. And as I mentioned, my home address, this isn't just a practice in theory for me. I think Adam said there's 345 addresses within a mile, and I'm one of those 345. You're also going to hear from some of our landowners who are going to tell you about how important this is for them and their families. Now, this is roughly going to be 650 acres of actual solar farm. Outside of that 650 acres, these landowners own about 1,000 acres that is going to remain in agricultural production, partly stabilized by this project. Now, we're also, you all know that we're a community in transition, and lots of things around here are changing. One of the things that we're going to highlight for you tonight is Hardin County's need for clean, renewable energy, and that we're looking for partners who are going to do that in a way that suits this community's values. We're going to show you how we're going to do that, and we're going to set the standard for what you should expect in the future. First in the lineup tonight, you're going to hear from Chris Killenberg, who's going to introduce Community Energy to you. He's going to tell you about Community Energy, the extensive experience that we have in this field, and what you can expect from us in the future. Then Lauren Brunsdale, whom a lot of people in this room have gotten to know pretty well, is going to tell you give you all the details about this Hardin Solar project, the studies we've done, the design of this project, the community benefits, the project standards. And then we're also joined tonight by experts who are going to help answer any questions that might come up that you all may have or that anybody in the public might have. And then I will come back in the end and help fit all of that information into the legal framework that this commission uses to make its decisions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris. Unless anybody has questions for me.
My name is Chris Killenberg. I reside at 15 Albert Lane in Adamsville, Rhode Island. I am the Regional Development Director for Community Energy, and thank you for having us this evening. In my role as the Regional Development Director, I both develop projects directly and I manage other developers who are working on projects. In this case, I'm actually overseeing the development that's been performed by Lauren Brunsdale, who will come and talk to you about the project in more detail in a moment. But before we dive into that, I wanted to tell you a little bit about our experience and why that's of value to this project, to the community, and to the county. Community Energy has been in business for 22 years. We're one of the oldest companies in the renewable energy industry. For the first 12 years or so of that, we developed wind projects. In the last 10 years, we've been focusing on solar projects. At this point in time, roughly 100 solar projects across the country are in operation, which were developed by Community Energy. The benefit of that is that we've learned over multiple projects how to do these projects the right way. And what we have learned is the concerns of the landowners, the concerns of the communities, the counties, and that's allowed us to build the understanding into the project ahead of time so that we're developing projects that are done properly. For example, this project, as you now know, is a group of smaller segments, not one large single piece of land. The benefit of that is we can find the segments that are behind existing visual screening, vegetative screening, and spread them out so that they're not as abrupt to the visual effect on the landscape. In addition, we're proposing here setbacks of 500 feet, which now have been adopted as a condition, but that's not typical. We did that, we proposed that on our own because that additional distance reduces the visual effect on the neighboring properties and the people that drive by it on the nearby roads. These are the kind of things that I am employed in projects that I develop directly in the state of Kentucky. Meade County, for instance, I was the developer there. We employed this multiple site, 500-foot setback approach there, which is part of why it got approved, got its conditional use permit last year. And then another area that we, I think, go to extra steps around is soil conservation. So we understand that when landowners turn their land over to us, it's both dear to them, but they also want to receive it back in good quality. And so we worked with soil conservation agents, soil scientists, seed companies, you'll hear from them later, to develop a ground cover underneath our solar panels that over time will replenish the soil. So in addition to the soil laying fallow for the 30 years, it'll also have a ground cover that replenishes the soil over time and return it in better shape, frankly, we expect, than we received it. I can say that, but I can tell you, one of the landowners for our McCracken County project is the 2019 Farm Bureau Kentucky Farmer of the Year. So he cares more about his soil than anybody does, and we passed his test when he considered leasing his land to us. So what you're going to see when Lauren goes through the project is these extra efforts that we go to really create a best-in-class project, and that's our approach. And it's the same approach we use across all our projects and all the projects we've done in Kentucky as well that have been permitted. And I appreciate that I can make promises about that and we can put proposals before you today, but can we carry it out? And one of the things that occurred in December is we Community Energy merged with a company called AES Clean Energy, which is one of the leading companies in clean energy in this country. They actually operate 200 solar farms across this country. And the advantage of that is, and we had worked with AES before, Oftentimes, the developer of the project develops the project from conception to construction, and then another company takes over and builds and owns and operates it. In this case, we are the developer, and AES, which we're now part of, will be the construction company and the owner and operator long term. So there's no mystery about who will be the owner and the operator of this solar farm. It'll be us. And so if you like the way we approach things here and the proposals we made, that's what you can expect in the future, because we will be on the job. Lauren will continue to be the developer of this project through construction, and then our colleagues within the same company will take over and construct it. I know there's a concern about a proliferation of solar across the county, that the county will become solar farms end to end. One of the things I would say to you is that's just feasibly, technically not a possibility. The grid, the transmission system, can only carry so much electricity. It was designed for a small city like E-Town and the rural community around it. It wasn't designed as a superhighway. And so there's only a certain amount of power that those lines can carry, and there's already some power in there now, too. So there's a physical limitation to how much solar that can be developed in this county. There's also you. You've got your own governance and rules that can decide which projects you want, which you don't, how many you want, et cetera. So I'm hoping that by the time we make our presentation this evening, you'll decide that this is one of the projects that you do want. One of the reasons I think you should want solar, and I think you already know this, is its effect on economic development. Increasingly, companies, old and new, are requiring alternative energy as part of their criteria to site a project in a new location. And this was very clear in McCracken County. The judge executive there got up in support of our project and said, we can't compete for economic development opportunities without renewable energy available locally. And I think the same reality faces you here. So if you believe that, and if you want to attract economic development and the many jobs that it'll bring with it, you're going to need some amount of renewable energy in the county. So I'm hoping that this project and what we've done here impresses you enough that this would be one of the ones you choose, and I'm hoping at the end of the night you will approve our application for this conditional use permit. Are there any questions you have for me before I turn it back?
Does anybody have any
over to
questions? Yes, sir. If you will, come forward, please. I need you at this podium, and I need your name and address, please. Mr. Kirkpatrick, you can just stay at your podium if you don't mind. Or actually, yeah, you'll switch. Go ahead, sir.
So my name's Garrett Swift. I live at 532 Gates Road, and we own Swift Farms out on the side of the WK Parkway. My concern is by 2030, it's predicted that 1 million tons of e-waste is going to be produced by solar panels. You're stressing the importance for renewable energy, but you're using non-renewable resources to do so. I would just like to know what your plans are for when this 30-year contract, these leases are up. What are you going to do with all of the material? How is that going to affect our community? Where's all that going to go? I mean, you're using, as I said, non-renewable resources to create renewable energy.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And one, for the record, what was 532, which?
Gates Road?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right, sir, you may answer the question.
Sure. So already today there exists some recycling companies that can recycle solar panels. Not enough for all the solar panels that are being deployed right now, but in the course of the next 30 years, and in between, that business will grow up just the same as the recycling business has grown up for all the other vendors that we recycle today. So it's the expectation, based on history of other recycling programs that have become successful and common to our everyday lives, that solar panels will be recycled in the future. They're made of simple materials that are all recyclable, but most are not recyclable. So we don't anticipate that that'll be a problem. We don't anticipate that it'll overrun your landfill, et cetera, because by the time these panels are brought out of production, there will be a robust recycling industry in place.
So 30 years from now, if they decide that they don't want to continue with the solar farms, who's going to be responsible for recycling that off of their land?
So prior to construction, we established a cost of the decommissioning and removal of the solar panels from the site. That has to be approved by the landowner, and I believe it also has to be approved by the county in this case. We then post financial resources that are enough for a third party unrelated to us to come in and take everything else and clean everything up in case we just disappear. So prior to construction, the financial resources are in place to decommission and remove everything from the site. It's not a small job, but it's a relatively simple thing. Solar farms are built very simple. Posts are pounded in the ground, things are bolted to them, and when you're done, the opposite occurs. You unbolt things and pull the posts out of the ground. There's not a lot of brick and mortar and concrete and major grading and changes to the land. It's more akin to equipment put on the land than it is to any kind of building or traditional construction.
So it would be the third party's responsibility to remove the solar panels and recycle the area. Now, whose responsibility is that to find those resources? Is it the people installing the solar panels, or is it going to be the landowner's responsibility to do so?
So it's our responsibility first legally. The leases we have with our landowners put a legal obligation on us. Secondly, it will be backed by financial resources that are posted. And thirdly, I believe we have a legal obligation to the county on the permit. So when the time comes, okay, if we completely disappear, it'll be somebody's responsible, in this case the landowner, to get the materials out. But there'll be resources sitting there fully capable for a third party to come in and do all that work without them.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sure, Deputy. Okay. All right, so, okay, we're going to have to share the podium then because we only have one mic. So, questions, does that work okay? Audio, video? Okay. All right, questions? Yes, sir. Okay, hold.
Stuart, we can't pull this mic on this car computer and put it there, can we?
Okay.
You just lean the mic over and let him stand there. That's what I was getting at.
Is this mic live? Can it be live?
Mic check.
Okay. Yeah, just pull the podium there. No, you're fine. You stay there. Sir, if you, Mr. Kirkpatrick, if you'll go there. All right. Let's try this, and Deputy, if you'll let me know if, okay. All right, please give me your name.
Perry Melito, 225 Proctor Drive, Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
Okay, Mr. Melito.
First question I have is, did you recently, last year, sell a solar farm in Russellville, Kentucky?
Yes.
Please speak into the mic if you don't mind, sir.
Sorry, yeah, and to be more precise, Community Energy developed a solar farm in Russellville, Kentucky that, what was it, early last year, we sold to a company called Silicon Ranch, who will, in my story before, be the one that builds and owns and operates it long-term.
So when you sold the people in Russellville, Kentucky, I'm sure you had a presentation similar to this and how you're developing the seeds, the installation process, but what commitment do we have for the company? This is a company out of Tennessee who now owns this property or this. So when you were doing, basically you were doing the same thing with this, I'm sure a few years ago from the people from Russellville, Kentucky, and here's what we're going to do with seeds, here's how we're going to do things, here's how we're going to landscape things. How do we know that after you sell it like you did just a couple months ago to another company out of state, that they're going to proceed exactly like you're telling us today?
Right. So, first of all, I think in fairness, Silicon Ranch is a good business, and I expect them to do what I had promised Logan County we would do. But in this case, it's simpler than that, in that we now have merged with another company, and together we will be the construction owner and operator of this project. So the people that will build and own it is me, is us, is our colleagues in our company. And so there's not going to be a handover, a transition to some other third party in this case. We will be the owner-operators of this project for the 30-year period.
But you do have an option that you could sell it to a third party, is that correct?
I suppose that's true. This is not our business model. AES is an operator of renewable energy facilities, solar farms included. So our business model is not, Community Energy's prior business model was to be the developer, a pure developer, and then sell the project to an entity that would own it. That's changed now. We have merged with a company that will be the operator. So it's all under one company and one roof. There won't be any change, and we will be the ones that operate it.
Well, this is, just to add a little depth to this is the biggest solar farm in the state of Kentucky that was sold off by this company here to a third party in Tennessee. Did you notify the people when you were applying for these permits that you were going to, that your intention was to sell it off because that was your business model?
Yes, we did.
You notified them that another company's going to own it?
Yep, from the very beginning, both with the landowners, the county officials, and anybody else we interacted with, that was clear, yes.
Next question on the setback of 100 feet from property lines. My wife has a property that is literally next to it and then probably going to be surrounded by solar farms. So you have a 500 feet variance between houses. Well, if we were wanting to put a house on our property, how's that going to correlate? So we're going to have to be 500 feet from their solar panels, or I mean, that's just a, you know. Then if we did build a house like the people's doing their farms, they want their rights. Well, if we want to develop the property or put a house there ourselves, we want to put it where we want to put it. We don't want to put it where, hey, that's the ugliest part. We'd like to, what I think, have you ever done a solar farm with a larger setback from a property line than 100 feet?
Yes, almost all that I've done, from property lines as opposed to houses and stuff.
Yes.
Well, yeah, yes, within the design.
And what was that amount?
Well, I mean, there's some projects I've done that are hundreds of thousands of feet from property lines. So, you know, property lines, as you know, can be way out in the back somewhere, right? I think the more important point you're making is, if your property line is 100 feet from the new solar panels, are you restricted from getting too close to us? I believe the answer is no. If you want to put your house in the back end of that property, you'll now find yourself closer than 500 feet from the solar farm, maybe if that's just where you've chosen to put your house, if that's your point. And I understand your point. We're, in that case, abiding by the county's rules. We are obliged to put screening along that line anyway. And so, and we're also responding to the existing houses in the location. So I don't know.
Are you familiar with in Indiana that they've developed solar farms in the past, and a lot of their new regulations that a solar farm must be 650 feet from all property lines? Are you familiar with that?
I'm not specifically, no.
Well, it's accurate. You can look it up with a simple Google. I think the property lines, when you say 100 feet or 500 feet from an existing house, that's not fair for a property that's not developed. So I think if you've already had areas from the property line that's more than 100 feet, I think that should be taken for granted for somebody who might want to put a house there in the future. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir.
I'd like to examine him, please, if I can.
Okay, are you on here representing the, the group are you representing, sir?
I had notified the commissioner.
Right, you should have a paper saying that, and Schilt has one as well. Schilt, for the record, do you have one, paper saying that you represent as well?
This will be the next exhibit. I
Okay.
talked to King about it, I already forwarded it to him.
So this will be Exhibit B, and this is a letter from Mr. Broderick that he represents Hardin County citizens for responsible solar.
Can I go ahead and get Schilt's too? Is that appropriate now?
Thank you.
I didn't know if you could finish here, because it's going to be redundant. Yeah, okay. Yes, sir. If you could give I need your name, please, and
My
address.
name is David Broderick, 921 College Street, Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Okay, and as close to the mic as you can, because the overflow room needs to hear you.
Yes, sir. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you, sir.
What I have here is a blow-up of the conditional use permit requirements from the planning and zoning rules and regulations here in Hardin County. It is specifically section 16.3. Sir, is it Killenberg?
Killenberg, yes.
Okay. Mr. Killenberg, can I ask you to step around here in just a second? And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll ask you, I'll move this over a little closer to you. That way you can be heard on the mic there. First and foremost, you're asking for a zone change. And the one reason you're asking for a zone change is simply so you can get a conditional use permit to put a solar farm in. Is that correct?
So I didn't present that application and didn't testify that. It might be a better question asked of our attorney.
Well, I thought this was your show. That's what I wanted to know. I thought you were the man in charge. Are you not?
Well, I am a member of the company that's putting this project together, but I'm not the legal expert.
Well, I'm not asking you a legal question at
Okay.
this point in time. I'm simply asking you, at this stage, are you the one that's going to make decisions about this? You said you were the developer. Did I misunderstand that?
No, I'm representing the company that's developing this.
Okay.
To say that I make all the decisions is not fair.
All right. When we talk about various requirements, I'm going to go to this one. This use shall be in accordance with the purpose of the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. In the comprehensive plan, you know that this is a natural resource area, do you not, sir?
I'm aware that that's the,
And the purpose of a natural resource area was to do what, sir? Do you know?
again, it would be better directed to our attorney.
Well, let me ask you this. If the purpose of a natural resource area is to preserve prime farmland, you're not accomplishing that, are you?
No, actually, I would say we are.
And how are you going to use prime farmland as a power plant for 30 years?
Well, what we consider it to be, although 30 years is maybe long for you and me, is a temporary use. And so while the solar panels are in place, the land will lie fallow, they will get regenerated, and when they're taken back out, that land will be ready, available, again available for agricultural production. And you'll hear later from soil specialists and landowners who will say, this is potentially the best thing that could happen to this land. It's certainly better than residential development or other kinds of development, but nothing we do to the land will be detrimental to it in the period of time that we're using it for this purpose.
So what you're saying is for 30 years, we're not going to use it as prime farmland, we're going to use it as a power plant, correct?
Well, if you say for 30 years we'll leave it lying fallow, is that not using it for farmland? Is that not also good for the land?
No, sir, I'm asking you this. We know now it's being farmed, don't we?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've suggested that this is different than farming.
Correct.
It is a power plant, isn't it?
Okay. It's equipment that produces electricity.
Yes, sir. So when we talk about comparing a power plant to farmland, they are not the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're fine. In the safety issue, and I'm going to show you an exhibit that we just got, Exhibit Y. It's a January 5th letter to Planning and Zoning Director, Mr. King, from Kentucky 86 Fire and Rescue in Salina. It's already been introduced.
We've got,
Yes, sir.
it's
I
Exhibit
asked you
Y.
to take a look at that. I know you're right on top of this, so I know you've been to the fire department and you've resolved the problem about safety with the fire department.
What I note in here at least is that this letter says, I've read that boron, cadmium, telluride, gallium, arsenide, and phosphorus are often part of the makeup of the panels. Well, that's not the case, actually. The panels that we use do not include, as far as I know, any of those chemicals. So It's not that I'm in quarrel with the letter itself, but I believe we have reached out to the fire departments, and certainly prior to construction is our typical practice to reach out to them, to talk to them about safety procedures were there to be a fire at the solar farm.
The use shall not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing or working in the vicinity of the proposed use. There's a fire, and the fire department's saying we don't have the facilities to treat a fire at the solar panels.
I don't agree that they would not have the facilities to treat the fire.
Do you think they've misstated it? The fire department's misstated
They
it?
may not have it today, but prior to construction, we will have met with them and worked out a fire plan with them.
Well, the point is you're saying we'll do this later. We haven't done it now.
Well, to the point of this hearing, if that's a condition that you would like to propose, I certainly think it's worth to, add a condition that we coordinate with the fire department
Well,
prior to construction.
It's not a condition, it is a requirement. Development plan guidance, and all of these have to be complied with. The board shall issue a CUP, conditional use permit, only after all of the following. So right now, you haven't done that, have you? You have not considered the safety issue.
No, sir, I would disagree with that. I
Okay,
do
well,
not-
tell us what you've done. That's what I was asking.
Pardon me?
What have you done?
What have we done to endanger the health of the community?
Well, you just got a letter from the fire department that says if there's a fire there, we can't service it.
Well, but the facility's not built yet, so
So that's something you're,
it's a chicken and egg issue.
well, let's put the chicken and egg inside. What are you gonna do?
We are gonna coordinate with the fire department so that they're capable of both understanding a fire should it break out and managing it accordingly.
I haven't seen any proposal to that effect. And while we had 30 conditions that were suggested, I don't recall if that was one of the conditions. Which one was it? So I don't want to misstate it.
Again, I don't have my PowerPoint here, but condition number. Condition number 24, an emergency response plan coordinated with Hardin County Emergency Management, the Stevensburg Fire Department, and the Kentucky 86 Fire Department shall be required. The plan must address access to facility, mitigation of hazards such as fire, storm damage, and personal injury, and shall include a list of potentially hazardous materials, point of contact for emergencies, a detailed map with access routes, and other potential hazards on site to first responders.
So as we sit here tonight, you've not done any of those things. Is that fair?
No, sir.
Now, it's fair you agree you haven't done anything.
I don't say anything, but we have not done everything on that list, which was, I believe, as read prior to construction.
No, sir, only as to safety. That's what I'm asking. This deals with safety of people in the area. Now, one thing, I'm trying to read my notes, is the company that now owns you AES, AVS, what is that? I couldn't hear.
AES.
AES. So when we applied, or when you applied in this application, the application was done on behalf of a group called Hardin Solar. And then the announcement tonight said it was Community Energy. But what I understand now is they don't exist anymore, and it's now owned by the company you just told us.
No, that's technically not true. Hardin Solar exists as a LLC, a project company. Community Energy Solar continues to exist, and it owns Hardin Solar. AES Clean Energy owns Community Energy. So Community Energy does still exist as an entity, as does the project.
That's owned by AES.
At the end of the day, it all rolls up to AES.
Okay. So, and AES is not an applicant here, is it? They're not making any of these assertions.
No.
Is a representative of AES going to be here tonight?
There is a representative from AES here tonight.
And are they going to be available to testify then?
Certainly.
Okay. And that name is?
Ben Saunders.
Okay. I didn't hear his name mentioned at the start, and that's why I was asking you that. As it relates to the zone change, I do want to ask you this. Can you tell us any changes that have taken place in the area that merit taking this from an R2 to an R1 of an economic or social nature?
I don't understand the question.
Just want to know if you can.
I guess I don't understand the question. If that's the answer, no.
In regards to now the conditional use permit, I've shown you two conditions on the additional use permit that we talked about. Would you agree with me that in this area, in this 868 acres, there are no solar farms at this time?
To the best of my knowledge, that's the case.
So y'all are going to be the first if it were approved.
To the best of my knowledge.
So when we're talking about it being in conformity with the rest of the area, the rest of the area is farmland, and this is going to be a power plant, correct?
Yes, but there are other uses in the area that are not farmland or agricultural. They're also in conformance with the area.
Such as?
Residential, other businesses, grain elevators, greenhouses, things like that.
Well, you're already zoned R2. You can do the residential part now, can't you?
No, we're not asking for that.
That's our understanding. Is your point is you want to go from what's already an established residential zone to a farm zone that was done, by the way, when it was done back in 2009, wasn't it for the purpose of preserving prime farmland?
I wasn't here then, but I would, I guess, point out the irony that we're trying to take it from residential to agricultural when it already is agricultural.
Yeah, and then take it to what will be a power plant. Fair enough?
It'll be a use of the land that I think is in conformity with the rest of the uses in the area.
So when the members of the commission vote on this tonight, the person that's going to be in charge of all this is AES, correct?
AES is the company that is ultimately the top of the heap.
So they are the real party in interest.
I don't know what that means.
Well, they're the ones that own everything. They own your company.
Correct.
Okay. And have you've sold your company to them?
Correct.
We use the term merge, and that's why I wanted to make sure we weren't there. You've sold your company lock, stock, and barrel to AES.
Correct.
So you don't own that company anymore. AES does, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you an officer of AES?
And
Is Ben, this gentleman you just told us, he an officer of
He is
AES? Is anybody from AES here?
well, Ben Saunders is here. He's not an officer. Is that an officer from AES?
Is he an
here?
employee? Is he an employee of AES?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Well,
What's his title?
Director of Development.
Now, the agreement, at least one of the many agreements that has been suggested, is that if it ever changes hands, whoever you change hands it to has to comply with all this. It's already changed hands, hasn't it?
I don't know the legal ramifications of that change. I'm not an attorney.
Has AES told you they're not going to sell this for the next 30 years?
In so many words, yes.
Okay. Well, you made a representation, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that said to this commission, we're going to own this for the next 30 years. And you're not, are you?
I don't understand your...
Community Energy is not going to own it for the next 30 years.
But we are a part of AES, so we, the broad company, will own it. It's not, the other gentleman's example, it's not that we don't know the owner, it's not that we might sell it to somebody else. Not that coming from Tennessee is a bad thing, but we won't be selling it to a company in Tennessee. We will be the owner of it.
Well, so far your track record in Kentucky is you've sold the property in Russellville, correct?
Our business model until December was as a pure developer.
And that's December of 2021?
December 2021.
So your business model has changed since that time?
Well, we were acquired by AES.
Okay, yes, sir. Again, somebody else that you've sold it to.
Well, I think the difference is, in the Logan County example, we sold the project to another company that will build and operate it. Here we sold our company to AES, and become part of AES, and AES will be the owner-operator. So there's no mystery here. In the long run, we will be the owner-operator.
Mr. King, the chairman, testified that this land in question, 77.4% of this is prime farmland. Do you dispute that?
I don't know enough to dispute or agree. So
What did you
I
make?
trust that Mr. King knows what he's saying.
Okay, so you don't have anything to say otherwise. Is that fair? The issue of decommission is a condition, but all these conditions that have been mentioned, have you complied with any one of those 1 through 30 conditions that have been suggested here?
I don't have them in my head to answer your question. I'm sorry.
Were you not familiar with them? Have you not talked to planning and zoning about this?
I couldn't recite them, all 30 of them. sorry.
Well, let's talk about a decommission plan. That was number 11. Have you provided a decommission plan yet?
We provided the outline of the plan because you can't estimate the cost of removal until you've designed and are ready to construct the project. So what we provided is the process, that we have a legal obligation, that here's how we go about it, and prior to construction, we will deliver a decommissioning plan and fund a bond or other financial vehicle to pay for it.
Yeah, and who's your bonding
Again,
company?
as a condition of the permit.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Who's your bonding company?
We don't know yet.
Okay, so you haven't done that yet either. So at this point, you're saying, we're gonna get a bonding company. You don't know how much it's gonna cost, but the important thing is, at some point, this has to be reclaimed, doesn't it? That's what decommission means.
Another important thing is we cannot build it until we found a bonding company, posted the money, and met the requirement of the county.
And those are things you have not done.
Not at this moment in time.
So this is kind of on the come. You know, I will get this done if you make this approval.
But I believe the county has ultimate power over our activity because we cannot break ground until we've done this thing.
In terms of stormwater management, have you done anything in regards to stormwater management?
We do have some studies, and I believe they'll be described later.
If I use the term karst, K-A-R-S-T, topography, do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You aware that this is a karst area?
I am aware of this.
And have you all done anything, any study-wise, to determine about waters and the wells and the water flow?
We have a car study, yes, that we've done that we will address later.
Would you agree that these panels would increase the water flow?
No,
No runoff from the panels at all?
not, when you say increase the water flow, obviously water's gonna run off the panel.
Yes.
What it's gonna do is run off to the ground underneath it, which will be sewed end to end with a ground cover that is intended, among other things, to be highly absorptive and evaporative. So the fact that the rain lands here and runs off, but still lands on ground and grass, means the solar panels will not increase their stormwater.
So what are you putting on the ground, this prime farmland?
It'll be a combination of grasses and legumes and other things that we have some experts here can attest to.
So in terms of stormwater management, have you done anything in that regard?
We have not done any physical yet because we haven't started construction yet.
And with traffic management, what have you done on that?
We've done some traffic studies, but we have not developed a traffic management during construction plan yet because we don't have close to construction yet. But that too is a condition of the permit, that we have to have that plan in place prior to construction.
Have you told us which panels you're going to use, the product?
We've told you a class of panels we're going to
Yes.
use.
So I got it was tier 1, but that doesn't tell me anything.
Tier 1 is an industry term. It refers to a certain quality, level of quality of panel, and anybody in the industry would know what that is. We've also specified that there be silicon-based panels, not thin film. The chemicals that were listed in the fire department are typical for thin film panels. And I'm not saying thin film are bad, I don't believe they are, but just we're not using that kind of panel. The kind of panel we're using, I believe was shown in an earlier slide, it's essentially older technology that's been around for 30 years, so we know how it's going to behave for 30 years. Simple materials, and the only Tier 1 designation is a quality designation.
What are the materials?
Glass, aluminum, copper, plastic coatings, some lead, solder, that's the main, silicon for the
Any polymers of any type?
well, there are plastic coatings that probably contain a polymer, but I don't know enough to know that.
You don't know which polymers and how they might affect humans.
I can tell you they're not PFAS chemicals, if that's one of your things, or Gen X chemicals. That is part of what makes it a Tier 1 panel. And the companies that produce those panels have provided letters of attestation that their panels do not include any PFAS or Gen X chemicals.
Now, my understanding is you have to use somebody else's electricity to generate the use on these panels. Is that correct? You have to get an electrical source to use.
So we'll need service for the site, yeah.
I think that's all I have right now. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you. Any other questions?
I have some questions for you. David Miller, Cecilia, Hansborough Road, Cecilia, Kentucky.
Okay.
I have
Mr.
some
Miller?
questions. The first question I have, you talked about the land being fallow for 30 years. So I'm a farmer. I've been farming for 50 years. And my question is, what kind of sampling are you going to do annually to keep the acidity and the nutrient level of all this soil the way it is today?
I don't know right now what that program would be. I know that we've committed to a program of producing a ground cover that will regenerate the soil. We've worked with people on specific seed mixes, and I assume that they would advise us on how to monitor, fertilize, lime, et cetera, as necessary. But I don't have that today. I'm sorry.
So you don't have a program to do that for the next 30 years,
Not-
right now?
We have a pledge, which is made in the application to maintain the ground cover. But as we're not at construction now, we don't have a specific program, but that would be developed prior to construction, yes.
Okay. And you're talking about ground cover. Now, do you take off the residue and the plants that are on there right now and then reseed that with other seed?
So, yes, typically we would remove the vegetation that's there and seed over it, yes.
Okay, when you remove the vegetation, there's a time period before you get any kind of vegetation coming back. So
Correct.
what kind of erosion control are you going to have for those 4 or 5 months?
So there will be a very detailed erosion control typically filed through the state, just like any other construction project. So every construction project is required to do this sort of thing.
Is this erosion control over all this 750 acres?
Yes, sir.
So it's like a mat or something to keep water from moving?
It depends on the site. So a flatter site would need less, a steeper site would need more. But that's a permit you have to file with the state and get prior to construction.
Okay. When you have these entrances to your project, how many of those entrances do you have?
How many entrances roughly?
7 entrances. So those will be roads, correct?
Correct. I think roughly half of them are existing farm paths now, and half would be new cuts into the road.
Okay. I'm familiar with these areas. There's no roads going across these fields right now.
Well, you asked about entrances. So
I'm sorry.
we have to get off the road, off the hardtop into the property.
Okay.
And
When you put in these entrances and you build your roads, but what kind of erosion control are you going to have over the roads? Or keep them from eroding? Because they'll be dirt, right? You're going to have gravel and...
No, so the typical construction of an internal road would be fabric cloth underneath and a crush and run on the top, all of which then would be removed when we complete the project.
Oh, the trucks are going to run over the cloth on the roads?
I didn't hear the question.
You have trucks coming in with all these materials, right,
Correct.
through these entrances?
Correct.
They're going to be running over cloth?
No, you asked about the construction of the internal roads. I was trying to explain, once we get off the hardtop, there's usually an apron off the hardtop. Usually there's a lay-down area for construction or parking or whatever. After that, there are some internal roads we need to get out to the equipment
Yeah.
with trucks.
Right.
So those would be crush and run.
And-
Stone, broken stone.
Gravel.
Gravel.
Okay, we call it
Large
gravel. Okay, you said there's other businesses around here. Well, I've been here for 60 years, and I know these areas. I don't know any other businesses around this area except farming and people living in their homes that work in Elizabethtown and other areas. What are these businesses you're talking about?
I guess I'm thinking of the barns and grain silos and the
So
other
that'd be
things.
considered farming, right?
Well, but I'm sorry, I forgot your name, sir. To his point, it's not a farm field, it's a structure, it's an other use. Not incompatible, but it's not a field of corn, it's a structure.
But you said other businesses besides farming, and I don't know of any. I'm sorry. Okay. Another question, I'm going to make this brief. We have a lot of problems with weeds, as all farmers do. So when you clear off the residue and the vegetation, and you plant your seed, how are you gonna control the noxious weeds? Now, they will come up, and we're talking about Johnson grass, shattercane, cuckabird, pigweed, I know these, I've been fighting for 50 years.
Right.
And they will grow faster than your grass. So how are you gonna control those?
Well, they may, but again, we'll consult with experts who will help us do that properly. We do that in every project.
So will you be using herbicides to kill the weeds and save the grass?
I'm not an expert. I don't know the answer to that question. I can just tell you that.
I can't see two guys with a weed eater doing this, you know?
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. Did you do a dye test in the sinkholes to see if that water went from this site to any of the springs nearby, which is White Mills Spring and Star Mills Spring?
I don't recall that detail, but we have someone here who can address the karst study later.
Okay. This is very important because this goes to our water supply.
Yes, sir.
And there have been studies that says these sinkholes do take water into those springs, and those springs what gives Hardin County Water District number 2 their source.
Right.
Okay. Okay, one more question. I'll let you go. We've been putting you on the hot spot, I know.
That's all right.
How much water, 1 inch rain over 700 acres, how much water are we talking about?
Yeah, we have people here who can speak
Do
to that.
you have a guess?
I'm not.
Would you consider 18,900,000 gallons of water being too much?
I don't know.
That's a 1 inch rain.
Well, but
Okay, how much of this do you think is going to soak in?
if it were a hayfield, would the question be different?
How much
If it's
of
a
1
hayfield and
inch
the same
rain?
amount of rain falls, would the result be different? If it was a cornfield or a soybean field, would the result be different? The kind of ground cover we're proposing to plant would be just as absorptive as those crops. So,
Well, I want to interrupt you. I understand your grass is going to absorb some water, but I don't understand 200,000 solar panels with flat glass absorbing any water. I'm sorry.
Again, so for everyone's benefit, the solar panels will be in long rows on posts that are about 6 feet tall, right? And when they tilt this way and the rain falls, the rain will fall and fall off here. When they tilt this way, they'll fall off here. Under here is all grass.
And that all the water's going to be soaked in.
All that water will get soaked in on that.
I'm sorry. That's too much water.
Okay.
My name's Greg Lowe. I live at 1550 South Black Branch Road in Cecilia, and more importantly, I'm the Assistant Chief of Kentucky 86 Fire Department. When the attorney asked you initially about coordination with the fire departments, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you had reached out to the fire department. Who specifically did you talk to at Kentucky 86?
Had we reached out? No, we've not reached out yet. So
You misspoke. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Trina Martin, South Black Branch Road, Cecilia, Kentucky. I do have a fire-related question. I understand that they have to submit an emergency response plan, but what about the equipment that our fire department's lacking? Who's got to pay for that?
So I don't know what equipment is lacking or would be
We have
lacking.
one brush truck,
Okay.
one, that can leave a hard surface.
Okay.
So obviously, we'll need more. Who's
Okay.
going to pay for that?
I don't have an answer to your question.
Okay? What about the training that our fire department would need? Who's going to pay for that?
So we typically coordinate and provide training as necessary to the local fire departments.
Okay, but as of right now, you don't have a plan, so the cost for any equipment we may need might fall on the county?
I don't know the answer to that today. And I will tell you, we are very happy to be involved in solving that problem, right? And again, conditions.
But if you're good neighbors and you guys are trying to come into our area, isn't that something you guys should have thought out?
Perhaps we should have.
Because that is definitely an economic impact to our county.
Understood.
And you guys have submitted a study saying how it's gonna be wonderful, but this is a negative impact.
Okay, understood, I take your point. Again, conditions are an opportunity to establish promises that we have to keep before we start construction. So this might be something that the commission considers. Not that this is the perfect answer, but we will also pay a whole lot of taxes. So the land that we're using for this project currently pays less than $10,000 in taxes a year. We'll be paying something on the order of $300,000 in taxes a year. So we'll be contributing to the tax rolls.
Only like $50 of our property taxes per household that elect to pay fire department dues goes to our fire department. So,
Just in
you
general,
know.
we'll be contributing a lot to the tax rolls, which is a good thing. We're not asking for any tax breaks either. So, because we think
so you're
this
not
is-
gonna have a pilot agreement?
We are not. So we think that's an important thing as part of being a part of the community. But I understand your point, and I think if that becomes an issue later, it's something that we would be happy to talk about resolving. But it is our typical
But
practice.
I mean, if you guys do come here, that's not gonna be an issue later, that's a now issue.
Well, I'm sorry, later, prior to construction. So I can't stand here today and tell you what equipment you do and don't have for a potential fire at our proposed facility. I don't have that expertise. If it were to turn into something huge and expensive, I think it's reasonable for us to be a part of the solution to that. But I don't have the answer to that question
Okay.
right now.
And then, are you guys gonna have to build any transmission lines?
So no, except when you say transmission lines, we're going to have to build lines that will connect the different parts of our project back to the substation, at which point the transmission line will go from the substation into the existing line. Whether you we call them GenTie line or transmission line or not, could just be semantics. So the kind of GenTie line we would put in is either going to be underground or it's going to be on poles, not unlike the poles that are already all around that area. It's not going to be huge towers with sweeping lines, that sort of thing. It's not that kind of thing.
Now, is our electric companies, are they gonna have to upgrade any of their transmission lines?
Maybe. So we're connecting to East Kentucky Power, and they're a part of a broader transmission management system called MISO. MISO is working on the study of our project and also sort of an adjacent system to determine if there are system upgrades related to our project. If there are, we have to pay for them.
You have to pay for the upgrades?
Yes, that's the rule, right. So if they have to put up new poles or new wires or whatever, new switches somewhere, that bill falls to us. It doesn't fall on the ratepayer.
And what about any substations or switch yards that have to be constructed?
Same thing. All that stuff we pay for.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
My name is B.J. Wigglesworth. I live at 4055 Hardinsburg Road, Cecilia, Kentucky. I know you had addressed the stormwater issue a little bit. I've got a little bit of a construction background, and I know that anytime there's new parking lot structure built, then a retention pond, there are engineers who are smarter than me who do that math. Is this not part of that project at all?
There will likely be retention ponds as part of the project during construction, and maybe some that are retained afterwards, yes.
Okay, but we don't know that, when will we know that requirement, I guess is my question.
So closer to construction. So part of the process of getting to construction is getting our permits. And that takes time, and other things take time. In the meantime, equipment changes, et cetera. What we're describing to you is the boundaries of our project and the positioning of our solar equipment. But how that, the pieces we use and how that's done more precisely affects the runoff. And more advanced topographical studies will affect the runoff. So as part of the pre-engineering process, when we're designing the project to be built, there'll be a more detailed stormwater management study done. And engineering details, pages and pages and pages of exactly what, you know what these things look like. And that'll be submitted to the state for approval, I believe, or it might be the county. And we can't start construction until that plan's approved, and then it has to be built as described, et cetera. So what you're familiar with.
Well, and for the record, the reason I'm asking is I own 10 acres that will be your neighbor. And 6 of those acres right now are, well, it's flooded right now, for instance. The rainwater and the backup from it's a whole big ecosystem that's all put together. That directly affects me.
Right.
And I've lived there, I've owned 5 years now, and I haven't seen it. One time in the 5 years, the county has had to put, or the state, I'm not sure which, has had to put a high water sign in front of my house because there's a low spot in 86 right beside my house. The old timers, and I know this is not for the record, but the old timers tell me that they've seen 3 to 5 times water has crossed Highway 86. And that's my concern as far as stormwater. I will have to, as long as the commission understands that there's a study done by somebody, again, who's smarter than me, will tell me that this isn't going to affect my land, then I'm okay with that. The second question, and we've had a lot of talk about the beautification and the things that are mitigation is basically what I call it. If we didn't have this solar array coming in, then we wouldn't have to have that. So that doesn't impress me much. My biggest question is, what is our benefit, or what is the benefit to our community? Is my meaning, is my electric bill going to be cheaper, or do I have this industrial project next to me with absolutely no benefit? And also I've heard, and I'll give you an opportunity to maybe squash any misinformation. I've heard that my property taxes are going to go up, my home value is going to go down, and there's no benefit to our community, meaning I don't know how, but this electric that we're producing is not going to benefit, it's not going to be in our grid, or it's not going to benefit us. Do you have any information on any of those 3 things?
Okay. So your property taxes should not go up because of us, because we'll be paying the full taxes applicable to us. We're not asking for tax breaks. We're not putting burdens on the county. We're not putting kids in school. We're not requiring sewage, water, hopefully not too much sheriff. You know, it should be, as compared to a housing development, this should be a financial boon for the county, because lots of taxes and not offsetting expenses. So I can't see how that would raise your property taxes. Your home values, we've done studies, multiple people have done studies, and I believe there's a person here who can answer to this later more precisely. He did the study. When you put in the appropriate setbacks and the appropriate screening, these projects do not have a negative effect on property values. Where you see them have a negative effect is when they're too close and they're not properly screened. And that's part of why we select the sites we do, and we set them back further, and we invest what currently looks like about $1 million in landscaping throughout the project, so that we're not having that detrimental effect. Power. So the line we're attaching to is an East Kentucky Power line. And they're the provider to your local co-op. I'm sorry, I forget the name of it. It's our intent, our desire, that power be sold and used locally. And one of the things that I made the point about earlier is there's a lot of economic development interest in buying locally produced solar power. And so you know some of the things that are going on in the economic development front. We don't know that today, right? So until we get the project permitted and sorted out, we're not going out to sell the power yet. But we would like to see, and I think the county would like to see, that the power remain essentially locally. But we're not already contracted to sell it somewhere else, if that's one of your questions.
Okay, so, but also at the same time, you're not obligated to put it, to sell it locally.
That's correct, too. That's correct.
So then, more specifically, and I don't know if you can answer this question or not, the information that I got was that this solar project is primarily for Toyota in Georgetown and Dow Chemical in, I believe, Carrollton.
So we have no relationship to either of those companies at this time.
Okay, does the electric company that you're selling to?
I believe EKPC might. And I know EKPC is running a competitive bid to buy solar power. So it could be that that's how it goes, that we enter that, we're chosen, EKPC buys the power and turns around and sells it to Dow. I don't know, but I can tell you today, that's not sorted out.
Okay, so then my understanding is from what's been presented, and I think we're kind of early in the presentation, but what's been presented so far is that you're asking for a conditional use permit for a lot of promises, a lot of things that haven't, because that's what I've been hearing. I came in very open-minded. I'm not against solar. What I'm against is industrial solar, that we have the community, our community is going to take all of the responsibility with no benefit from what I'm hearing.
Well, I would disagree. I think there's benefit at multiple levels. So the landowners involved benefit by using their land the way they wish to use it, right?
Right.
Preserving it for their families, et cetera. There will be jobs during construction. We had a study done by the University of Kentucky that says that the jobs and the money that will be spent locally all rolls up to, I think it's $11 million, roughly, something like that, over the construction period. That's not insignificant. Afterwards, we'll be paying significant taxes, 30 times what is being paid on the project today. And the other benefit I was mentioning before is, and renewable energy is required these days to bring other jobs into the county, right? So other developments are, whether you like it or not, are requiring that. And it's not just Google and the new companies, it's Kroger and Ford and other people want renewable energy. And so these days, if you want to attract those projects to Hardin County for those other jobs, you need renewable energy to do that. I think that's a benefit.
And I agree with that. So personally, I don't agree with that. But I agree with what you're saying. But this project isn't promised that it's going to be for us, for our community, and so we can't. Is that something that we can attract a business? I know we had a few on the PowerPoint. If it's not coming to us, if there is no benefit here. So again, we're still, I just feel like, and this is my personal feeling, is I feel like that we're going to be left holding back. I feel like we are taking our community as a whole.
Sir, I'm sorry for interrupting you. We need to keep it, and I recognize part of the stuff you may want to say later when it's time, when someone wants to speak in opposition or give comments. So if you could just keep it to a question. I understand you guys, everybody wants to speak, but we need to keep it to the questions. I know you sometimes need a sentence to explain your question, but we need to try to keep it directly on the questions, please.
Okay, understood. So then my last question is then, I would assume for the commission, is at what point will this conditional use permit be taken away if these things aren't put in place? All of these questions that we've had prior to this, who has the authority and responsibility to take the permit away if we don't talk to the fire department, if we don't do the things set aside in this? How does that work?
Sure, Adam.
My question.
So yeah, there's a process outlined in state law and also the local zoning ordinance whenever conditions of a conditional use permit are not complied with. So they would come back. It'd be a legal question, I guess, if they came back to the planning commission, or they probably go back before actually the Board of Adjustment. I'm not sure on that, but then we'd end up in court.
Okay, so it would be a court battle then to undo what we are being asked to do tonight. Okay, thank you.
If I may just make a point, the conditions are required prior to construction. So anything that we don't abide by prevents us from constructing it. So we don't have to unravel a project later because we haven't abided by a condition. We just simply can't start construction until the conditions are met.
2 hours is appropriate. Okay, I think now is a good time. We've been going for about 2 hours now. We're going to give a 10-minute break, let people kind of stand up and stretch, and we're going to reconvene at about between 7:10 and 7:15.
Conservation? No, we're not. Okay, if you're, I don't understand why you can't be at this stage, because this is a watershed problem. Shelt Lewis's house has been flooded twice because of rainwater runoff. There's a lot of water that comes off here, and I can't believe that y'all haven't been in contact with those offices yet. But anyway, my next question is how many solar panels will be on this proposed project?
If I may, can I defer that question until Ms. Lauren Brunsdale makes her presentation, because she's more on top of the details than I am.
No, sir, you're ahead of the project. I want you to answer that.
I can't answer that question.
You can't answer that, really?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea what country these panels are made from?
Typically, they're made in China.
Okay. And is your company, the main parent company, is it have any ties with China? Who owns your parent company?
So our company is, I'm not sure I understand the question. Our company is based in Virginia.
Based in Virginia, but who actually owns your company? Who is the owners of your company?
AES is the owners.
Okay. And are they American-based company?
Yes.
Okay. So the money generated that you all will be making will be coming back to the United States?
Yes.
Okay. Next question I have for you is, according to industrial standards, solar panels typically generate 24.5% electricity, and that's given on a 24-hour day, sunny day. In Kentucky, we have a lot of cloudy days here. So what is the actual percentage of efficiency that your panels will be producing?
So what do you mean by percentage of efficiency?
Okay, like it snowed, let's say on Sunday, and that was a cloudy day. So how much percent would your project be producing that day?
So it'll produce less, certainly when the snow covers the panels. It'll produce anything at night. It'll produce more on a sunny day. Over the course of a long period of time, the amount of sunlight that falls on any square foot on Earth is pretty well consistent. Not day to day, not week to week, but over a long period of time. And so the solar panels will, over the long haul, change that sunlight into a certain amount of electricity. That's what we sell to the power company, and that's how we price the power. So at the end of the day, we're taking free sunlight and turning it into electricity and selling it at market rates. That strikes me as efficient, but I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, I don't think anyone in this room would buy a vehicle if it only operated 24.5% of the time. So on a cloudy day, solar panels typically will not produce but about 8 to 10% electricity. Is that true?
Could be zero. So if I think I know where you're going with this, the power that we consume, there's a baseline amount of power that is produced 24 hours a day, typically nuclear, coal. Then there's a peak demand. That's most typically natural gas and now solar. So our production will fit in that peak demand above the baseline. And when we're producing less on a cloudy day, they'll fire up the natural gas peakers to cover the difference. When we're not, they won't. And that's the beauty of natural gas, is you can turn it on and off. You can't do the same with coal and nuclear. So there's a baseline that's always produced, and we don't always consume that, so there's some waste there too. But we fit into that peak. And when we're producing, we're not burning natural gas, and when we're not producing, we're burning more natural gas.
Okay. And my final two questions are, you referred to decommissioning a while ago. What decommissioning projects have you done with your company? What decommissioning products or decommissioning plan has Community Energy, Hardin Solar, or your company AES, what decommissioning projects have they done?
So no large-scale solar projects have been decommissioned because they're relatively new, and they're meant to run for a very long time. So at this point, other than probably some very small projects that I'm not privy to,
What is your longest running project? You said that they run for a very long time, so what's your longest running solar project that you all have going right now?
So, well, me personally, I developed the project in 2012 that went online in 2014, I think. That's now 8 years into its life, and we own that project. I'm sure there are older projects out there, but the planned and intended life, the engineered life, is 30 years. So there are not projects that have been around for 30 years that have yet been decommissioned.
So since those projects have not been around for 30 years, you can't truly say that these solar panels will last for 30 years because there hasn't, 8 years sounds like is about the most that.
Well, so no, solar panels of this technology, silicon-based solar panels, have been around since the 70s. So, and it's one of the reasons why we use these panels as opposed to the newer thin film panels, because the technology has been around. We know exactly how they're going to perform over a long period of time. 30 years from now, they'll still be producing 75% of what they did day one. They're just degraded over time. We know that because that same technology has existed since the 70s. So we have pretty good predictability on how the solar panel is going to behave. We have good predictability long-term on how much sun's going to fall. And so the only thing that's going to interrupt that is going to be, you know, occasional mechanical failures or natural disasters. But otherwise, solar farms have become kind of a boring, steady investment. We know what they're going to do, and they're just going to turn it out day after day over 30 years, and that's a pretty predictable thing at this point.
But not very efficient. My next question is, you referred to a while ago that there was decommissioning sites, the word that you could take these panels to in the event of a hailstorm or a storm or a catastrophe. Whereabouts are they located in Kentucky?
I'm not aware of any in Kentucky, and I'm not sure I know the exact locations. There are, I think it's about a handful of half a dozen businesses now recycling solar panels. I think there might be one in Ohio, but I don't hold me to that. I'm not aware of any in Kentucky. My point earlier was it's everybody's expectation that the recycling of solar panels will become a common thing by the time solar panels roll off of even earlier projects, not necessarily this project. Just like recycling of everything else all around us has become a common thing.
We just saw a tornado that ravaged Dawson Springs and Bowling Green and Mayfield, Kentucky. And let's say your project is up and running 6 months. Let's just say 2 years from now, and we have a major disaster come and it scatters these solar panels for hundreds of miles. Who would be responsible for cleaning that up?
So my understanding is that we carry liability insurance. We're liable for things that happen to our property. And a tornado is going to tear up the solar farm, just like it tears up houses and everything else. And it's going to spray it all over the place. The chances of that happening, hopefully, are not very large. But my understanding is that our insurance would make us liable for any directly related damage that we cause.
Okay, you referred to earlier that the landowners could have to bear part of that responsibility. Is that true?
No, what I said earlier was if we don't clean up, if we don't disassemble and remove the solar farm when we're done, I believe the landowners have the next legal obligation to do that. And for that reason, prior to entering into any lease, prior to construction, the lease we have with each landowner requires us to post this money to remove the solar farm. So you may care about it, the county may care about it, but the landowner cares about it way more than anybody else. And we cannot start construction until we've satisfied that obligation to the landowner.
Okay. My last question, I guess, will be for Mr. Hinton and I guess Mr. Adam King, but will Hardin County government be responsible for any type of cleanup in the event of an emergency?
I mean, I think that's probably a legal question. Obviously, we would be requiring a bond that would cover decommissioning, that would cover the reconstruction of the roads when they're inevitably damaged during the construction. So I think that'd probably be a great condition to add. in the event of a natural disaster, maybe we need a third bond.
Okay, so Hardin County government would be purchasing some sort of bonding insurance, correct?
No, we wouldn't, the developer would, and it would be in our favor in the
Okay.
event of said natural disaster.
What if, a lot of these companies go bankrupt. I've done a lot of research, and this company, he's done told you, has been sold probably a couple different times, and Hardin Solar is just a small LLC. Hardin Solar can file bankruptcy today, and you all probably could not be able to touch AES. So in the event that happens, would Hardin County government be responsible for any of the cleanup or any damages?
The bonds would be with the bank. So if you're developing a subdivision and you post a surety bond for the development of that subdivision, you're a party to the agreement, but the bank's on the line. And so, yeah.
Right now, they do not have a bonding agreement with anyone, though.
Right, that would be a condition of this approval, yes.
Okay? And with Hardin County landfill, are they capable of handling any type of solar panels? Let's just say they get damaged. These solar panels in let's just say that Mayfield had thousands of acres of solar panels, and they were scattered all across several different counties. There's really no way of picking up each fragment of those. With Hardin County landfill at Pearl Hollow, would they be equipped to handle solar panels, let's say, if an emergency happened?
From what I've been told, the landfill can accept the solar panels. The landfill doesn't have the capability right now to recycle solar panels. But I've been told the landfill could take the panels.
Okay, and would that fall on the taxpayer's cost, or who would actually pay for that? Or would that go back to the bonding insurance deal?
Yeah, go back to the bonding, that we come up with a condition in the event of a natural disaster, you know, maybe there needs to be a third bond.
Okay, that's all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? He's going to be working on the mic while you speak, so don't panic. You're fine. Come on, you go ahead and give me your name.
Tamara Taylor, Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Sir, you spoke to these panels are typically made in China. Could you elaborate on the labor force that's used to make these panels?
So until recently, I think the labor force there was, well, let me back up. Still, I think there's forced labor used to create solar panels in China. The Biden administration passed a rule early on banning solar panels that come from forced labor camps. And so the panels that are coming out of China now have to have a trackable certification that they were not produced in forced labor camps. So if that's the nature of your question, that's an issue, and it's being addressed kind of by the industry and government.
Can I ask why you use the terminology forced labor as opposed to slave labor, which is really what it is?
Well, I think I get your point that any labor in China is not what you would want. The difference here is there are specific communities that are slave or forced labor as opposed to the normal Chinese workers that have been identified and targeted for a ban, or it's not just a tariff, it's a ban by the federal government. So if I forced slave, I'm talking about a specific community apart from the general Chinese populace that has been, apparently been used to produce solar panels. Not all the my understanding is not all the solar panels were produced this way, but where they are, our federal government has cracked down on that, and they're not allowing those panels into the country anymore.
And I just really want to make a point that in all of the public meetings with solar companies, you have a habit of using the word forced labor, and there's no way to make that word pretty. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Yes, sir.
John Eves,
City, Kentucky. What my concern is, my last meeting I went, the guy brought up the degree temperature on the solar panel was only 2 degrees Celsius, but really, that's really 35 degrees Fahrenheit. So you put all these big acres of panels together, what kind of heat range we're getting? I mean, you know, we got one, what's really bad is, you got one company comes in, now we got everybody in the hillside trying to grab up acreage to make solar panels. So you putting all this together, what's going to happen to the area? That's what I'm kind of concerned. And the second is the water. Like you said, the water. Because you're going to have, it's like a building. You put a top on it, no water's in the building. You're going to have runoff, like we were saying, but y'all going to have a lot of water. Because I live right down there by a creek, and right now it gets pretty good full. And what's going to happen when it comes in the flood? And all that water coming off, but it's going to come off flying. So, one of them said it's going to be 16 foot high, and y'all's going to be rotating in it. I heard something about rotating panels. They're supposed to be a fixed panel. So that's what I was worried about, the water. And I got a ditch down by the road. Are they going to pay to put a bridge in that on South Black Ranch Road? Because it ain't got about a 10-foot pipe there, wide, probably about, I guess, 10 foot tall or 8 foot tall. And it holds a lot of water back. And I know, because I've been there 47 years, I know that. And another thing I got is the sound. I live in a basement home. What kind of sound effect can I'm going to get out? Because right now I got power lines right beside me. I got a big overhead transmission line. They got a buzz and sound and everything. You can hear it. You can hear it. And it used to be you get out there and the car gets shocked. You put your car underneath, you get out there and get zapped. So that's another thing I was worried about, the sound. I just didn't want to hear, when I go to go to the house during the day and hear a homing sound. But I thought about getting it checked before all this started coming in, and get it checked to see what my sound level is in my house now, before all this comes in, and what kind of, but I can hear all
Sir, please try to limit it to a question. I know this goes along with your question, but try to limit it, please, to the question. I understand.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So heat. There's been a study done of solar panels and the heat they emanate, right? I had a landowner in South Carolina who was concerned about that. He's about 1,000 feet from the solar field. In a very short distance above the solar panels, there is a recognizable change in the heat. If you touch them, the hottest they get is like a car hood in the summer, right? So it's not going to burn you, but it's not going to be too pleasant, yeah. But it very quickly dissipates upwards and very quickly dissipates outwards to where, and I don't remember exactly, but I think there's no measurable heat at a distance of 900 feet, and between there and the solar panels themselves, it's something like 2 degrees centigrade. So it's a tiny. So that's what the study says. On the water, again, we'll have professional Kentucky engineers do a study of the stormwater runoff. And I would assume, we would expect that as professionals, they're going to determine that here's how we got to manage the water so it doesn't turn your 3 or 4 feet of water into 16 feet of water. And that's the obligation of us legally, and it's the expectation of the professional engineer to figure that out. And so they'll tell us what we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen. But it's a process. With every project, you go through this, and the engineers tell you, here's how it's going to work, and here's what you got to do, and we'll do what we have to do. You mentioned a culvert. Typically, where we are crossing streams, if there exists a culvert, we can upgrade it, or we do upgrade it. I don't know if we'll cross that particular culvert. But if the engineers are doing their job on the stormwater design, it shouldn't change the flood water that's on your property. It'll do what it's been doing, no more or less, no more or no less, if they've done their job that we're hiring them to do. Lastly, on sound, so the pieces of equipment in a solar farm that make sound are the cooling fans on the inverter. The inverter is a piece of equipment that changes the electricity from DC to AC. And the fan, when you're standing next to it, sounds kind of like a window air conditioner. So we have, on our own, no requirement, positioned that equipment as far internal to the site as we can, and we've done an acoustic analysis that tells us that that noise, by the time it reaches the periphery of the solar farm, will be at or below ambient noise levels, meaning you won't hear it. It'll make that noise mostly during the day, when the rest of the world is noisy too. It's not running at night, so, you know, noise carries better at night, but we won't be making that noise at night. So, so that's the main thing we're concerned about when we design it, is what's that cooling fan noise gonna sound like at the periphery, and how can we position them so that it sounds like nothing by the time it gets there. There will be a substation involved here. I can't tell you it will or will not buzz. I can tell you it's thousands of feet from the nearest residence. I don't know where it is, but they're not designed to buzz. So I don't think we will be introducing any new noise nuisances to the area. And we've tried hard to think through our design to make sure that we don't.
Because I hear trains way before it hits Stevensburg, and I hear WK Parkway semis going down through there. You hear a boom, boom, you hear a boom, boom. And you can hear Fort Knox, you know, what he said. There's another thing I was going to think. You said you're going to set up transmission line. Now, are you going to be setting these transmission line on the ones that are existing now, or are you going to go get somebody else's property that don't want them poles there? Now, what's happen on that?
Our feeders, connectors of different sections will go across the same properties that we're leasing for the solar farm. And they'll be, again, akin to the normal wood pole with 3 lines on the top that you see everywhere. So they won't buzz, they won't be any more dangerous than any other power line. If you crawl up there and grab it, that would be a good idea. But it's the same, also the same basic voltage that you have on the street. It's not something entirely bigger or different.
So you're going to guarantee that they'll never hit nobody's property don't want it?
No, we can't legally do that. We can't put it on a property that we don't have an agreement with.
A lot of electric companies, they got a little more power. They can do what they want to do.
I'm not the electric
company. Come up and say, hey, we got to run. I've got one on me now. I don't need no more.
Yeah. We're a private power producer. We don't have the ability to force our power lines on you or anybody else.
That's what I want to hear. And a lot of people here got farming, you know, you lose 150 feet of property. Yeah. And you got, when the smaller lines are a little less, but I got 150 feet, you can't do nothing under it. Yeah. And you have a tree to come out there and cut it down, so that's pretty well about it, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, yes, sir.
I've got one question real quick.
Give me your name, please.
My name is Larry Hicks. I'm at 5636 Hardinsburg Road in Cecilia, Kentucky. I live next door to a farmer that drove a bunch of fence posts this summer, and it just about drove me crazy, driving them fence posts, the sound. How many of these machines is going to be driving these steel beams at one time?
Well, it might be multiple, and I will tell you it'll be annoying when it is going in. And so one of the conditions in the permit here is that we restrict the hours and we do our best to muffle that noise using a couple of different methods that are common these days. But for a period of time, when those posts are getting pounded in, the closest people are it's going to be annoying.
So the ones that are against this are going to have to put up with all this noise for the people that are for it. I don't think it's fair.
Your name, please.
Oh, Jennifer Wilmeth.
Okay, thank you.
1100 Wilmeth Lane, Cecilia.
Thank you.
And we're kind of in the middle of it too. So the water runoff, which you say there's grasses and stuff, there's going to be a lot of compaction from running machine, like, you know, checking the power plant, whatever, mirrors pretty much. But there's going to be a lot of compaction back and forth. So whenever the rain does come down, and I know that you say there's not going to be all this runoff, but there is simple fact that there's going to be compaction. And then if there wasn't going to be runoff, you wouldn't have berms. You wouldn't have to have water retention. So my question is, whenever this does get out of control, the water, because we are in low water already, we already have mild flooding in front of our homes. starter homes, in our fields, in my high tunnels. Once it gets so bad, much worse, who's going to be responsible for making sure that those problems that now we're experiencing from your solar panels are going to get fixed? Who's going to take care of it?
Well, responsible is the first question, and I think fairly, if something we're doing has a direct impact on your property, then we should be responsible for that, and there's methods for pursuing that. If we do our job ahead of time and design it properly, we shouldn't be negatively impacting you. But we accept the responsibility to do it right, and we accept the possibility that if something goes wrong, we're responsible for fixing it. And again, in the conditions, we have a process of neighbor complaints and resolution and reporting to the county. So if we don't make you happy, that's when they do have the authority to withdraw our permit and shut us down. So the obligation on us and our self-interest really is design it right at the front end so you're not coming and telling me I'm flooding your yard. And that's possible to do. Otherwise, we wouldn't try to do this.
So I have an agritourism business. It's very small. It's just got started. The economic impact on me and my family will be quite severe. The migration of the birds, that'll be detrimental to our duck leases, because we have duck leases. People out of state come in and hunt our ducks, and they pay us to hunt them. But that will probably, after, because the panels may make a big difference in migration, which I don't think you've talked about that yet, but you might.
Ma'am, please try to phrase it as a question.
Okay, so the economic impact on our farm and our family, because we have people come from out of state to visit our agritourism business, which is a pumpkin patch. I just bought $15,000 worth of apple trees and peaches. How is that going to affect us whenever all the solar is being put in and people are not going to want to come to my farm now to buy my products, my market, my delivery service? I do a day camp. How are you going to, reimburse people that you've hurt financially through your solar panels?
So I don't accept that we're going to be hurting you financially. And as a separate matter, I don't think we're adjacent to your property, if I'm remembering your property correctly.
All these solar panels are all over.
Well,
Olga
is not.
Yes, he joins us.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we have 800 acres. Yes, you would join us.
Okay. So I don't see why we would necessarily hurt your business. In my experience, actually, people are very interested in solar farms when they come to see solar farms. We've set up information centers at prior solar farms that people come to and bring their children and show. So I don't know that we're going to adversely affect your business in any way. If that were to happen and we have a complaint and resolution process, we'd be happy to figure out.
Would y'all have a bond set up for people that you hurt, both their water supplies, their farms from flooding, their businesses that you've hurt?
Again, I don't accept that we're going to hurt your water supply, your flooding, or your businesses. I think if we design the project properly, which we intend to do, and many of what you've described are requirements prior to construction, it should not adversely affect your property.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, sir. I didn't see other hands, so I think you're good. All right.
I have one question.
Yes, sir. Your name, please?
Norm Wilmot, 1100 Wilmot Lane, Cecilia.
Okay.
Are you proud of yourself, sir?
I am.
For coming in, dividing communities, dividing families, lifelong friendships. You're proud of yourself.
I don't...
Let's give him a hand that says he's proud of himself.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Okay.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Lauren Brunsdale. My address is 14274 West Exposition Drive, Lakewood, Colorado. I'm the lead developer for the Hardin Solar Project. What?
They can't hear you, can you?
Okay, one second. All right, I'm the lead developer for the Hardin Solar Project, and I'm looking forward to speaking about this project in detail for you tonight. Before I get started, I'd like to submit to the record 2 letters of reference from the McCracken County Planning and Zoning Administrator, and then from the Chairman of the Meade County Planning Commission. And I'm sorry, we only have 1 copy.
All right, so CC, we're gonna make McCracken County and DD,
Meade County.
DD, Washington.
So I know we've heard a lot about solar tonight already, but I am going to step us through the components of our Hardin Solar project, and then the specific due diligence studies that we've conducted and the results. Then I'm going to go through the project layout and the community-focused design that we have used in designing that layout. I'll then step through the project benefits and then the project design standards. So, solar panels, as you have heard, are the main component of a solar project. They are a well-proven technology. Tens of thousands of projects across the U.S. are successfully online and providing electricity to over 18.6 million American homes. A solar panel works very similarly to a leaf. You know, when it's harvesting energy rather than converting that energy into a glucose molecule, it's converting it into an electron. They are a touch-safe technology, as you can see here with one of our landowners at a Colorado project touching a panel. And they have a very long useful life and a long warranty. There are 2 different types of panels that are frequently talked about. For the Hardin Solar project, we have committed to using the crystalline silicon bifacial photovoltaic panels. That means that, you know, it's a steady state panel. There are no liquids, no gases inside of it. The components, the main materials of the panel are glass, aluminum, and silicon. And we have heard the community concerns about thin film panels, which do contain an array of different chemicals that are alarming to the community, and we are committed to not using those. As part of the application, we have included specification sheets from manufacturers. We have included a health and safety report from North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center. We have also included letters from manufacturers affirming that chemical coatings are not used on these panels. We have technical experts with us here tonight to answer any in-depth questions that you may have. And I would also like to submit to the record the Solar Industry Forced Labor Prevention Pledge. So this is a pledge that has been signed on by numerous companies within the industry that takes seriously the concerns that were mentioned earlier today. And I have a copy for each of you.
So this will be Exhibit
I don't have a copy, but my question would be, is their company signed on to that?
Yes.
Which one?
Both AES Clean Energy and Community Energy.
Okay, there'll be time for that. Let's go on.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, next we're going to talk about what these panels sit in. So, as Chris talked about as well, a solar project is a temporary use of land. It's equipment sitting in a field. And the way that it's installed is you drive the post into the ground. There are no concrete footings on these posts. That's important to note. And then you secure the racking to the post and the panels to the racking. Between rows, there's about 25 to 30 feet between rows, and between posts, there's 15 to 20 feet, depending on the natural topography. The type of racking that we'll be using at this project is called, it's called single-axis racking, which means that it tracks the sun throughout the day, much like a young sunflower. The panels will be most tilted in the early morning and night, and they have a height profile of corn when they're at that highest point. At night, they put themselves to bed and they rest flat. The other, let's see. Okay, the other item I wanted to mention in relation to racking is it does allow you to follow the natural topography of the land. And something that's very important to us and our landowners is that preservation of topsoil. And so working on our civil plans with the county, we always work hard to minimize grading. At this site, we have set a maximum grading potential of the site to 20%. And in the event that any grading must occur, that topsoil will be preserved, respread, and stabilized because we want to grow that robust ground cover underneath the panels, and to do that, you need healthy topsoil. Next, I'll talk briefly about the inverters and transformers. Now, those are what collect the energy and convert it from DC to AC power. As Chris mentioned, the inverters do have a fan, which does create noise. Now, we have done an acoustic study, which I will review later, that measures the output from those inverters and then the relative position of how we place them within the array. We place those an additional distance away from any home so that when you're at the exterior of the facility, the noise is equal to or less than ambient noise. One other thing I wanted to note, and it may be a correction to my colleague, but all of the gen-tie lines that will run throughout this project will be buried underground. The only overhead line is at the substation for a less than 200-foot stretch to tie onto the line. Everything else will be buried underground, and you'll also see a recommendation of that in the conditions that Adam has prepared. Here is an example of a substation, which you saw earlier. This substation, common to ones that you've seen around the area, with one exception, it will have vegetative screening. Other substations in the area do not require that. We have prepared a robust vegetation plan to screen that as well. And then the last and really critical component of a solar project is the ground cover. This matters most to us and our landowners and also the larger community. And so the seed mix that we've been working on, it's a combination of both fescues, clover, and then also low-grow native species, because it's with the native grasses that you get that really robust, deep root system, and you can build the soil over the life of the project. We've discussed this seed mix with our landowners, adjacent farmers, the Hardin County Farm Bureau, and a local native seed supplier that you'll hear from later. I also want to point out that we are planning pollinator zones, and I'll go through that in a little bit more depth in a minute, but the pollinator zones are not specifically located within the array because you need taller flowers and taller grasses, and the vegetation within the array needs to be maintained below 2 feet. So you do mow that during the season as needed. The next item I want to talk about is decommissioning. I know this is very important to the community, very important to our landowners, and to the county. Solar is a temporary use, although it is 30 years, which I realize can be the rest of the lives for the older generation in the room, but it is a temporary use of the land, and because of that, we put together a decommissioning plan and a decommissioning bond before we even break ground on the project. And the language that protects our landowners has been provided as an exhibit in the application. We have shared a draft decommissioning plan with the county and begun that review process. And, all of the protections it's important that the protections are in place before the project even begins, because that's the intent of the project. It is a temporary use of the land. I would also like to submit to the record that the Hardin County Farm Bureau County Resolutions of 2021, in these resolutions, the Hardin County Farm Bureau asked to review the bonds have the bonds be reviewed every 3 years by an outside firm. Typically, we do every 5 years, but as this has been asked, we have revised that, and we will be doing that every 3 years. So. And so it's land use number 6.
Did you get a copy?
Where's my... Okay, next I'm going to step through all of the comprehensive studies that we...
I do want to make a point here. I do want to let everybody know that I am active with Hardin County Farm Bureau, but I do want it to be noted that any time that she came in or anybody come in to talk solar, I recused myself from that meeting. So I was not part of any of that meetings. So I just wanted that to go on record that I did recuse myself from any information that was attained or that was given by these groups.
Thank you.
Okay, so going to step through the comprehensive studies we have completed. The reason why you do due diligence studies in a project is so that you can understand if there's any sensitive resources at a site that need to be protected, and you can design the project accordingly. We worked with 13 different firms, and 60% of the companies we worked with through the study process were Kentucky-based. Because, as I'll mention later, you know, local engagement and supporting local businesses is very important to us. So for the record, I will be submitting the results of the conclusions of these environmental studies into the record. Sorry, I want to stay close to this mic. Okay, so we completed a delineation of any wetlands and streams, which means that we identified any streams and wetlands on site, reviewed that with the Army Corps of Engineers, and the proposed project avoids any impacts to those aquatic features and also provides a vegetative buffer to them. We did a search for any hazardous materials. That study is called a Phase 1 ESA, and no hazardous materials were found on site. We did an assessment of the cultural resources through a cultural historic overview study, archaeological records review and site reconnaissance, and an archaeological field investigation. A previously recorded site was identified, and so the project footprint was adjusted to avoid encroachment on that site. We did an identification of any threatened and endangered wildlife species. 3 bat species were identified. Thus, a follow-up bat survey was conducted. No tree roosting bat species were identified through that study, and thus no impacts are expected. We also, as hearing concern in the community, did a sandhill crane assessment analysis as well. And that study found that the project will have no significant impact on the sandhill crane population. We did an assessment of karst features and geotechnical conditions. We do understand the sensitivity in this community to karst features, otherwise known as sinkholes. If you don't know what a karst feature is, and any karst features on site were identified, delineated, and a setback was provided to them. So there will be a vegetative buffer around any karst feature. We also did an assessment of local floodplains and hydrology. The study concludes that the project will not increase net runoff from the project site. Again, this is because of the establishment of continuous grass cover underneath the project to mitigate runoff, and it may reduce aggregate runoff, dust, and sediment loss from the site as compared to its current use. We have also prepared the preliminary drainage and SWIP plans, which have been preliminarily reviewed by the county engineer. And any stormwater controls or additional controls that need to be put in place for the construction process are included in those plans. I have also met with the head of Water District 2 to see if they had any questions or concerns. They did not. Next, here we go. We did an assessment of interconnection. There is available capacity on the grid for this project. We did an acoustical analysis. It did identify temporary minor sound impacts during construction, which have been noted, but minimal to negligible impacts during operation. We completed a glare analysis, and no adverse effect from glare was found. The project has already received approval certifying that there is no glare risk from the FAA and the Kentucky Airport Zoning Commission. We completed a traffic and rail study, which concluded that there will be no adverse effects on traffic, and that study will be used to inform our traffic and rail plan for the construction phase. We also completed an economic impact study. The net economic benefit of the project, there is a net economic benefit of the project to Hardin County in the state of Kentucky. We also completed a property value study that concluded that due to the enhanced setbacks of the project and the vegetative screening, there will be no impact to the value of adjoining or abutting properties. Lastly, we completed a visual impact assessment, and that assessment was used to inform our landscaping plan, understanding that the visual scenery of this county is really important, and you have to take the time to understand that and address any concerns. All right, one moment. Okay. So next, I want to take us through the project in depth. So the way we go about development is through community-focused design. And so we have reached out to the community in various ways, both through outreach mailers initially to let folks know that we were working on a project, then an in-person public meeting, in-person office hours, a virtual public meeting, a public website where updates have been posted to, and then in-person meetings with neighbors and community members. I've personally met with over 20 neighbors. This is our layout, and I'll step through this layout in different sections. But I want to use this image to frame the project. So this is an 85 megawatt solar project. It is located along North and South Long Grove Road. The proposed project footprint encompasses approximately 650 acres. Now, you have heard a larger number tonight because there is dual use taking place on these parcels, and we didn't move just a section of the parcel into ag, we moved the entire parcel itself. But the project footprint is smaller. This project footprint represents 0.1% of the total acres in Hardin County and 0.3% of the farmland. 6 different farming families are participating in this project through voluntary long-term lease and easement agreements. I know Adam read these numbers earlier, but I'd like to reiterate, we are observing enhanced setbacks here. So a 500-foot minimum distance to arrays, that's about 2 football fields, 800-foot minimum distance to inverters, and then we have an enhanced landscaping design plan. So that's over 1,800 evergreen trees, 120 deciduous flowering trees, 596 shrubs, and 60 acres of pollinator fields. We will be preserving the existing tree lines along roadways and project boundaries. It's also a low-profile design that's important as you move through the project and the topography. It's also positioned in dispersed clusters, so it's never on both sides of the road, and often it's off of the road frontage entirely. So with this community-focused design, one other element we do at our projects is we use an agricultural style fence rather than a chain link fence. A lot of times that comes down to the preference of the community and what the planning commission or governing body wants to see. But we do intend to use an agricultural style fence here, and what I mean by that is a wooden post and woven wire. We have also, the standard is an evergreen mix for our landscaping screening, but we understand that not everyone's preference is for evergreens, and so we have expanded the species variety in our planting plans. I mentioned diversification and dual use earlier, and so I want to step through the project area and show you how the land is intended to be used. We will have, within the parcels that are proposed for rezoning tonight, there will be continued crop cultivation, there will be continued livestock grazing, and there will be these pollinator zones focused throughout. We also have a wonderful new neighbor who has a beehive, and one of our landowners has agreed to host a beehive for us in the north. So we'll have 2 active beehives within the project area that will have overlapping ranges. So these two maps show us the southern end of the project. So as you're crossing up from the WK Parkway and going north along South Long Grove Road is the image on the left. And so that front green section is going to stay in active crop rotation. So as you drive that road in the summertime and you look to your right, it will look the same in crop. And then in the wintertime, you'll have a double row of evergreen that will shield the project. We moved an entrance from the southern side up north so that entrance will continue to be used as the farm entrance for that project. We have moved 3 different tree lines in this area and also worked with numerous neighbors to do enhanced plantings, not only on the project side, but on their personal property side, if that's what was most meaningful to them. We have also planned a pollinator zone through the central region of this parcel. If you're familiar with it, if there is a lot of rain, the central region of this parcel does see water, and so we will be staying out of that. And it's about 30 acres that will be planted in a pollinator zone. The second picture on the right is on the northern side of South Long Grove, where it bends and hooks back east. And again, we have enhanced plantings. Some of these are still pending as we're still working with neighbors to accommodate their preferences. Up north, we also have a monarch way station planned because one of our neighbors mentioned, hey, I've seen a lot of monarchs, saw a lot of monarchs out here last summer. What can you all do to enhance the habitat for them? So that's where we located the monarch way station. As we move to the central area of the project, so on the left-hand side, there's the field where you have 62 and 1375 meet at that corner. That field, the majority of that field will stay in active crop rotation with only a small section of it that will be used for the panels in the substation. We also moved an entrance off of 62 because 62 is very fast and not a safe entry point for anyone's home. So we moved that entrance up to North Long Grove for a safer entrance point, as informed by our landowner. We are keeping the lighter shade of green. That land will stay in livestock grazing as it is now. And then again, enhanced plantings are planned throughout. On the right-hand side, we have more pollinator zones. And again, the land that is most adjacent to the street will remain in crop rotation. So up on the screen are a couple of the different specific landscaping plans we have worked with neighbors on. I wanted to show this slide because it shows how we've customized landscaping to meet people's individual needs and also the way that their house sits and their land lies. So this visual rendering, I think it's important to take a moment and understand what a project looks like at ground level. You see a lot of pictures of solar panels from drones, and we don't live at 1,000 feet. So at ground level, with the planned vegetative screening, they'll be minimally visible throughout as you drive up and down North and South Long Grove Road. So this visual rendering is at year 5. So past that, once you get into a more robust stage of development of these trees, you really can't see much at all from this point. This next one is as you go up South Long Grove and before you do that snaking turn, where there's kind of 2 swivels, and looking out into the field. The foreground of this field will stay in active crop rotation, and the background is where the project is positioned. This view is up along North Long Grove Road, just south of Hansborough and just north of South Black Branch. And here we took 2 different approaches. To completely block the view from the roadway, the vegetative screening would be most beneficial up next to the road. But for the residents across the street that sits at a slightly different angle, well, they have a different view shed. So we took pictures off of their front porch, worked with our landscape architect, and decided to push the tree line back to screen the back and then position a pollinator field in the front. I would also like to submit to the record 2 additional letters of support from our neighbors. And so we have received 3 different letters of support from our neighbors. I believe you already have one printed. Okay, and may I read these into the record for the audio record? Okay. So the first letter is from Geraldine and Raleigh Bostick. Actually, I'll pass it out first.
All right, so that's going to be GG, letter of support from Bostick.
Yep, that's fine. Or just give it to me and I'll pass it.
All right, so page 8 is going to be letter Mary Grant.
Okay. So, this is the letter from the Bosticks. We have lived at our dream home for 15 years. When we looked at the lot all those years ago, we loved the view from the top of the hill. That was not the only reason we bought out our 5-acre lot. We knew while we loved the view, we did not own the view. Someone else's labor, time, and money was going into our view. The new solar farm Community Energy is bringing was at first scary and troubling. What would happen to our view? After reading about the cost of farming and knowing firsthand the labor, cost, and worry of a crop, we can understand why farmers are seeing solar farming as a way to survive. We support landowners' rights and also feel the solar that will be the view from our front porch is something we will get used to. Our privacy is not threatened, traffic is not increased, the noise level will not change, and we can be proud of the clean energy produced just across the street. We are over 60 years in age, and a 30-year lease is for the rest of our lives. We choose to embrace the change and live these 30 years at peace with our neighbors and not in court. The next letter is from the Burbas. Dear Mr. King, we are currently building a home at 1025 South Long Grove Road here in Hardin County. We bought this 8 acres last spring, and at the time we were not aware of any plans for a solar facility being built across the road from us. When we first learned of Community Energy's planned solar field, our first reaction was a negative one. We have always loved this area because of its rural nature and beautiful agricultural scenery. We envisioned sitting on our front porch enjoying the beautiful view of the farmland in front of us. Our feelings changed after we met several times with Lauren Brunsdale, the project coordinator. What at first seemed to be something that was going to ruin the farmland in the area, we now realize is actually going to conserve it for future generations. It is also evident that Community Solar is interested in environmental conservation and being the best neighbor possible. We realize that landowners have the right to make money off their property, and sometimes this is done through subdividing, which takes productive farmland away forever. To summarize my point, we support Community Energy because they not only care about the environment, but they also care about the people around it and who it's going to affect. In closing, we urge you to approve the request for a zoning change and conditional use permit. And the last letter. My name is Mary Grant. I'm looking forward to having this Hardin Solar project completed in our area. Since having all other forms of electricity, wood, coal, gas, and now electric, we prefer clean electric. Looking forward to the solar system to come to our area. I think it would be beneficial to have clean energy source for the future families in the community. Please approve the conditional use permit for the solar project. Okay. None have spaces. Okay. Next, I want to step through the community benefits of the project. So over the life of the project, during the construction of the project, approximately 200 jobs will be created during the construction cycle. And it's important to note that community energy, we value a diverse and local workforce, as demonstrated by the work we've already done in trying to use in-state scientists. Through the construction process, there are many different opportunities for local contractors, such as seed suppliers, local fencers, any civil or earthwork, also electrical work. And we have met with ECTC to start looking at those workforce development opportunities. One thing that is important when you're working on a solar project in a community that has not had solar projects yet is you have to invest the time in building that local workforce and educating people about how to have the opportunity to benefit from the project. And if you don't take that extra step, then the benefit does not come back and it isn't local. We have experience of this because we have developed the first major solar project in over 6 states. So we have set the precedent of being first and doing a phenomenal job of reaching out in the local community and making sure those opportunities come back. We have completed an economic impact study, as mentioned previously, and that study notes that it's estimated a $7.4 to $8.2 million economic impact during the construction phase. Over the life of the project will pay full taxes as specified by the county and state tax code. We will not be seeking a pilot. What that means is about $300,000 to $400,000 in year 1 of taxes, and about half of that is allocated to Hardin County. Over the lifetime of the project, solar projects do not need a lot of employees. There's 2 to 3 full-time operations and maintenance jobs. And over the life of the project, there's additional output to the community in terms of revenues flowing back. And one other thing to note, and it was touched on earlier, is that there are a lot of businesses looking to have access to clean energy. It's businesses that are very familiar here, and they're looking to invest in Hardin County, and they want to partner with local renewable energy projects. This is a best-in-class project that gives you an opportunity to bring the best of the best forward and provide clean energy to the employers of today and the future. Okay, and the last slide I want to touch on here are the project design standards. So one thing that's really important to us is to meet and exceed expectations and standards. And I know there have been questions in the crowd about, okay, you say these things, you lay out the project, what holds you accountable to that? That's what a conditional use permit is. So it lays out the standards and conditions that we will meet in order to build and successfully operate the project. And so as we step through Adam's 31 conditions, a few items I wanted to make note of is, one, in the ways that we exceed the expectations. So the setbacks that were initially looked at in this county were around 300. We are doing 500-foot setbacks from all residences. We have an enhanced landscaping plan. We have addressed concerns in the community around decommissioning by shortening that re-up period of the bond and the estimate. So we've gone from 5 years down to 3 years. I need glasses and I can't read the ending. So I'm going to move a little closer and I will talk loudly if that's okay. This is really proving the point that I need glasses. All right. The other ones I wanted to note is the glare study. The condition as it's written is if there are issues, then you do a study. We did the study first to inform our landscaping plan and our design, how it's arranged. We've also proposed construction, neighbor zones through construction to make sure that our neighbors are informed and that we have limited hours so that pile driving is not annoying during hours that it shouldn't be. We also have gone above and beyond in all environmental protection measures with enhanced setbacks. And then again, the last condition that was added was in relation to only using Tier 1 panels. We've gone above and beyond in that of, yes, committing to Tier 1 panels, but also committing to only use monocrystalline silicon panels and not the thin film panels. And with that, we open the floor to questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the commission have any questions for?
Lauren, let's go ahead, your PowerPoint, let's make that exhibit I, and you can just give us a paper copy, and a copy tomorrow. It's just a summary as exhibit.
Right.
So we'll make the community energy PowerPoint I.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Let me rotate out.
Sure. Yeah, if you can stand as closely as you can to that mic, that would be great.
Ooh, I'm so sorry. There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's April Hilsey. I live at 708 Foxfire Road, but I have been a lifelong, pretty much 35 years, I've lived in Cecilia. My family's from there. Some of the concerns I have is you say, oh, we're going to plant 5-foot evergreen trees. I'm 5 foot, okay? It takes a long time for trees to grow, to cover this mess that's going to be planted in our community. What's going to happen who's responsible when those trees die? Who's going to maintain them?
Yeah, great question. So the planting height of 5 feet is, we want this tree line to establish and be a healthy tree line. And so when you're bringing in that many trees, 5 feet is the largest container size that you can establish a healthy tree line. In terms of, in the event that a tree dies, it is one of the conditions proposed here tonight that it is our responsibility to go and replant that tree line.
Okay, but who reports that? Like, who is there someone there that's going to be saying, oh, look, the tree's dead, we need to plant it? Who's gonna
Yeah,
do
so
that?
correct me if I'm wrong, or you can go ahead, Adam.
Okay, so yeah, on any conditional use permit, the planning commission staff is required by KRS 100 to review every conditional use permit on an annual basis. However, again, this is the 4th largest county in Kentucky, and I've got a small staff of 9 or 10. So we're complaint driven. You all are the eyes and ears out in the field every day.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be up to neighbors to notify us, and then we notify the developer.
And then the next question, I haven't heard really too much put on it, is that, I forget your name, Mr. Killenberg. You said earlier that your panels are made of plastic coatings, lead, copper, and aluminum, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in Kentucky, we have more rainfall than Washington State. We have a lot of thunderstorms, we have hailstorms, we have tornadoes, even in January. Okay? We have them in February, all year round. It's tornado season here. So my problem with this solar farm is it's not, oh, well, you know, if it happens. It's going to happen. Those panels are going to get destroyed.
Ma'am, will you try to phrase
Yes.
it in a question, please?
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm
You're
sorry.
okay.
So what's going to happen when these aluminum gets in our waterways, because it's been known to destroy our fish and wildlife? What's going to happen when the plastics that are in your panels are being ate up by our wildlife and our birds because it's been scattered all across the county?
Right, so I want to go through 2 pieces of this. So first, solar panels are fully sealed, and they have to pass a leaching protection test. So
So that tornado's not going to destroy that?
Tornado destroys everything,
Okay.
right? And so.
That's all I have, that's all you gotta know.
Okay, and I will add to that, a project, I mean, this is millions of dollars of equipment, and the project has robust insurance to cover that. And I mean, we have experienced a tornado go through a project, and then that cleanup process and that insurance process, so. And then I also would like to note that we do have a solar technology expert here with us today, so if there are any additional questions about what is in a solar panel, I'll be happy to call him up. But
What's his name? I have a question for him already.
his name is Steve, right here. Is that okay for him to come?
Yes, if he comes
Okay.
forward, gives you his name, and this is part of,
I have several questions for Lauren, because she,
Okay. We'll wait.
okay. Ask your
We'll go
question,
David Miller.
right, ask your questions, and we'll bring him in, and that will be counted as part of our time.
You covered a wide range here, so I have a bunch of questions, but I'm gonna try to make them as briefly as possible. Let's start with the last thing that you were talking about, the benefits of the community over the term of the project. Now, you're talking about the benefits for 30 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how much is that per year?
Of annual benefit?
Yeah, annual.
I don't have that off the top of my head,
Okay.
but I.
And you also talk about all the employees that you're gonna hire locally for the construction, but how many do you have working after the construction?
Right, so that was addressed. For the operation of a project, it's about 2 to 3 employees.
2 or 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how long does the construction take?
So this construction is anticipated at about 7 months. We have put a range of 9 to 12 months. We are anticipating a little bit faster construction than that at this time. So it's a short construction period.
You mentioned the companies that are requesting and preferring green energy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And one of those was Amazon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's a new plant, are you aware of the new plant that just opened in Monroe County, Ohio, that uses natural gas and hydrogen, and their plant is considered green energy, and Amazon has agreed to buy their electricity, and they built this on 2 acres of an abandoned smeltering plant, and they didn't destroy any farmland.
Well,
and it had enough electricity for 464,000 households, and this is green energy. No, okay, are you aware of that?
so I'm not aware of that project. It sounds like a very interesting project, but I would disagree with you on the fact that solar projects destroy farmland. I do not agree with that point. And I would also like to note.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Doesn't destroy farmland.
Yeah, that solar farms do not destroy farmland. And I would also like to note that that solar is very compatible with natural gas. So,
But natural gas is considered a fossil fuel, is that correct?
That's correct, but the grid of the future is a diversified grid. And so, Kentucky's not going to go to 100% renewables tomorrow. It's a diversified grid. And
Okay.
so solar is just one piece of that
Okay.
moving forward.
You showed some pictures of cattle grazing. Are the cattle grazing, and I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Is cattle grazing around the solar panels?
So there's planned continued livestock grazing exterior of the panels. You can't graze cattle inside the panels because they like to rub on everything.
Right.
So that would hurt raccoons.
So that picture's a little deceiving.
Well, there's no solar panels behind those
But
cattle.
it was on the photograph with the solar panels.
That's because part of the field is going to stay in livestock grazing. You can graze sheep, and I know in Adam's presentation he showed a picture of our mowing team down at the Mount Olive project, but cattle rub on everything. You'd have to raise the panels
How
up.
many sheep farmers we have in Hardin County?
Not many. That's why we're not talking about grazing sheep here.
I asked our agent, our livestock agent, how many sheep farmers we have in Hardin County. He said sheep farmers, but really, that's a profession?
Yeah.
None.
Yeah, I know this is a cattle county.
Another question. When you have your inverters changing DC current to AC current, isn't it true that they have to be powered by our local utilities to get that started before the electricity comes online?
I'm not an expert in that. Go ahead, Chris.
The reason I ask is a local no-land representative said, did you know we have to power their inverters before they get going? Is that correct?
Okay, sir, if you're going to answer the question, I need you to come forward. I need him on the mic. Does he need to state his name again, or?
I'm trying to make it brief.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Okay, then I will take
Okay.
note of that question, and we will address it.
So your answer
later.
is you don't know?
I know that there is a small amount of power that is required for the facility. The details of that is what I don't know, and I'm happy to follow up on that.
Okay. You mentioned this.
That's why we have a full team here.
I have a question about the solar panels coming up. Talking about the Farm Bureau resolution that you've got a copy of, 3 or 4 members of the Farm Bureau board here locally have signed contracts with other solar companies. So they were instrumental in writing that resolution. So I don't think.
Mr. Miller, please make it a question.
My question is, do you think that was objective?
Well, when I met, I did go and present to the Farm Bureau, and I can tell you that I was grilled. So I do think that that is an objective body and that there were people on either side of the issue. What was most important as you read through that document is landowner rights and ensuring that the land is protected for the future farmers in Hardin County. That's why they focused on decommissioning.
Okay. In that resolution, was there a clause in there that said they were very concerned about preserving prime farmland?
They, in specifically addressing solar, they did state that they want a rigorous process to make sure that the projects are held to a high standard.
And was there a statement in there that they wanted the solar company to require a decommissioning plan?
Yes, it's addressed in that section.
Okay, but you don't have a decommissioning plan.
So we do, we have provided a draft copy of the decommissioning plan to the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question for the...
Not right now.
So we'll have to pass.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir. Now, still, every time you come up, I still need your name and address. Yes, sir.
It's BJ Wigglesworth, 4055 Hardisburg Road, Cecilia, Kentucky. I just have one quick question. You had a pretty robust landscape design. Do you have any legal obligation to stick to that design?
Yeah, so the landscaping plan will be part of the development plan, which is approved by the Planning Commission and the Planning Director. So those plans will eventually be signed off on by the county. And so, yes, we have to stick to that plan. And any enhanced plantings outside of the project, we're committing to those as well.
Okay, so any changes in the process then would have to go back through the...
Yes, so the development plan is through final approval of Adam.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So we can clarify the...
Your name, please, sir.
Dick Broderick.
Okay, thank you.
921 College Street, Bowling Green, Kentucky. The decommissioning plan you say you submitted, what's the cost?
So we cannot calculate cost at this time because we're still in the planning stages for the project. But the cost must be calculated prior to construction, and the bond must be submitted to the county and held by the county prior to construction.
And the bonding company is?
Well, we will go out through that process and find a highly reputable bonding company, and in our landowner lease protections, they have the right to approve of the third-party engineer that we would work with on that cost estimate and approval of the bond.
Well, I want to be clear about this. Mr. King made reference to the bank when he was talking about the bond. So are you getting a letter of credit, or are you getting a bond issue?
So there are different forms acceptable to the county, but it will be what is acceptable to be held by the county.
What is your plan? That's the question.
It will be a bond, and it can be in, I believe it's 4 different types in terms of letter of credit. It's laid out in the plan. I'm happy to share it with everyone. As of now, it is not finalized. But it will be finalized at both the discretion of working with our landowners and working with the county.
Well, the question is, when you talk about bonding companies, you talk about bonding companies that have certain ratings.
Yes, I understand
Are you agreeing to a AAA or a AA bonding company?
It's a very high caliber bonding company.
Sure, what's the rating? They all have ratings.
Yes, I do understand that, but that's not my area of expertise right now.
Now, so far, I asked your predecessor here just a minute ago the same questions. He didn't seem to know. So who's going to know about which bonding company is going to be and how much it is?
It will be a process that is worked out through the landowners in the county, and will be a highly reputable.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you this. Our position is that you are causing injury to us if you can't tell us what bonds you will have to protect it. Do you agree or disagree? I ask you, I don't think unless...
I feel as if you're trying to set me up with something here.
Yes, ma'am, I'm trying to find out what the truth is.
Well, the truth is that we will bring a state-of-the-industry bond and state-of-the-industry decommissioning plan with us to the county.
And I don't mean to be trite about it. You're obviously sophisticated in what you do. This isn't your first rodeo. Now, let's talk about bonding. Are you going to agree that it'd be a AAA or AA bonding company?
I do not have the expertise to speak on that. I note your question, I have noted it down, and we will come forward with that.
How can you guarantee to my clients, to adjoining contiguous property owners, to the responsible citizens for solar, that you're not going to cause damage and get it paid for?
Well, I can, as proven in the record and the evidence submitted with all of our studies, we are not causing damage to the land. We are not causing any infringement upon natural resources. And we are setting the project up to be successfully decommissioned at the end of the life of the project.
Well, is your concern about fire safety an example of how you're going to do things?
I'm happy to make a note on the concern regarding fire safety. The fire safety requirement and plan is typically something that we work with fire departments on pre-construction. And, we're very happy to address any concerns from the fire department.
We haven't done that yet, have you?
No, that's because we are not at a pre-construction stage.
Well, this gentleman seemed to think you had, and I think
And
you
he corrected the record, right.
Well, he didn't, you did. You said
Okay,
it was
well,
wrong.
we corrected it.
And called the conservation office either.
So, we have worked with all, point blank, no, I have not called the conservation.
And what I'm getting at is we're talking about safety, we're talking about injury to other property owners. What you're saying is, trust us, you pass this tonight, we'll try to comply with all this, but you cannot give us concrete, solid obligations on your part that we can rely on, can you, tonight?
I would say that is incorrect because the conditional use permit sets out the standards of conditions in which the project can be constructed and go into operation.
Well,
And when we agree to those conditions, that is our guarantee to the community that those will be met before the project goes into operation in this county.
If I can show you this is part of his record here. Those are what you have to do to get a conditional use permit. I asked your predecessor just a second ago, this use shall not tend to change, you see where I am, right there on 16.3. With me?
Yes.
Okay. This use shall not tend to change the character and established pattern of development of the area of the proposed use. Clearly, this is a power plant, isn't it?
Sorry about that. Yes, a solar project, solar farm, whatever you want to call it, it is producing electricity. It is a power plant. But as you look through our design, especially when you're making reference to this specific term, throughout the whole system design and project layout, we have worked carefully with the community to make sure that it looks and feels in a way that is compatible. And I do recognize that there are no other solar projects in Hardin County. I do recognize that this is a new use. But we have gone above and beyond to meet that standard.
You consider yourself to be a merchant electric generating facility?
So we do sell the power into the wholesale electricity market. We can work with a partner to buy that electricity as well. But yes, we do compete in a competitive electricity market.
But you're not regulated that way by the Public Service Commission, are you?
We do have to go through the state process.
I understand the process, but they don't regulate what you charge.
We are not a utility, and it's a utility project that would go through that process.
Did you, or did anybody on your team look at chapter KRS 278?
I am not an attorney, and I am happy to defer that question to someone who is.
Are you aware of the 1,000-foot setback?
Oh, yes, I am aware of the state permitting process, yes. And I'm happy to speak to that.
Well, where is it? I don't see it anywhere in this proposal.
Right, so the state, there is a state permitting process through the Kentucky State Siting Board, and historically, there was a 1,000-foot setback required for coal power plants. As solar projects have gone through the process, it's about a 9-month-long state permitting process. That standard is addressed from the context of a solar project, as we do not have any contaminated waste ponds or open pit coal resting on the project area. It's very different from a coal power plant.
Has somebody told you, have you got a letter from the state, have you got a permit that says you don't have to have the 1,000-foot setback?
So there is a process through the state permitting process that we will be putting our application into that does move forward with those conditions.
So right now, chapter 278 of the Kentucky Rise Statutes revised says merchant electric generating facility has to have a 1,000-foot setback. You don't have that in your project, do you?
One thing that is very important to note in that is also that in the event that a county has an ordinance in place or has established conditions for a project, then those conditions are adhered to.
Well, right now, do you know of anything that's changed about that statute? Have they accepted you from the permit?
As I mentioned before, we have started our state permitting process. We have not yet submitted our final application to go through the remaining hearings. We have had 3 other projects successfully go through the state permitting process in Kentucky, and we expect this project to.
Let me ask you if you think this applies to you. A merchant electric generating facility, unless the exhaust stack of the proposed facility is at least, it has to be 1,000 feet from the property boundary of any adjoining property owner and 2,000 feet from any residential neighborhood, school, hospital, or nursing facility. 278.704 subsection 2. Have you gotten permission to be less than 1,000 feet?
Yeah, so as mentioned before, when that was written, it was specific to fossil generating units. As mentioned in that statute, it said exhaust stack. We do not have an exhaust stack at this project because it is a solar project. This is being addressed at the state level.
Do you have a permit pending now?
As I have mentioned before, we do not have a state permit yet. We are in the state permitting process.
Yeah, that's my question. Have you filed for a permit?
We have started the process. We do not have a permit.
Yes, ma'am. I'm probably not doing a good job. Have you filed a written piece of paper with the state saying we want a permit to do less than 1,000-foot setback? That would be yes or no.
No, because that would be part of the application.
So right now, you're not in compliance with that statute, are you?
Right now, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir.
I'll make this real fast.
I need your name. Every time I need your name, so.
Okay, Glenn Harrington, 2528 Hardinsburg Road, Cecilia. Ma'am, in this area, this is really wetland area. And a lot of farmers in this area have tiling done. They had it done in the 60s. They have updated all the tiling systems. Are you aware of those tiling programs?
Yes, I am aware of tiling.
Okay, do any of the properties that are proposed tonight, do they have tiling on those?
Yes, one piece of property does have tiling on it. We have, and if you'd like some more detail, we have some initial indication of where the tiling is, but as you mentioned, a lot of tiling went in a long time ago, right? And so before we go into the construction process, we will be identifying where that tiling sits in the field. And one of the best ways to identify where the tiling sits is in the early spring when the grass is coming up. It'll come up a little bit thicker where that tiling lays, and we'll make sure that we're out in the field to record that at that time.
These are crop fields, ma'am. There will not be any grass grown on those fields. So
Well,
you won't be able to tell, but
in
I'm getting to my-
the field that I mentioned, our landowner uses cover crops, so that field does have a cover crop that will be
Not
coming
on
up.
cornbread, ma'am. But my question is how will you all address whenever you're digging the trenches for these wires? These tiles are not very deep in the ground, and you're saying you're going to put your posts 7 to 10 foot in the ground. You're actually going to hit each one of these tiles.
Yeah, so I agree, I understand that concern, and that's why, first and foremost, it's important to understand where the tile lies in the field so you avoid the impact to it to begin with. In the event that we do impact tile, we'll need to repair that because we don't want busted tile in the field for the project for us and for when we remove the project for the continued farm use.
The tiling, ma'am, is across the entire fields. There's rows after rows after rows of tiling.
I do understand how
And that's
tiling
gonna
works,
be-
and I have a great contact for tiling.
Okay. A lot of that would be done at the Hardin County Conservation District. They have engineers for that. But obviously you have not contacted those yet, so you're not very well prepared. But my next question is, are you aware of the Bluegrass Pipeline, the gas line, pipeline?
Yes, I am aware of the pipeline.
Okay, do any of these farms have that Bluegrass Pipeline on those?
They do, and there is a enhanced setback to that pipeline.
Okay, have you contacted Bluegrass Pipeline themselves?
Yes,
Okay, and your contact name for that person?
I believe it's, his last name is Welch, I believe. I'm happy to double check that. There's a lot of names in my head.
And did he grant you permission to go across those?
Yes, we are in the process of the pipeline crossing.
You're in the process, but has he granted you permission to do that?
We do not have our final crossing permit. We do expect to receive our final crossing permit. We have met all engineering standards for said permit, and there will be no issue as expected.
And once again, you're not prepared. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Ho. I live at 1700 South Long Grove Road, smack dab in the middle of this project.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I want to ask you a couple of questions, Lauren. You've come to my house several times, haven't you?
Yes.
We've discussed the landscaping features and so forth. Did I ever express to you that I was happy with the landscaping plan?
You all, for the enhanced landscaping located most close to your property, both you and Sandra did sign off on that plan.
We did sign off to say that we saw that plan. It didn't say that we agreed with it. It didn't say that we liked it or that it was satisfactory to us.
The structure of the letter agreement for us to do that enhanced landscaping plan for you was to receive your approval for that plan. And we worked on that plan through multiple iterations to make sure that it was
In fact, my
satisfactory.
wife sent you an email suggesting several kinds of native species of plants that you could put in that space. How many of those did you include? Three trees.
Okay.
3 trees for the entire property line. That's it. The rest of it is scrub pine and scrub bushes.
Okay.
Okay. So I know that you also talked to some of my neighbors about their landscaping too, including the Bostics and the Burbas who wrote letters in favor. You offered me some enhanced features for landscaping on my own property, and I told you what?
You were not interested in having them on your,
I don't want any more trees on my property,
Right.
I got plenty.
right, and the mowing.
Leaves are a problem already on my
Right.
property, I don't need any more. Did you offer money to my neighbors for
So-
additional landscaping?
So we offered the option where we could do the planting for you, or we could provide you the budget that we've set aside
So
for
you
them.
offered money in exchange for the planting? Because my neighbor, Mr. Bostic, said he wants a new driveway, and you're providing the money for that.
Well-
Doesn't sound like landscaping to me.
The budget is specified to the species type, the spacing, the plant install height, the install fees. We called 5 different local landscapers to get quotes because we want this to be real. We want it to be able to be realized. And when it comes to individual neighbors who are not under lease agreements with us, I understand that people are very particular about their property. And we were asked to provide more optionality, that if they all wanted to do the planting themselves, to provide that option to them. And so that is an option we provided.
From my property?
Um,
My property sits on a rise, you remember that? I've
Yes,
got
I
large
understand.
windows in the background, you remember that?
yes,
Are you able to block the view of those panels from my property?
it is not 100% blocked, but I
Not even
do,
50% blocked.
it has been, we have done significant landscaping around you, and we have taken different viewpoints throughout your yard, from your front yard, from your backyard. We have worked with our architectural landscaper to design those. We have moved 3 tree lines for your property. We have increased a setback. We pulled some more panels off and adjusted a fence line. And then also, that field that's most immediately adjacent to you
And there are other
will stay in
landowners
crop.
who we haven't satisfied, but there are still other landowners who you have supplied additional money.
Sir,
to
please
satisfy
phrase it
them.
in the form of a
Thank you.
question.
I also wanted to ask you, because you told me there was no toxic chemicals in these panels.
I do not believe. I'm happy to go through in more
How are you going to
detail.
solder without lead?
I do understand that there can be lead in the solder, but
There is lead in solder.
yes, I understand that. But it is a steady state system. It is fully compacted. It
How much lead?
has to pass the EPA lead leach protection standard. So it has to meet the most rigorous standard to make sure that there are no harmful impacts. to
How
you.
much lead in each panel?
I cannot tell you that, but I
was
will write
described
that
to
down
me at your
and pass
meeting.
it again.
At your meeting, it was described to me that there would be about as much lead as a shotgun shell.
Okay,
That's about 1.25 ounces.
Okay.
Is that right?
Again,
Speck?
I would refer to,
You know, don't you? You don't know, well, I have that shotgun shell that says 1.25 ounces of lead pellets.
I know how much is in a shotgun shell, yeah.
Okay. And we still haven't heard how many panels you expect to put on this land.
yes, I'm happy to address that. It would be around 200,000 panels.
Around 200,000, that's what I expected, over about 850 acres.
So
That calculation of 1.25 ounces of lead over 200,000 panels equates to about 22 pounds per acre. Did you know that? Never did the math, I guess.
I am not going to speak to that point
Okay. What
because
happens
we
when
do
lead
have
melts?
a panel expert here that can touch
What
that.
happens when lead melts? I mean,
Again-
when lead is exposed to fire. I answered my own question, it melts.
I understand. I also would like to correct one point where the solar project itself, its footprint is more around 650 acres because all of these,
So there will be more panels per acre than what I calculated, and more lead per acre.
okay.
Okay.
Please have that.
You know, we love our sandhill cranes. You mentioned that. We have something like 35,000 sandhill cranes that come to Hardin County, and we do have a hunting season too.
Sir, please try to make it a question.
Okay. Do you know what the hunting season is for whooping cranes?
I do not, but I
There
know
is
the
none.
ribeye of the
Do you know
stone.
what the hunting season is for sandhill cranes? They're allowed 400.
Okay.
400 total. That's 200 permits, get 2 tags each. most of those permits are bought by bird watchers instead of hunters. So we don't hunt very many sandhill cranes, but we're not allowed to hunt a whooping crane. Why did I bring that up? I thought I'd ask a question. Because when you take a test to hunt sandhill cranes, they make sure that you can identify sandhill cranes from whooping cranes. Do you know why that is? Because they travel together.
Okay.
And whooping cranes are an endangered species.
Okay, well, to note, to the record, in our environmental studies, part of the rigorous process is to conduct a threatened and endangered species assessment. And we did complete that. The only threatened and endangered species that were detected in the project area were 3 species of bats. We followed up with a bat study, and it confirmed that there were no tree roosting species within the project area, and thus no impact.
Why would the Department of Fish and Wildlife make me certify that I can identify a whooping crane from a sandhill crane if there are no whooping cranes in that area?
I cannot answer
Okay, one more question. How many lead pellet shotgun shells am I allowed to shoot over an acre of land?
I cannot answer that question
None.
either, but I am going to...
None, because it's dangerous.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hall. Anybody else wishing to question? Yes, sir. Your name, please. That's fine. I need your name again.
But I'm going to make this real quick.
I need your name first.
I've heard several
Name
stories here.
and address, sir.
All right, Larry Hicks, 5636 Hardensburg Road. Both heard, the gentleman here says it's not going to hurt businesses. I sell real estate, I sell farm equipment. If all this farmland is taken up with solar panels, there's not going to be that, it's going to take away that much from the homes that's going to be built. There is 5 major ag stores.
Sir, please try to make it a question.
Huh?
Please try to make it a question for this portion.
Well, I'm making a statement more than a question.
If you want to make a statement, sir, there's a time for that on when they switch over.
I just want to call them, you know, they've told, she said it, he said it, it's not going to hurt businesses.
And you can ask her a question about it now, sir. Your statement can be in the opposition time. So right now, it's the applicant's time, and then there'll be a time for just statements. This is just time for questions.
I'll reserve it to them.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to reiterate the fact that the solar project footprint rests on only 0.3% of all the farmland in Hardin County. And our landowners are viewing this project as a diversification strategy, but no one is getting out of farming. Collectively, over 1,000 acres will remain in farming from the project, so to note.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Name, please. And I apologize for it, just so you know, the camera sometimes doesn't know, they don't know who you are. So we need, for the record, we need your name and address.
Jennifer Wilmoth, 1100 Wilmoth Lane. All right, so her last statement, she just said, I think everybody saw the 4 boys sitting there. Those are our future farmers. There's lots of them in our community. So my question is to you, have you realized that by all these farmers leasing out this ground for farming, solar farming, they're now going to lease other ground or buy other ground for farming, and then all of our future farmers will have nothing to farm because these guys have all this money coming in from these farms to now buy all the ground, to rent all the ground, and then all of our future farmers from all these other people who denied the solar farms are not going to get to farm in the future. Our future farmers are going to suffer because this farm ground is no longer available. So that's something that we think of as a family. So have you realized that? Have you guys thought about this for the future?
Yeah, most definitely, and I think who can resonate with that question the best are our landowners because, and I personally have met,
Our landowners are old or not farming, or they don't have anybody to pass it on to. They need to sell it for the future farmers to farm it.
Okay, well, I would reckon to say that you don't know all my landowners with that
I
statement.
know almost all of them, yes.
But two things here. So one, the project will be decommissioned. So I do realize that 30 years is a long time. I do recognize that. But at the end of the life of the project, it is designed to be able to go back into production ag, if that's what the landowner chooses to do with their property at that time. I also know that there's an important component in stabilizing farm families as well. One other common diversification strategy is to subdivide property for residential development. And in that case, you're losing farmland forever. So I think those are two important points to consider. I do hear your question about your
We were offered
sons.
the money from a solar farm, and he's actually sitting over there in the corner, and we denied it. We're currently raising the 8th generation on our farm in Cecilia. We've been there a long time, and I just don't, I'm gonna go ahead and save this for later, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Yes, sir. Your name, please?
Yes, my name's Garrett Swift. I reside at 532 Gates Road in Elizabethtown. So after sitting here for a couple hours and listening to this whole entire ordeal, your goal is for community relations, correct? That's kind of what y'all are going after. Y'all are going after benefiting the community that we're in. But you can't answer 80% of the questions that we're asking you here at this community company meeting. I guess I would just wonder, how can we expect you to do anything better for us when you can't even answer our questions?
Okay. I would note that we have answered the vast majority of your questions. There are a few questions that I was asked, and I recognize I'm not the expert in them. I have taken note of them, and I will pass them to our experts that can answer them.
I would say with probably 90% of the people in this room, the questions that were asked, you have gave us, I don't know. We'll have to resort to this. We're unable to answer that question at this time because we don't have the permits or we haven't got the process completed. So I just feel like we're being deceived because you guys don't have your facts straight, but yet you're sitting here presenting to our community.
Okay, well, first off, I'm very sorry that you feel deceived. I would never want you to be feeling that way.
And you're from Colorado, correct?
I am from Colorado.
Right.
Okay, you can be anti-Colorado all you want. I can say that I have been on the ground here 2 to 3 weeks a month for over 2 years.
I've been here for 30 years.
Oh, and I also recognize that that means nothing
Right.
for me. One of the first things I did was I sat in on a planning and zoning meeting just to observe the process. Different communities have different processes. And, you know, there was a woman, she stood up and she said, I know I'm new to Hardin County, I've only lived here 25 years, right? So I understand, I get it. But I do know that when you're working in a community, the first thing you do is listen. I don't just do community relations, I'm the project developer, I work on the engineering, the science side, and working in the community to design the project to be the best it can be.
Right, so we've got Rhode Island and Colorado here trying to sell us on something they have no answers for. I mean...
Well, as you can see with the thousands of over 1,000-page application, you know, we have done significant due diligence for this project.
It seems like y'all should do a little bit more. I have no further questions.
Okay, at this time, it's been a fast 2 hours again. We're going to take 10 minutes, and then we're going to come right back.
figures of 25 or 30 feet apart. I'm thinking, doesn't look like you could walk between them. It looks like so apparently, if you're in the solar business, you like to look at solar panels. But I'm in the farming business, and I wanted to see more grass. And so I asked, what percentage of the surface area, where the pattern panels are at their most dense, what percentage of the surface area is covered by glass? And I thought it'd be over half, but 33% is what I've been told. That means 1/3 glass, 2/3 grass. There's been some conversation about runoff, and I'm fascinated by soil health, and I've seen benefits from some of the kinds of ways over time that we've been able to learn how to cooperate with nature better instead of fighting. You can't say how much is going to run off. You know, you can calculate based on the slope, but you have to assume some kind of infiltration rate. Well, that's a dangerous thing to do because infiltration rates into soils vary dramatically based on the depth of that topsoil and the health of that topsoil. So someone was mentioning NRCS. You can work with guys there, and they'll do simulated infiltration tests that will say how much rain can this soil absorb in a certain amount of time, and so you can actually calibrate that a little bit. And so if you go out here and do some dozer work and put in a football field and it's got a clay base and it's got a crown to it like it's supposed to have, and you put a few inches of topsoil and then you sod it and it's beautiful, you may say, that's sod. We can assume sod will absorb this much infiltration of rain. Wrong. Most of that rain's going to run off because of the underlying compaction. I've heard compaction mentioned already here today. And so part of my concern is, can we maintain topsoil where it is, and can we even hope that it improve over time? Probably in the first 3 or 4 years of my farming time, I started in '78, we used to do some tillage. We would chisel plow and disc. It became apparent to me there were benefits to no-till, and there truly are. If you want to make a big release of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, go do some tillage. You can pull up CO2 maps across the nation, and their most exaggerated CO2s are in the spring when farmers are doing tillage. And so there's such benefit to sequestering that carbon in the form of organic matter and the water holding capacity, the aggregate natures of the soil, so many kinds of good things that happen naturally in the absence of tillage. And we've seen that kind of accrue over time. And so I've got a long-time friend who is a PhD agronomist with the University of Kentucky. A lot of you guys will know him, Lloyd Murdoch. I called Dr. Murdoch back in the summer, and I said, Dr. Murdoch, if you had a 25 or 30-year window of time to put something on your farm and you weren't even going to graze it off or harvest it in any way, maybe just clip it occasionally, what species of plants would you like to do that have to be shade tolerant in the proximity to the solar panels? And he mentioned fescue and ladina clover initially because they're so easy to establish and so hardy and so shade tolerant. But he mentioned other possibilities, and I think there'll be some discussion later about what those might be. But without any prompting from me, Dr. Murdoch said, wow, it would be amazing to see what that soil's going to look like 30 years from now, coming out of 30 years of grass and legumes in that mix. And I just thought I was glad to hear that. I know that. We've watched organic matter measurements in a 4-inch soil sample trend from less than 2 to up in the low 3s in a corn soybean rotation. The highest organic matter fields we have are those fields that just came out of pasture. And those fields might give you, and some will say this is impossible, but close to a 5% organic matter in the top 4 inches coming out of pasture. You can't maintain that in a corn soybean rotation. You don't have enough carbon. Cover crops help supplement some. But this window of time to grow this root mass and to cooperate with all that biology that's taking place underground is a wonderful way to preserve farmland for the future. I've got a 33-year-old son. He's farming now. I don't think I'll be around in 30 years to farm, but my son may. If he's not, somebody will benefit from the enhanced productivity of this soil. I want to say, I'll say this, I don't want this to come across as aggressive, but I think it's true. I believe that all this concern about the solar farm is a distraction. It's misdirected. I think those of us who love the rural nature and small town feel of our community, and it's changed dramatically from when I was a kid at Hamwood Heights 100 years ago. If we really do want to preserve farmland, if we want to hang on to a way of life that's better than Louisville, then I would suggest we need to have another conversation. And that's how much development is enough? How much blacktop and concrete is enough?
Sir, I'm going to interrupt just to let you know you guys have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Let me close with that. That's the real threat, I believe, is not these solar farms. I'm thinking that that's a distraction. I have no balance at times, so I'll yield it back.
Okay, any questions before he leaves?
I have several questions for Scott. Scott and I are neighbors. We're both farmers. We've known each other for how long? 50 years?
Yeah.
50 years. But we don't agree on everything, do we?
No, we don't.
Okay. So I have some questions for you, and these are going to get a little personal, but I think you'll make a point. First thing, how long does it take to get a good stand of grass that water won't run down through? You know this.
Yeah, I know, but I think there's a way to mitigate that. I think if you sow a cover crop in the fall and then seed your other grass seed into it, you could do it you get a pretty good stand in the first year.
You're not sowing a cover crop.
I think, well, it wasn't talked about, but we've been talking about doing it that way already.
But if you have a bare ground, how long does it take?
It'd be, I wouldn't want to do it that way. Guys do it that way.
I know we wouldn't.
But Lauren and I have talked already about what's the most effective way to establish the kind of sod that we want to end up with.
We'd probably put down straw or something.
Not necessarily. If you've got a good cover crop growing through the winter, you've got a mulch to seed into.
Okay. Do you live on this? This is 160 acres, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you live on this farm?
I no longer live on that farm. I have lived on it.
Okay. How far do you live from this farm?
7 miles.
7 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you and Jeannie used to live there, right?
That's right.
And when you lived there, how many acres were you tending?
On that farm?
Yeah.
Well, we were planting about 150.
Okay, so this was most of your income was from this farm.
No, we had other farms. In fact, I had another farm before this one,
Okay,
and we were renting several farms. But
okay, what was your total crop production?
I don't know, 500 acres, say.
Okay, so 160 was 25% of your all yours, right?
Okay.
So it's pretty important. 25%.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you a question. You and your son farm together, right?
Well, he has his entity and I have mine, and so
But you share equipment?
Well, no, he has his and I have mine, and we compensate each other for the way that we work together.
It's a little complicated.
It is. We're still trying to figure it out.
How many acres do you and your son farm together now?
His changes from time to time. I'm farming about 1,100 now. He has picked up some and lost some, and he doesn't even tell me everything until it's time to go.
I probably know.
You may know more than I.
So probably together 3,000 acres?
Well, but we don't farm as one unit. He's got his entity.
You share your equipment?
We work together.
Okay. Okay. So 160 acres of this farm you named Red Oak Farm, which is an LLC.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you make it an LLC?
We just were doing some estate planning and some restructuring, and that was recommended by the guy we were working with.
Are many farms LLCs?
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Really? Okay, I've never had an LLC. It's kind of new for me. So this 160 acres that you have leased to the solar company is 100, if you were going to use a fraction of your total production, that'd be 160 over 3,000, right?
I don't accept, my son has his operation that I don't get any income from. I'm farming about 1,100 acres.
Okay. Well, even 1,100 acres, this is a tenth of your income. So this is kind of an experiment for you on a tenth of your farm acres. So
And I want to farm. I'm a farmer. And so I tell you what, David, the reason I chose this farm, because we've got letters from all kinds of them. This is the one that set back off the road that it didn't, I thought in my mind, naively apparently, that I might not offend anybody.
The question was this: 160 acres is kind of an experiment because that's only 1/10 of your farming. Is that correct?
Well, it's more than 1/10, but
it's a small amount.
yeah.
So if it goes busted, that won't break you, will it?
I hope not.
No. So if you and Jeannie just still lived over there on your 160-acre farm that you kind of started out with, because I remember when you moved over there, this probably would be a lot more important because you see it out your back door. Would you not see it all around
Sure we would see it.
your house?
Of course we would see it. You know what, that's not necessarily bad. The view from ground level of so many of these places is not unattractive. It's being portrayed as this terrible neighbor. I don't think it is. I think it can be a good neighbor.
I'm familiar with your farm over there, and there's a lot of it above the house level.
Well, it rolls in there where you can see it from
you
there.
definitely would see all those.
Of course.
Okay. So it wouldn't really bother you if you and Jeannie had to look at that.
I'm not doing it.
But be careful.
I have no interest in doing any other solar farms.
We know your answer. Of course you wouldn't want that. I'm sorry, Scott.
Well, you answer for me then, David.
I
Why don't
will.
you?
Of course you all wouldn't want to look at what used to be green and soybeans and corn.
If you have a question for me, ask me.
Okay, go ahead, answer.
I think I have.
What was your answer?
I'm not highly offended by it, but I don't have any plans to do any more.
You wouldn't what? I'm sorry.
I said I have no plans to try to participate in the solar
anymore
on any other tracts of ground.
So,
as I just mentioned, I thought that you guys, although I had no idea who might be offended, I thought this is a safe thing to do. This farm has no road frontage. It sits back away. It's hardly visible. It's going to have others around it. This is the place to do it to not offend my neighbors.
Not offend your neighbors.
To not offend.
But it's offending me.
Apparently.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, how many minutes do they have?
They have right at just under 5.
Okay. Sir, were you asking a question? No, sir. Okay, all right. Anybody else wishing? I can. No, he's with y'all? Okay.
No, they have just under 5. That was the 5-minute warning. Yeah, so just under 5.
Okay, give me your name and address, please.
My name's Alan Summers. I'm here representing my wife, Susan, and myself. And it's, we live at 11043 Red Hill Maxwell Road in Utica, Kentucky. So, we're one of the owners of the farms. And there's a lot of people in this crowd that say they're farmers, but you just heard from a real farmer. So, I appreciate Scott doing this. I appreciate him going first. And then I appreciate my relationship with him over the years. Farming has been in our family's livelihood for many generations. We've also been actively involved in several agricultural businesses such as Cecilia Farm Services and Asmark Institute. My wife and I have a lot of years building businesses, building farms, putting people to work, and looking down the road progressively. We're proud to be associated with Lauren and her group today. As a steward of the land for more than 48 years myself, I realize the importance of building and preserving the soil in ways that safeguard the future. both for the farm and for the family. The solar industry is knocking on our door, presenting a significant opportunity and the potential turning point for land use in the future. But temporarily, and I want to emphasize, there's a whole lot of houses built on a whole lot of land in Hardin County. And like Scott was saying, concrete and blacktop, that will never return back to farmland. This is a rotation plan that we're looking at, and that's our interest in this. By temporarily hosting a solar farm on our property, we'll preserve the underlying agricultural productivity of the land through the regeneration of the soil and allow for the return to conventional farming after the project's conclusions. I have 2 children back here, and at the end of this, they'll either have time to talk or they'll have, I want to put their comments, they came prepared to make comments, but they want to inherit the family farm. We want the farms to stay in the family. And so what we're doing here is diversification for the farm program, but we're also looking ahead because Susan and I have paid for this land. And with the way the tax law is going, our children, if they inherit it, are going to have to pay for it again. And in order to do that, in order to keep those farms in the family, there's going to have to be some income other than the price of corn versus the price of inputs today. Solar farming can actually be a powerful tool for farmland preservation if utilized properly. Scott hit on that, and I'm not going to go into it any deeper, but I'll tell you this, you won't have any better corn than no-tilling into a pasture field that's been in pasture for 20 or 30 years. Much like the USD Conservation Reserve Program, CRP is what many people are familiar with. I look at this as a CRP program for our farm. We're rotating this land out of continuous row crops, and we're going to help restore the soil health and ecosystems that's been previously lost. The farm and the tract of ground that we chose to do this is a tract of ground that has been intensively farmed for a long time, and they farmed the hell out of the top 1.5 inches of the soil. But it needs regeneration, as do many other acres in Hardin County. We consider this 30-year set-aside of cropping practices as very beneficial for farm conservation, regenerating the soil, and this will actually improve watershed function. I've heard tonight about this water runoff and all this. That's fairy dust. It's the same amount of water hitting the same amount of ground, and it may run 3 feet one way and hit the ground, and when it does, it's got a whole lot better chance of being absorbed into the ground under a solar panel than it does in a cornfield or a soybean field. We also support solar farming as a diversification tool. Diversification helps support our family's desire to avoid selling our farms for use as residential housing. If we don't do something like this with solar, we may have no choice but to surround our neighbors' houses with houses. Okay? Don't want to do that, but leave that option open. Those who oppose solar by saying that it will take prime agricultural land out of production fail to consider and more conveniently mentioned.
Sir, that has reached our hour.
Okay.
So that takes care of the hour. Are there any questions that might be asked?
So I've sat here all night and listened to people ask questions that were uninformed, and word cut off. I don't like this. I do want to enter into the record.
Sir, the time wasn't running on the questions. It was just hour for presentation. It'll be an hour for presentation on the other side.
That's correct. Okay. Wait, we got questions first. And then, sure.
Mr. Miller, David, real quickly. So Shell just brought these 2 exhibits into the record. So the first is going to be a limited power of attorney that authorizes him to speak on behalf of all the applicants. This will be Exhibit LL. And then the next exhibit is going to be a signature page by the applicants requesting that they do not want the zone change without the approval of the conditional use permit. That's going to be Exhibit MM.
Okay. Questions?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I want to recommend to extend it 5 more minutes. I know it gives the other side 5 minutes. It doesn't feel right tonight letting the gentleman speak, so I'd like to make that proposal.
How about we extend it to long enough for his reading, and then questions afterwards, and
we'll just match the other side.
And we'll
Let's
match
get
the
it-
other side
yeah,
at the
let's get it
same exact
unanimous.
time. That gives you the opportunity to finish what you came prepared to say.
Let's get a unanimous.
I need a unanimous vote, so is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. And it is unanimous, so sir, you may finish what you came prepared to say, and then we'll entertain questions.
Thank you, I won't be long. I was almost done.
Okay.
I got a little sidetracked there. Those who oppose, we've done that one. The farms in Hardin County, including ours, are already zoned for residential use. That was a shock to me. I've owned that farm, that particular tract of ground, my wife and I, since 1999, and we weren't aware of that. Solar is a part of our family strategy to ensure the family farms stay in the family. And while crop yields and agricultural commodity prices can fluctuate wildly, as we're seeing this year, solar leases make fixed, predictable payments that provide the overall farm operation with increased stability. This income can easily make the difference between a sustainable farm that can be passed on to the next generation and one that must be carved up into residential building lots or sold off to developers for operations such as automobile plants, trucking terminals, similar facilities. Susan and I are genuinely excited about this project for numerous reasons. Just here's a couple that I had within 7 minutes tonight. Thank you for the time tonight and the opportunity to speak. I know we don't have time for the kids, but is this the right time to
Yes,
enter?
you'll enter that into.
If you want to enter these, Paul and Sarah, stand up. You didn't have to say anything, so please stand up.
And I believe this is Paul and Sarah. Okay, so we've got these, and this would be exhibit S, T,
No,
and
just
U.
to extend of his. Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Yeah, so that you all would have these. No, I'm sorry, these are their speeches.
That's what your motion was.
Okay, so LLMMNN is going to be a speech from Sarah Fulkerson. And OO is going to be a speech from Paul Summers in writing.
Thank you.
Questions?
David Miller again. Okay, I've known Alan for a long time too. We go way back. So, Alan, I've got a few questions for you. Have you ever lived on this farm?
No, I have several farms.
Have you ever lived on this farm that you leased?
No,
Where do you
I
live?
have several farms.
Just
I live
say-
in Utica, Kentucky.
I know where you live. It's about 100 miles from here, right?
Yeah, it's about 70.
70 miles. So you live 70 miles from
But something you probably didn't think about in your plan.
Why don't you just
I'm
answer the
interested,
question?
no, I know, but I'm interested in, you're not interested in this part. I tried to buy a property right across the road. I tried until they sold it. Okay, to build a house up on the hill, close to where the Burbas are. Burbas here tonight? Okay, they're not here, but, so, tried to buy that. And the Hoes are a neighbor, and they're probably the most impacted of any neighbor we have.
Probably.
And I told them whenever all this started, that if they ever felt uncomfortable with it, I'd love to own that property. And so I wasn't not building anything.
Maybe they don't want to sell their house.
Maybe they don't, okay? But I'm not building anything there that I wouldn't care to live in and look out my back door every morning as I have breakfast.
Do you have plans on moving to this farm?
I'm from here. I moved to Owensboro to start a business.
Do you have plans on moving to this farm that you've leased?
Well, really, if you can tell me what my plans are next week, then I will consult with you.
I'm not trying to be smart. I'm just
Well, you
asking
are.
some questions. No, I'm not.
You're asking me questions that I can't tell you. Our plan is to move back to Hardin County.
At this very moment, do you have intentions of moving back to this farm?
I have intentions of moving back to Hardin County.
That's not my question. I'm sorry. Now, when you purchased this farm from the previous owner, it was at an auction. I was there. And
Actually.
what were their names?
Alan and Dolores Ball.
Alan and Dolores Ball. And Mr. Ball was a farmer, is that correct? And do you know what his main products were that he grew on that farm?
Well, Alan grew a lot of things. He was a seedsman, so he would be proud of us, what we're doing today with the seed and what Lauren is doing with this company.
I don't think.
No, that's not, you don't want to hear all this. You just want to do the
No, I know
lawyer
Alan Ball really well.
Okay, let's keep it to questions, Mr. Miller.
He's
Keep
not
it to questions.
answering my question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Just answer my question.
Okay.
Okay? Now, you knew Alan and Dolores Ball, and my question was, what was their primary crop that they grew?
They grew a lot of crops.
They were the largest certified seed producers in the state of Kentucky for a number of years. They sold, were you aware of that?
If you knew this, why are you asking me this?
Because you have to ask a question. You have to ask.
We're going to have to practice this lawyer defendant thing.
I'm getting better at it.
Well, yeah, maybe.
So were you aware that Mr. Ball was the largest certified seed producer in the state of Kentucky? Were you aware that he grew that on this farm?
He was a prominent member of that seed association.
Is that a yes?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. When he sold this farm to you, did he have a special clause in the deed that said it could not be developed?
For 20 years.
20 years. So you owned it for 20 years and you couldn't develop it, is that correct?
I owned it for 20 years and I didn't want to develop it. I'm a staunch advocate of a property owner's rights. So until somebody else like you starts helping me with my property taxes,
I haven't asked you a question.
I think I have a right to do what I want to with my land.
This is question and answer time. Sorry. Now, have you ever farmed this farm?
Yes.
You've actually gone out and farmed it?
Yes.
When was that?
Sometime between 1999 and this past year.
Okay, who farms the farm for you now?
We have 3 farmers that farm on us now.
Okay, and what are their names?
Richard Preston, Will Simcoe, and Ronnie Morris.
Okay, so how many years do you think it was since you farmed this farm?
I farmed while they farmed some of it.
When was that?
I don't know.
Okay. Now,
what does it matter?
It matters.
I have grain bins and tractors and all kinds of stuff.
I've never seen you farming, but that's okay. I know you're involved with it. Okay, one last question here. When you signed this lease with Hardin Solar, and this is personal, did they give you a check for doing that?
No.
They did not?
Nope. And I'll tell you something else that'll make you day.
No, I haven't asked you.
I know, but this, you'll like this. A year ago today, I had no intentions of doing solar.
So, I got a good question.
Yeah, well.
What changed your mind?
What?
No, what changed your mind?
That lady right there, I have no less than 14 proposals in a file drawer at my house from companies wanting to put solar on our property. There's everything from fly-by-night land agents to top-of-the-line, top-notch, well-reputed clean energy companies. You can bet your bottom dollar that Susan and I have done our due diligence, because as those came in, we didn't talk to a single one of them until we checked them out. Then we didn't talk to but 2. And whenever we had an opportunity to do solar, we did it because of the kids. And to be real honest with you, I don't want to make this political, but the current administration is going to, whenever you transfer a farm, they're going to do away with the stepped-up depreciation. And so in my statements, I made the statement that Susan and I will have paid for the farm. And it's possible right now, if that happens, and they do in estate planning, that they do away with that, the kids will have to pay for the farm too.
I have one last question for you. Did you and Marcia Ball, Ellen Ball's daughter, get in an argument and you said to her, I'll just put it all in solar?
I have never spoken to
I don't think that's even relevant, so we're not even gonna go there. I think we're done.
That's easy, because I've never spoken to Marcia Ball.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, that concludes the hour and... Hour, 1 minute, and 41 seconds. So now... Okay. All right. Give me your, these are those wishing to speak in opposition of, and their time will begin when he gives me his name and address.
So it's David Broderick, 921 College Street, Bowling Green, Kentucky. I represent numerous property owners who live next to this property, surround this property, live close to the property, and also the Hardin County concerned citizens for responsible. So I don't represent everybody here, but I do want to make a couple of comments about witnesses that will call. Before I do, I want to do one thing. Everybody that's here that's opposed to this application tonight, please stand up. I don't know how many people are in the other room, so you can't see them. But not everybody's going to talk, but I want you to know there's a concerned number of people here that are opposed to this. Thank you all very much. What we hope to present to you in as brief a manner as possible, and I appreciate the time and your patience. What you have here is a situation where they've asked for a zone change. They haven't told you of any social or economic changes that have taken place in the area. They haven't said the current zoning is wrong. They haven't even talked about zoning at all. In fact, currently it's zoned R2, and that's an appropriate zoning. I didn't get a chance to question Mr. King about it, but you've seen what he found in his staff report, but you haven't heard one witness say, yes, there were some social changes in the area. Something came in, there's a factory here. Of course there's not, it's all agricultural land. There's a highway that's gone through it. Of course there's not, there isn't a highway that's gone through it. Those are the social and economic changes that you would talk about to get a zone change. Same thing applies is, was this zoning inappropriate when you decided to do a future land use map? That is your comprehensive plan. No, and nobody has suggested it. So we don't think they met the standard to get a zone change. They want to go to Ag 1 for only one reason. Not to farm, not to preserve prime farmland. They want to put a power plant in. That's what this is. It's the solar. These solar panels is an electrical power plant that's going to be put in. If you look at the recommendations Mr. King made to you on the conditional use permit, he didn't give you a motion that said they did this and this. He said, if you approve this, you can consider these 30 conditions, which I might add they've complied practically with none of them. They say, well, we'll do it. It's kind of like an exaggeration when they said, well, we talked to the fire department, and they did. We'll say anything to get you to pass it. And that's unfortunate, what you've heard tonight. Now, we're going to make this presentation to you. One, they have to, and just as Mr. King has told you, the standards for issuance are criteria A through F. The first thing is it should be in accordance with the purposes of the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, and I might add that's at page 36 of his initial, you call that an initial report, sir?
I'm now following you.
It's a staff report, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Broderick, do you want us to put that on the screen?
Yeah, it'd be nice if you put 16.3 up. I'd appreciate it. Let me show you what I'm looking. We there?
She's working on it.
That's a separate. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I think I can help you.
You want 16.3? Page 36.
Page 36. Thank you very much.
There you go. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Now, the reason I mention this to you is the Board of Adjustment shall issue a conditional use permit only after the following standards satisfy the language of the ordinance. All of the following. Not some, not maybe, it's all. And when I go through these criteria, criteria, it's very interesting to me. They didn't discuss any of it. They just talked about, well, this is what we're going to put in there. One of the examples that we used is they hadn't even talked to the local fire people. It's a safety issue. It could cause injury to the property. Clearly not complied with it. It's not in accordance with the comprehensive plan because the comprehensive plan calls this a natural resource area, and it's done for one thing, to preserve prime farmland. The gentleman that first testified admitted to me this wasn't prime farmland they were preserving, they were putting a power plant in. That's why I asked him those questions. I think they have some other chapter issues they've not complied with in chapter 278, that they got to have a 1,000-foot setback. That's not something that anybody has addressed. We're going to have two witnesses that are going to talk to you about how this will devalue the land that surrounds it. That is causing injury and damage to these people that live in the area. We're also going to have a presentation that will talk to you about the farmers that live in the area. They don't want this area to change. The first criteria is this: the use shall not tend to change the character and established pattern of development of the area of the proposed use. Clearly, this is a radical change. You're going from prime farmland, beautiful farmland, to putting solar panels in over 200,000. For those reasons, we think they have not complied with 16.3. They have to. They haven't even suggested this argument to you. So with that said, I'm going to try to abbreviate some of the witnesses that we're going to call. The first witness I'm going to call at this point in time is Dan Fizer to present things to you. Thank you.
Dan Fizer, 3438 Hardensburg Road. I wanted to give out two handouts to the commissioners. One is a pictures to go along with the discussion.
All right, so Exhibit PP will be photos submitted by Feezer.
And I also have a document that details 278, KRS 278.7, which I also have a copy for.
All right, run that one by me one more time, Mr. Feezer. KRS 278.7. And that'll be QQ.
So my name's Dan Fizer, and in September, Concerned Hardin County Citizens formed Hardin County Citizens for Responsible Solar. As president of this group, I represent 400 plus members on Facebook and 1,230 people who have signed a petition opposing this project and are requesting a moratorium. Tonight, we are here to share our knowledge and thoughts. Let's start with the definition A1 zoning. I quote, "The intent of this zone is to preserve agricultural land, protect agricultural operations, and allow for very low density development. In addition, the proposed Hardin site is in an area designated in the comprehensive plan as a natural resource area, which once again states, and I quote, agricultural use is perhaps the predominant use of this area. Land use element 3-14 from the 2009 comprehensive plan recommend land use pattern and development. Agricultural lands should be preserved and agricultural operations protected and encouraged by the use of various land techniques, including, but not limited to, residential clustering, conservation easements, and right of farm regulations." Dr. Allison Davis of the University of Kentucky sums it up best. "The protection of prime soils, prime farmland should be prioritized. Other non-farmland and marginal farmland should be pursued for standard ground-mounted solar areas." It's clear tonight that Hardin County is not trying to protect the agricultural lands and operations, but to install an industrial power plant on the most prime farmland in Hardin County. They are more interested in harvesting federal, state, and local incentives rather than the sun. After all, we only average 4.5 hours hours of sunshine per day in Kentucky. Isn't this a waste of prime farmland? Remember, you can't grow prime farmland. Once it's gone, it's gone. Most countries in Europe have already forbidden such uses of our prime farmland. We believe solar will be a part of our lives, and industrial solar companies should be investing using old landfills, brownfield sites, marginal land, and existing industrial zoned areas. Corporations who want solar electricity, like Amazon, Toyota, and Diageo, should install it on their own properly zoned property and own it themselves cradle to grave. Diageo has done that at other North American locations, so they should be prime example. The practice of leasing land for industrial solar by limited liability companies places all the risks on taxpayers. Historically, their ownership is short-lived. Under KSR 100 and Kentucky law, the comprehensive plan sets the stage for all land uses and related planning and zoning ordinances in the county. Therefore, it is the very foundation of how our community grows and functions today and in the future. The Hardin County Comprehensive Plan is here to protect our natural resources, prime farmland, and drinking water. It is very clear that this project is not appropriate in this area of Hardin County. The following sections of the comprehensive plan support our findings and opinion. Chapter 1, Item 2, create the natural resource planning area to protect the sources of our drinking water. You can see that on page 1 of the handout I just gave you. It details the natural resource area. Chapter 2, Goal 4, to encourage developments to be sensitive to the environmental constraints and natural conditions of this site. To Goal 5, to encourage the location and development of different land uses in the most appropriate manner. And Goal 12, to preserve the lifestyle, history, natural surroundings of the people of Hardin County. I ask you to look at page 2 and 3 to see the difference between what we have now and what we are proposing. The final goal that's most important is stewardship of the land. To assure that Hardin County non-renewable resources are developed in a manner which will best serve the county. Object 1 is the number one thing that we're all about. Discourage the conversion of prime agricultural land to other uses and to protect all agricultural land from conflicting development activities. You can see on pages 3, 4, and 5 the progression of how farms are converted into solar fields and the need for 20,000 steel beams to be driven in the ground to support these sites. And obviously the last page is what a nice looking cornfield looks like in Hardin County. I'm personally offended when the Hardin Solar LLC states that they don't need to follow the comprehensive plan because their installation is only temporary. With a 40-year property lease of for this project, this will affect at least 2 to 3 generations of my family's life. This is not temporary to me or to anyone else I know in this room. We should not be trading an agricultural industry for the industrial power industry. This CUP request is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. The second issue that I really have is the setback requirements for this project. Under Kentucky law, KSR 278.702, this site is classified as a merchant electrical generating facility. The definition is as follows. Merchant electric generating facility means an electricity generating facility or facilities that, together with all associated structures and facilities, are one, are capable of operating at an aggregate capacity of 10 megawatts or more, and B, sell that electricity they produce in a wholesale market at rates and charges not regulated by the Public Service Commission. The facility classification does not change even if they have sheep and honeybees on the site. Hardin Solar did not declare to the Planning and Zoning Commission their true intentions about constructing a merchant electrical generating facility, which, by the way, they have a PSC number for it, is 2021-00312, and they have not engineered and designed this site to those state setback standards. The PSC application was applied for and accepted by the PSC on July 29, 2021, weeks before the application was submitted to Hardin County. As a merchant engineer electrical generating site, this site is subject to KRS 278.704, which states, and I quote, certificates filed on or after January 1, 2015, the proposed structure or facility to be actually used for solar or wind generation shall be required at least 1,000 feet from the property line of any adjoining property owner and 2,000 feet from any residential neighborhood, school, hospital, or nursing home facility. The only conclusion I can draw is that the planning and development is unaware of the KRS statutes governing these types of facilities and failed to ensure compliance. By allowing non-compliance of state statutes, the Hardin County Planning and Zoning is jeopardizing our health, our safety, and our viewshed by ignoring the PSC experts. The KRS setbacks were established for many reasons, and we do not believe Hardin County has the knowledge and expertise in the industrial electrical generation field to not enforce these state setback requirements as stated in the state statutes. During similar hearings held by the PSC consultants have questioned the wisdom of reviewing a project applying agricultural setbacks to an industrial-sized merchant generating site. The PSC setback standards are applied to property boundaries, not kitchen table locations. We must agree with these consultants. Based on this analysis, we believe the CUP request must be rejected for the following three reasons. 40 years is not temporary use, and this site is in direct conflict with the 2019 comprehensive plan. We must also ask, what has changed between 2019 and 2020? Project startup. And the answer is nothing. The setback requirements listed on KRS 278.704 for a merchant electric generating facility must be applied as a minimum standard for any conditional use permit. This proposed project is not a sheep or honeybee farming operation, as they would like us to believe, but it is defined as a merchant electric generating facility by Kentucky law. The Hardin solar site should be designed and engineered to those standards prior to application to Hardin County. A merchant generating facility, whether it's coal, gas, or solar, is not appropriate in our natural resource area and is being proposed in total disregard of Hardin County's comprehensive plan and Kentucky state law. Our next speaker is Mary Clinton.
Okay, before he leaves, does he not need questioning? It's not fair to, so yes, you will have to entertain questions if there's any questions, okay? Anybody wishing to question? Yes, sir.
Just a moment.
Sure, come up, please. Come.
Can I set the record straight?
Where?
Can I?
Right, he's open for questioning. I understand what you want to say. Steve, just if you'll.
Okay, I've got a question for you. The handout you gave me, did you not read on 278.704, section 3? Did you not read that paragraph?
Yes.
which says that if it's merchant electric generating facilities proposed to be located in a county or municipality with planning and zoning, the setback requirements from a property boundary, residential neighborhood, school, hospital, or nursing home facility be established by the planning commission.
So it says that, yes, you can set your own setback standards, and that's fine, and I fully accept that you have the legal breadth to do that. However, the design and whatnot, as far as the Hardin Solar, they should comply with the state regulations, and they should have made it clear up front that the state regulations were not in compliance with what they were proposing. So the only question we have is, on what grounds do we feel that the state is wrong in the setbacks they requested?
The state's not wrong, but the regulation clearly says that we can set our own setbacks.
That's correct.
So, just to clarify that, they are not asking for anything that is not allowed.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. Before we move on, Mr. Broderick, if you don't mind stepping forward for me, please, sir. I did not give anybody the opportunity to ask you questions for your first presentation, and I got to keep things as fair as possible. Were there any questions for Mr. Broderick before he presents his next? Okay, sorry about that. All right, go ahead, and those wishing to speak in favor of. That we did. Name, please.
My name is Mary Clay. My address is 500 Cynthiana Road, Paris, Kentucky. I'm a real estate appraiser from Paris and specializing in eminent domain and environmental damage studies. I've held the MAI designation from the Appraisal Institute since 1985. As requested by David F. Broderick, legal counsel to Hardin County Citizens for Responsible Solar, I have reviewed the report prepared by Kirkland Appraisals regarding the potential impact of the Hardin solar project on adjacent property values. Mr. Kirkland has determined that his quote-unquote matched pairs analysis shows no impact on residential or agricultural property, quote, where the solar farm is properly screened and buffered, end quote. Mr. Kirkland also opined that because of the, quote, lack of noise, odor, and traffic, a solar farm is a compatible use for rural/residential transition areas, and that it would function in a harmonious manner with this area, end quote. Market evidence, however, does not support this claim. I have analyzed Mr. Kirkland's 23 sets of matched pairs analysis. My conclusion that of the 23 examples, only 2 are credible with respect to meeting the standards of appraisal theory, methodology, and practice. The matched pairs analysis are misleading for the following reasons. One of the test sales has an indifferent purchaser. 2 of the examples have incorrect analysis. In 3 of the examples, the control sales are not comparable. In 3 of the examples, important data was not disclosed. 6 of the examples are specious, and 6 of the examples have control sales from different towns than the test sale. An additional flaw in Mr. Kirkland's analysis is that the proposed screening of a 7-foot wire mesh fence with 1 foot of barbed wire and 2 rows of staggered 5-foot high evergreens would result in the solar facility being the scenic equivalent of the existing natural agricultural landscape. Notably, Hardin Solar's application states, quote, a 20-foot maximum height requirement shall apply to all solar panels. Using the same data available to Mr. Kirkland, This office reanalyzed 6 of his examples. 3 of the examples indicated a range of diminution in value from -13 to -15.9%, while 3 indicated diminution of -30%. Number 4, Mulberry, had 2 similar size sales. A 1.7 acre tract that adjoined the generating plant and sold for $14,000. This was, by the way, bracketed by a 12 and 16,000 acre sale. And 2 1.67 acre tracts that sold for $20,000 and did not adjoin. These 2 examples meet the test of comparability with the exception of the solar project, which is the definition of a proper paired sale. The difference between these 2 sales is -30%. This test sale's property line is 450 feet from the nearest panel and had a minimal tree stand. Number 8, McBride Place, had 4 sale resales of the same property that Mr. Kirkland did not include in his analysis. Sale resales are the most accurate method of determining damage because they compare an earlier sale of the same property with a later sale, the only difference being the addition of the solar plant. These 3 properties indicated a range of diminution in value from -15.5% to -16.4%. In addition, there was a 4th sale. Although it did not have a prior sale with which to compare it, the assessment was 16.8% lower than the sale post-construction of the project. The distance from the nearest panel ranged from 350 feet to 550 feet, with 400 feet of dense woodland. The Simon Solar example, number 11, consists of a 35.86 acre tract that sold for $4,883 per acre. When graphed against the other sales used by Kirkland, which were 2 to 3 times larger than the subject, the difference was -30%. The property line of this small agricultural tract was approximately 300 linear feet south of the nearest solar panel and had a 100-foot wide mature tree stand between the property line and the solar farm. However, the elevation of the property was above that of the project, providing a clear view of the solar plant. The Candace Solar example, number 12, is based on a 2.3 acre sale that abuts the solar farm at its rear property line. The dwelling is within 450 feet of the nearest solar panel, but separated by 250-foot depth of dense woodland. Graphing the subject with the sales used by Kirkland indicates that the proximity of the subject to the solar farm resulted in a -13% diminution in value. The Grandy Solar example, number 19, is based on the sales from the subdivision abutting the former golf course at its north property line. These sales were not considered by Kirkland. A comparison of the 5 sales that abut the solar plant at $27,500 to 8 sales within the subdivision that do not abut at $32,500 indicates a consistent difference of -15.5%. The sales that abut are approximately 400 linear feet from the nearest solar panel with a setback of 300 feet from the property line. In addition, there is a 75-foot wide mature tree stand at the rear property line. The Plainmont Solar example, number 23, is from a 6,412 acre solar farm in Spotsylvania County, Virginia. Kirkland erroneously used 2 out of 3 test sales that did not adjoin the solar farm. This office identified 5 lots that are in a section of Fawn Lake subdivision that do adjoin. 2 of the sales abut the project at the rear property line. Although these lots are wooded, the solar project was clear-cut, and the only barrier is that prescribed by the ordinance. The most recent lot abutting sold for $55,000. Compared to the most comparable that did not abut, it's $77,250. The difference between these 2 lots was negative 30%. This case study indicates that the greater the value, the more adversely solar farms affect adjoining properties, all things being equal. Also, the less dense natural woodland buffer, the more solar farms adversely affect adjoining properties. In other words, a couple of staggered rows of arborvitae are not going to mitigate the negative impact of solar generating plants. Based on the available documented evidence, it's estimated that the solar farms adversely impact single-family lots and improved residential properties negative 15% for properties that are within approximately 500 feet of the solar panels and have a dense, mature woodland buffer of at least 75 feet. The data also indicate that solar farms adversely impact single-family lots and agricultural tracts up to 40 acres, negative 30% for properties that are within 450 feet of the solar panels and have a minimal natural buffering or a clear view of the solar facility. With respect to the properties adjacent to the proposed Hardin solar project, Mr. Kirkland identified the distance of the residential structure from the nearest solar panel as well as the linear feet of adjacency. It is notable that Mr. Kirkland does not consider the elevation of any of these properties. For example, 8 of the rural residential tracts on the west side of South Long Grove Road, immediately north of the Western Kentucky Parkway, are as much as 50 feet above the elevation of the proposed generating plant. These properties have a view of approximately 2 miles northeast toward the quarry. After construction of the project, the first half mile will be of solar panels. Similarly, a 4.38 acre tract on the east side of South Long Grove Road is surrounded on 3 sides by Hardin Solar. This tract is at least 20 feet above the elevation of the generating plant. This property has a similar view as the previous example, but is more severely impacted due to proximity of the project. This analysis refutes the claim by Kirkland that there will be no diminution of value and that the prescribed landscape buffering will mitigate any adverse influence of the Hardin County solar facility on adjacent properties.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, sir. Ma'am, if you don't mind, come over here and then.
B.J. Wigglesworth,
Yes, sir.
4055 Hardensburg Road, Cecilia, Kentucky. Man, it's late, and that was a good presentation. I just have one question because we're all tired. Will solar arrays decrease property values of properties next to solar arrays, in your expert opinion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes, sir.
Hi, Richard Kirkland, 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kirkland.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to just kind of bounce around a little bit, just trying to catch up with some of the comments you made. But is it appropriate to consider assessed value when doing a match pair or sale-resale analysis?
I used it not as a direct comparison, as support for the 3 comparable sale comparisons.
What are some of the drawbacks to using assessed value versus actual market sales?
Well, it's not an actual sale. And again, I had 3 sale resales that indicated it. I relied on that and merely used that as support.
Sure.
We can eliminate it if you like.
Is-
It
is-
isn't gonna change the.
Is confirmation, speaking with a buyer, seller, or a broker involved, an important part of any kind of analysis?
Is what?
Is confirming the sales?
Oh, yes.
It is a sale and resale with parties involved in, is that important?
Yes.
Did you do that with any of these?
I used the deeds.
So you did not confirm any of these with anyone?
No.
So, and confirmation is speaking with direct parties involved to find out what's going on besides just what's in the deed, is it not?
Well, yes.
So you did not confirm any of this data?
Not with, I used the deeds.
Okay. Do you know what, well, do you know what cherry picking is?
Do I know what?
Cherry picking. Cherry picking the data.
Oh, yes, I know what that is.
Well, what is that?
Well, it means picking sales or picking data that proves something you want to prove.
And dismissing anything that disproves it.
Well, if you're going to cherry pick.
Sure. So it's a form of confirmation bias, is it not?
It's a form of what?
Confirmation bias?
Well, I looked at all of the data. I didn't cherry pick.
But you dismissed anything that you didn't agree with, anything that you thought you didn't like the conclusions that it showed?
No, that's not correct.
Then how would you characterize it?
I analyzed the data as I saw it, based on information that I could justify.
So I don't want to go through everything, but looking specifically at, say, McBride Solar, some of the sales, resales you looked at, you did not confirm those with any party involved.
No, I used just the deeds.
Would it be interesting, did you notice in my report that I do have some information presented there about some of those sales that you identified, confirmed with the brokers involved?
Yes, I did notice that.
So some of those sale, resale analysis may have been impacted by those other things that are going on that the brokers confirmed.
Well, I think that, the data speaks for itself. And, brokers, don't always, understand, I guess hearsay.
Well, okay, you call it hearsay, but is not accepted appraisal practice to confirm the properties, speaking with a buyer, seller, or someone related to the transaction?
Correct.
So confirmation is not hearsay. It's an important part of the appraisal process.
Right.
So dismissing those comments, that would not be appropriate, would it?
The sale data was, clearly, indicated diminution in value, and this wasn't just one; this was three, and they all supported each other, which indicates a trend.
Except the brokers involved in every one of the transactions indicated that there wasn't any influence due to the solar farms. In fact, one of the instances, they had a full price offer on it that got held up due to other things, and it wound up being an issue with a market transact that was under contract. It shows in the report the details of the analysis, but basically it was a seller who became distressed.
Try to phrase it as a question,
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. There's a lot of reasons why something might sell below market besides just one thing, isn't it?
Say that again?
There's more than one thing going on in a buyer's and seller's situation when they're selling real estate. Sometimes deals fall through. Sometimes they go sideways. It has nothing to do with the property itself. Is that true?
Sometimes.
So that wouldn't be relevant, and you wouldn't be able to discover that by just looking at the deed, would you?
These properties did sell.
But the deed doesn't show all the details that led up to that transaction. and don't explain. They just show you a factoid, but don't show you how that price got set, does it?
Well, the sales clearly showed diminution in value, and all three of them
But
were in the
without-
same neighborhood, and it clearly was indicating a trend.
Without confirmation, though, you don't know what's going on.
Well, I don't think you can entirely say that.
Then what does the Appraisal Institute suggest and support confirming your sales?
Yes.
And they do that for a reason, do they not?
Well, yes, and
Okay.
I did with the deeds.
Again, that's not confirmation, and that is not an accepted process by the Appraisal Institute, is it?
Well, the important thing is that these were resales that were crucial to the analysis of that subdivision, and you didn't even look at them. So at least I included them and acknowledged them and confirmed them with the deeds.
But confirming the deeds is not
basically,
confirmation. Does the Appraisal Institute teaching that looking at the deed is confirmation, or is that just looking at the deed? I'll let it go at that. Again, that's not what confirmation means in the appraisal world. You said that I didn't look at topography and things like that. Again, I don't believe you have a copy of the report in front of you, but would it surprise you to know that topography shifts was noted for every solar farm in there?
you didn't list the topography on your chart.
It's on page 49. And it's also listed in every other summary chart where I showed breakdowns of the solar farms involved. So topography wasn't.
Sir.
So
Please
you
phrase the question.
didn't really read the report as carefully as perhaps you think you did. Or you just missed that one. I'm going to let it go at that unless, I think I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't believe you really address things correctly.
Sir,
I think that...
Just ask questions, please.
I know, I'm trying, I'm sorry. Has the Kentucky State Siting Board ever agreed with your findings?
I don't know that they've given an opinion about them.
Would it surprise you to know that they've accepted my findings?
They have, interestingly, they have accepted yours because they accepted your argument that the buffer was going to do away with any diminution in value. That was the conclusion. They didn't necessarily agree with your analysis.
And would it surprise you to know that even in where you've critiqued my reports before, they still agreed with mine, even in light of your criticism?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, I'll let it go. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hardin, 34 South Black Branch Road, Cecilia, Kentucky. Stewardship of the land. Seeing the examples before and after, how can you possibly conceive that the second picture is anywhere close to being stewards of the land? And that it describes either of the objectives under Goal 14. 16.1, the power being generated is sold by others or to others by a power purchase agreement. How is that essential to our community? By the sheer number of people that we've had here tonight, it's obviously not desired by the community either. 16.3, standards A and B. How does this not change the character or established pattern? How is this in harmony with the surrounding properties? As far as being permitted by the right under the zoning question, I do have a little problem with the resolution that was adopted in November of 2020. What research was done prior to this resolution that determined agricultural land, especially in the designated natural resource area defined within our comprehensive plan, was suitable for industrial solar? The comprehensive plan disputes this resolution and this project. Goal 1, objectives 6 through 9. Goal 2, objectives 2 through 3. Goal 4, objectives 1 through 8. Goal 5, objectives 1 through 7 and 9. Goal 8, objective 1. Goal 12, objectives 1 through 3. Goal 14, objectives 1 through 3. The American Planning Association issued a memo in the fall issue of 2019 that stated the accelerated energy industry's efforts to bring facilities online as quickly as possible has created a new challenge for local governments, as many are ill-prepared to consider this new, unique land use option. Localities are struggling with how to evaluate utility-scale solar facility applications. Does this point not ring true of exactly where we are tonight? Have any of you read this document? Have any of you researched the recommendations from the American Planning Association? Stanley County, North Carolina has developed solar ordinances within their comprehensive plan. It paints a very clear picture on where industrial solar can be placed, what panels can be used, how to govern that the solar companies have adequate insurance and decommissioning, how and who should inspect these properties, what monitoring has to be done, etc. I personally called Stanley's director, Bob Rebsberg, and asked him if they created this prior to any solar being approved in their area, or was it done after there were problems? He stated definitely the latter of the two. He said that he is happy to discuss and help in any way that he can. He even said I was welcome to provide you a copy of their guidelines, which I'll give you at the end. Why wasn't a solar ordinance done on your end before putting this resolution in place or before fiscal court adopted it? I beg all of you that before industrial solar is approved, that you take the time to see all aspects of solar from all angles. Take the American Planning Association's recommendations to heart, to seek advice from other areas with experience like Stanley County, North Carolina, and develop a responsible plan that will allow you and us to continue to be stewards of the land. We have petitioned fiscal court to issue an 18-month moratorium so that all of this can be done. Will you help them see the need for this? Standard F. This is a designated natural resource area defined within our comprehensive plan. Adam mentioned earlier that over 77% of this land in question tonight is prime farmland. How will allowing industrial solar here not directly conflict with the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan? Now I'm going to discuss standard C. Mary Clay has already spoken, presented in regards to her appraisal, or in regards to the appraisal report submitted by Kirkland and submitted her findings to you. I am a local realtor here in this area of almost 16 years. I also have an associate appraisal license. I have studied Kirkland's report as well. Now granted, I don't have the education that Ms. Clay does, but they did use 23 match pairs across the country, none of which were in Kentucky. Most of those pairs are not in any way comparable to Cecilia. The solar projects are industrial areas, along major highways or interstates, commercial areas, populations that were 6 to 37 times greater than Cecilia, 14 miles from a beach in Florida. miles from downtown Atlanta. Taking out all of those leaves you 5 somewhat matched pairs. To save time, I will discuss 3. Saponi Solar, Sussex County, Virginia, the closest comparable to the subject with the fewest adjustments, showed a negative 6% impact. Camden, North Carolina, the closest matching comparable to the subject with the fewest adjustments, did show a negative 6% impact. McBride Solar Farm, Midland, North Carolina, the closest comparable to the subject with the fewest adjustments, showed a negative 4% impact. I'm not cherry picking from his report. It compared apples to oranges, and it should not be relied on. On page 13 of their report, they refer to a study done by the University of Rhode Island that defines rural as 850 people per square mile. Nick Kirkland himself stated in a public informational presentation that he wasn't sure how they got that to be rural. They are from Rhode Island, and that he thought they may have different standards. Cecilia only has 61 people per square mile. Nick was asked if there were studies for smaller populations more similar to Cecilia, and he stated that there have been no studies based on a lower population. By the way, E-Town has 1,125 people per square mile, much closer to the number in this study, and I think we can all agree that E-Town is really not rural. The author of this study, Corey Lang, has stated to numerous media outlets that farmland or forest land is a scarce resource, that when it's developed into solar, it is felt by the community, that you're losing green space and it's also adding an industrial viewscape. He also stated there are some downsides to living to a large array. It's an industrial-looking land use, and there are ecological concerns associated with them, and people may not want to live nearby. So what do your own citizens, what does our market say about industrial solar? First, I have to ask, who is our real estate market? And who determines market prices? The market is buyers and sellers, whether present, past, or future. The market, those same folks, determines prices. It is what a seller is willing to take, but it's ultimately what a buyer is willing to give. I completed a survey. Nope, it must be one of the papers I dropped. It is. Nope. I had 503 participants. This was open to the public. I didn't handpick these people or cherry pick these people as to who got to take this survey. If given a choice, would you live in a home surrounded by solar panels? 85% answered no. Do you think property values of homes surrounded by thousands of solar panels will decrease? 82% said yes. Would you pay more for the same exact home in a location that was not surrounded by solar panels? 78% of the participants answered yes. Industrial solar will have the same external obsolescence as a junkyard. They're fenced, they operate during business hours, and they have landscaping around them. Are you going to ignore your own community, our market? Do you see how our market will respond to industrial solar and how it will impact property values? We as a community have educated ourselves and have proven in testimony, experts, and research that this goes against our comprehensive plan. And the negative impacts it will be felt by the entire community. Will you listen to your community? Will you be stewards of the land this evening?
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, we have some questions.
Okay. Ma'am, if you will, just step over here and we'll get some questions for you, please.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Kirkland, state your name, please.
Richard Kirkland, 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you.
So, gosh, it's getting late. So you've read the university study from the University of Rhode Island?
I've read part of it, yes.
Sure, that's fair. And what was the conclusion of that study?
Well, the conclusion was that for non-rural areas, that there was a negative impact from 1.7% to 7% negative impact. But again, their definition of rural was 850 people per square mile.
Well, their definition for rural was fewer than 850 people per square mile. That would capture everything below.
The study said that they stopped at 850 people per square mile as far as their study.
Was part of that due to the fact that Rhode Island and Massachusetts, where they studied, is fairly population-dense states?
Yes, and that's why I asked Nick if there were studies for smaller populations. Do you have one?
Again, I guess I'll ask, are you familiar with the university study out of Texas, the LBJ study?
No.
So you're not familiar with the survey and the findings from that?
No.
Okay. And the study from University of Rhode Island, the one study you are familiar with, it does say that they found less impact at lower density areas.
Again, they also classified rural as 850 people.
Right, but if they found an impact at higher density and then lower density, would it not be reasonable to expect?
I don't know. That's why I asked if there's a study for a rural, or more rural population, because 850 people is not rural, not around here.
Well, understood. 850 is fairly dense, but it's also still considered rural in some areas. And they found no impact on property values in those areas.
Sir, please
In
try to
Rhode
make your
Island.
questions.
So, looking through this, you said that there was no match pairs in Kentucky. Are you sure that's the case?
You have mentioned 6 in there, but they were not used as your match pairs.
Would it surprise you to know that there are some match pairs at Crittenden in Kentucky that are listed in the report?
The first 6 that were listed in there, which was Crittenden, Kentucky, Bowling Green, I can't remember the other ones right now, but they were not used as match pairs. They were not numbered 1 through 23.
The very first match pair in the report, would it surprise you to know, is on page 26 in Crittenden, Kentucky.
Okay?
So that wouldn't surprise you that...
We're going to ask a question.
I did ask
Yeah.
a question.
What was your question?
Would it surprise you that that was in there?
It would.
Because I guess the board's got a copy of it. You can see that it is.
Yeah.
Again,
But
you go
I
through...
mean, I would, because I did not observe the one from Hardin Solar because I just got that, Adam, a couple of days ago. The one that I reviewed in length was the one that was submitted by IVV. So how many companies have you submitted the same exact report or almost identical report for?
Again, I'll ask some questions.
Well, I didn't get a chance to cross-examine you. I didn't get a chance to cross-examine you because you hid back there somewhere. So how many of these reports have you done?
Again,
It's the same exact reports with just a little tweak.
again,
Because I know of 2.
I've done multiple studies. I've looked at a lot. But at the same time, that each report is unique and specific to a property. But have you done any analysis? Have you done any independent analysis?
What do you mean?
Other than cherry picking through my report, have you done any independent analysis?
Well, I mean, I took a survey of the clients here in this area. How many buyers and sellers have you worked with selling real estate?
Again, that's not my role. Have you ever sold a property next to a solar farm?
I didn't get to cross-examine you, so you tell how many buyers and sellers.
Again, that's not
Okay,
my
let's keep this structured as is. You've presented, and now he's asking you questions. I recognize where you're coming from, but keep yours to questions and not statements about the report, okay? Please, thank you.
But no, I have not did a study. We relied on Mary Clay to do that for us.
Have you sold any property next to a solar farm?
No, because there's none around here.
Have you spoken to any
Have
brokers?
you sold any around a solar
Have you
farm?
spoken to any brokers who've sold any property next to solar farms?
No, because we don't have any here.
So,
Have you done any residential appraisals in the state of Kentucky?
again, I think we're at the structure where I'm asking the questions. So, again,
But again, I didn't get to cross-examine you, so.
Okay, back to the structure that we were discussing. Questions, we're asking the questions now. You presented her testimony, ask the questions about her testimony. Okay.
again, I'm trying. Again, so you don't have
I'm gonna
any-
grab my water really quick.
The survey, who was the survey given out to?
I said that in my presentation, it was given to the public.
By the public, how did you provide it to the public?
I'm sorry?
How did you provide it to the public?
At our public informational meeting that I believe we had on December 7th, they were given the option to fill it out, and then I also did it online. I think I used free online surveys, which wasn't really free, I had to pay for the service, but.
So was this following standard, like, scientific method as far as setting up a survey, or was this just something you did on the side?
It was me testing our market, our community, as to how they felt about industrial solar. I unfortunately don't have the funds that you have to where I could do that. But if somebody wants to fund me, I'm happy to do it.
So would it be fair to say that most of the folks that you contacted about this survey were already in opposition to the solar farm?
No, I wouldn't say that because it was open to the general public.
But, sure, we'll let it go then. All right, I'm done.
All right, any further questions?
Just as a brief update for everyone, you guys have used 39 minutes and 47 seconds, almost 48. So there you go.
Well, good evening, or almost good morning now. My name is Derek Tall. I live at 77 Collins Drive, Elizabethtown.
Adam, I'm so sorry. I had all this for you guys and forgot to bring it out. I was too concerned with rubbing my orange there. Daily billing ordinance and a wrap up in our survey.
Ours going to be documents supplied by Trina Martin.
All right, go ahead and start, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, like I said, my name's Derek Tall. I'm an owner and the sales manager at Tall Equipment. I've been employed there full-time for nearly 20 years. Tall Equipment's located in Cecilia. We've been in business serving the farming community for 55 years now. We're a third-generation business, and we've developed a lot of long-term relationships with many area farmers, and incidentally, we consider the Summers, Prestons, and Langley's Hall as wonderful customers and great friends. In the past 5 decades, we've seen a lot of changes in the ag industry. Some things come and stay, some things come and go, but we've never seen anything come onto the scene so quickly and with so much potential to negatively impact the ag economy as this utility-scale solar industry that's currently flooding into the county. One of the main questions on the table is, if we just look at the economic impact, should the county trade all of these acres of prime farm ground for an 85 megawatt utility-scale solar installation? And for the record, and simplicity's sake, I used 650 acres in this following example. I know the scope of the project is bigger than that. But the project's broken down into 2 phases, constructional phase and operational phase. During the construction phase, they publicize a $7.4 million economic impact by hiring 200-plus construction workers, and they anticipate that most of these workers will be hired from within the county or surrounding counties. But let's talk reality, and putting it bluntly, the construction phase will be labor that's predominantly, if not entirely, out of the county and out of state. Given the current lack of laborers, other projects in the community, and the scope of this project, they're going to bring their own crews in. In other words, construction phase is going to have very little impact to Hardin County's economy. But once that phase is done, they'll move to the operation phase, and Hardin Solar states that it'll employ 2 to 3 full-time employees. Not 30, not 300, but 3. So here's the trade. 650 acres of farmland is going to be taken out of row crop production. One of the best and most accurate ways to quantify this into a dollar figure is to simply calculate production costs, or the cost of putting out a crop. Now, according to the current University of Kentucky Agriculture Department corn and soybean budget for 2022, which you have a copy of, The average cost of putting out a crop will be $787 per acre for corn and $508 per acre for beans. Assuming a 50-50 corn to soybean crop rotation, the average of those two would be approximately $650 per acre. 650 acres at $650 per acre equals $420,000 per year, being spent mostly with local agribusiness. What is that production cost spent on? It's spent on things like seed, fertilizer, herbicides, and lime purchased from small agribusinesses like Nutrient Ag, Southern States, Inks Quarry. This cost production includes equipment depreciation, which goes towards purchasing tractors, combines, planters from Jacoby Sales and Wright Implement. The 650 acres will not produce its average of 59,000 bushels of corn and 17,000 bushels of soybeans per year, which means there will be no need for future grain bin sales, grain dryer sales, grain leg sales, which could possibly be purchased from our business, Tall Equipment. May I add that it's my strong belief that removing this much prime production farmland from Hardin County will affect adversely our business and possibly the 15 employees that work at our company. In a paper published by Allison Davis, PhD at the University of Kentucky's Department of Agricultural Economics, called The Influence of Agriculture to Clark County's Economy, you have a copy of this as well, the professor states on page 9 in the first paragraph that for every $1 loss in production agriculture, the ripple effect through the rest of the economy will equate to an additional 20% decrease. Therefore, if you simply average the cost of crop production at $420,000 per year times the additional 20% ripple effect from the indirect and induced decreases, a conservative total would be $504,000 per year that's not spent in our county. It's over $500,000. Excuse me. So if we use the same time frame as Hardin Solar, this number times 30 years equals $15 million. So $15 million economic impact compared to Hardin Solar's number of $13.2 million. When you do that math, that equals out to a negative $1.8 million economic impact, or nearly a $2 million net loss for Hardin County's economy. And again, these figures are based on 650 acres, not the full 860, I believe, is what is proposed. So we could extrapolate that further. But the bottom line is, for these industrial solar projects, what benefit are they bringing to Hardin County when you examine real economic implications and you realize an approximate of negative $1.8 million or more dollars? If a positive economic impact to Hardin County and its citizens is your main reason for being in favor of this project, then I implore you to see the real financial impact that utilizes common business sense, which should bring you to the conclusion that you need to find a different reason to be in favor of passing this conditional use permit. As a Hardin County citizen and a Hardin County small business owner, I ask that you use common business sense, wisdom, and abundance of caution and vote to deny this permit. Thanks.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Tall? No? Okay. Thank you. Okay. No, thank you.
Glenn Harrington, 2528 Hardinsburg Road, Cecilia. I'm just going to speak from the heart, you all. Larry knows me, most everybody in this room knows me. I'm a full-time farmer here in Hardin County. My wife works for Nutrient Ag in Cecilia. Our livelihood depends on farming. Folks, we got 6 solar companies that are in line to present their proposals to you guys. Best of my ability in talking to a lot of farmers who have yet to record their lease contracts, we're looking at anywhere from 7,000 to 10,000 acres of our very best farmland is going into solar. So that means that's going to be a lot of farmers that's not going to be patronizing my wife's business, Tall Equipment, Jacoby's, and all of those. So those businesses are going to be losing a lot of revenue.
Amen.
And they're probably going to be having to close or cut back on their workers because they serve farmers. And if there is no farmers in Hardin County, then there is no need for them to be in business. But I know we're running out of time, and I'll try to make this short, but those agribusinesses, such as Tall Equipment, Nutrient Ag, and all the different farm stores, even the one that Larry works for, Nutrient Ag, They patronize other small businesses in Hardin County. They use Kerr Office Products, which is our local office product store that's locally owned. They use those for their supplies. They use our local laundry service for their uniforms. They buy their parts for Nutrient Ag and Southern States and all of their fertilized buggies and all of their sprayers and their fertilized trucks. They buy their parts locally from Napa, Fisher Auto Parts, and too from Jacoby's and Tall's and all those. I mean, all of this works together. And whenever you disrupt that chain, you're disrupting several hundred people's jobs and their livelihoods. And when you take their jobs away, and this job away, and this job away, you're putting a lot of folks out of business just to create jobs for 2 or 3 people that's going to man this thing for 30 years.
Amen.
I don't know how many of these you're all going to let in. No one knows that yet, but we're looking at 7,000 to 10,000 acres that's going into solar production. We have Glendale project that's getting ready to come, and we already know that there's going to be people that's going to move into Hardin County, and they're going to have homes to live on. So there's going to be a big competition between land development for those people to live on and farmland. So not only is this solar deal taking out 7,000 to 10,000 acres, but when you add the Glendale project in on that, and the people that's going to be moving here, you're going to be adding a lot more to those numbers. So I just look at the simple fact that we're putting a lot of people out of work, we're causing a lot of our local businesses to suffer for a company that's out of state and for solar energy that's not very effective. And there was an article in NOLA NRECC in the Kentucky Living magazine from East Kentucky Power, and our local power company, NOLA NRECC, gets their electricity from East Kentucky Power. And that article was in Kentucky Living magazine that they do not support solar energy. It's going to cost us all more on their electric rates. NOLA NRECC, I've talked to their board members. Many of those are farmers as well. You guys know them. They are not for solar energy because it's taking away from them, and it's also not reliable, and it's not resilient, it's not responsive. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
And I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions? No, okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Time?
We've used 50 minutes and 7 seconds.
Okay, name please, sir?
Hi, my name is Lawrence Ho. My wife is Sandra. We've lived at 1700 South Long Grove Road, Glendale, Kentucky for over 30 years. The house was built by Mr. George Ball, a notable farmer, who built it on a slight rise with large windows where he could look out across hundreds of acres of corn, soybeans, cattle, and hay fields that he farmed. It is a beautiful sight, for now at least. Nobody's closer to the solar panels and inverters than me and my wife. The proposed Hardin solar farm by Community Energy will surround my home on 3 sides. They have set back 500 feet from the center of my home for their solar panels, and the inverter will be humming just 840 feet from my house. I'm going to ask you to deny this application for Hardin Solar by Community Energy for a number of reasons. First, I ask you to deny this application because a solar farm is a drastic change from the nature and character of this area. It's currently characterized by homes with 3 to 5 acre plots, some larger, interspersed with acres of crops. The land is some of the highest rated soil for farming in the state of Kentucky. Thousands of sandhill cranes and some whooping cranes visit the area to wade in the flooded fields and forage and roost. Second, I ask you to deny this permit because it is not in harmony with the uses permitted by right under the zone in question, and it will adversely affect the use of neighboring properties. The Hardin Solar project is entirely within the area used by sandhill cranes and whooping cranes during their annual migration. When this property is fenced in, 4-legged wildlife is fenced out and feeding plots vanish. If the cranes and other waterfowl and wildlife are diverted from this area, nearby landowners stand to lose money when their contracts for hunter leases are not renewed. I ask you to deny this application because it will diminish the value of my property if the solar installation is allowed. Whether the value is decreased by 5% or by 30%, it doesn't matter. It's still a loss, and it's a significant loss in terms of dollars. For the third time, I ask you to deny this application. I ask you to deny this application because it will adversely affect the health and safety of persons residing or working in the vicinity of the proposed use. Our local fire stations are volunteers without the training or equipment to control an electrical fire that could melt the panels and release toxic chemicals into the air and water, which will foul our well water. I searched the Hardin County Planning and Zoning Comprehensive Plan, the zoning ordinance, and the text amendments non-standard uses. I never once found the phrase, "the landowner can do whatever he wants." What I did find was just one mention of solar, named Resolution number 2020-011, and I quote, "ground mount solar systems from 200 square feet in size up to 1 acre in size shall be conditional use permit in all zones." This does not allow for any development of a solar field larger than 1 acre in size, not even with the CUP. You've omitted that. For the fifth time, I ask you to deny this application because it is larger than what's allowed by Resolution 2020-011. This resolution is the only document governing Hardin County solar development. This resolution says nothing about the distance of setback from my property that the county will allow. Community Energy is planning to install panels 500 feet from my home with an inverter 840 feet from my home. The proposed structure or facility actually used for solar wind generation shall be required to be at least 1,000 feet from the property boundary of any adjoining property holder and 2,000 feet from any residential neighborhood, according to KRS 278.704. I ask you to deny this application because it is set 500 feet from my foundation, not 1,000 feet from my property, nor 2,000 feet from any residential areas, as required by 278.704. And I don't know why you would set any limits that would be less restrictive. For the people of Hardin County, for the residents and the homeowners and property owners who have long lived peacefully with farmers, for the farmers who need to rent good land to make a profit, and for my wife and me, I ask you for the seventh time to protect our property, protect our community, protect our water, protect our rights. Deny this application. Deny this permit.
Any questions?
Mr. Hall, is this just your speech? This is a copy of my speech. It's a little longer than what I actually presented in the interest of time.
All right, so this will be exhibit TT, and it'll be Mr. Rhodes' written speech.
No questions. Time?
Oh, I apologize. You have used 54 minutes and 44 seconds. So with the a minute and 41 seconds that were added on, you've got about
A little over 7 minutes left.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
All right, so this is going to be exhibit U, and this will be
Liability summary, and just one page out of the building RCC.
all right, so I'm just going to lump this all together as exhibit UU, and it'll be documents submitted by Mr. Tom.
Did you keep a copy?
No, you just got one copy. Oh, you got multiple copies.
I got multiple copies of each folder, yeah. Just pass it around. Okay, my name's Keith Tall, 3136 Hardinsburg Road, Cecilia. And I just want to take a step back a little bit and talk a little bit about efficiency, reliability of solar power in general. And there's a few comments I want to pull out of the Kentucky Living publication that's already been mentioned once, I think, the January 2022 edition, which is a page that you got in the handout. And I just took the last page of that article and just marked it a little bit. I just want to make a few comments for that. But basically, what I'm going to show you is that solar power
deemed as clean energy, renewable energy, green energy, is the worst choice that we could make. I mean, if we want to move forward in this community, in this county, and have some what would be referred to as renewable energy, there's other ways to do it, okay? So that's kind of the point I want to make. One of the things I'll say is that solar industrial plants, of course they're called farms, a nice little optic there. They are an intermittent, unreliable electrical energy source. They result in brownouts, in blackouts, when the electric grid depends on solar. And there's examples of that in other places like California that have, gone full blast with solar as much as they possibly could. Apparently they went too far, and now they have a lot of fun.
Mr. Tall, this is your 5-minute warning.
Okay, so solar cannot be relied on to support a household or a business or society in general. And I just want to make a couple comments. Let me hear it with my time. Before I do that, I just want to cover a couple things real quick. Solar requires 80 times more land than the conventional power plant, and will last maybe 15 to 20 years. I know we're hearing numbers like 30 years, but unless we've got some of these solar panel manufacturers that have warranties of 30 years, there's evidence and there's some information out there that indicates that there is a degradation each year of these solar panels. They don't stay the same every year, they degrade some, and so there's indications that they won't last 30 years. So, what's going to happen whenever they no longer emit enough electricity that the local electric companies will want to purchase because the cost is going to go up. At some point, usually around the 20-year mark, then they are not going to be worth anything. So now on the other side of it, nuclear energy, which is a green energy, that's 80 years that those plants will be around. In Kentucky, in the winter, there is 3 hours of peak sun per day on a sunny day. That's the best it gets, right, for solar. Just a quick look at the second page, maybe it's on the back of the page I'm going through. You'll see a graph for those that like graphs. But the one on top with the orange is a typical plant of a conventional power plant. That's a 24-hour period along the bottom, and it's rated at 100 megawatts. And guess what? It produces 100 megawatts every single hour of the day and night. 2,400 megawatt hours that plant will produce. That's what we need in our grid, right? That's what we depend on. You throw your electric switch on and turn your heat on. This is what that's what we need in our grid. That's what the people at NOLA and RECC were saying why they're concerned about using solar power. If you go down to the worst case scenario for solar, and you look at a rainy day, you might get maybe 62 megawatt hours in a 24-hour period. That's about 2.5%. And say I'm off a little bit, maybe we get 3% or 5%, but you get the idea. I put that other one in there. It's a power generation of a partly cloudy day. So you've got some clouds come over, you get some sun, cloud, sun, and then you've got another problem for the grid, the people that are trying to figure out how to keep electricity coming to our homes and to businesses without having a brownout or having a moment without electricity. They've got to figure out how to get that electricity from the solar panels into the grid and keep that going, right? It's not consistent like you would a traditional power plant. So these are just some ideas, some interesting facts that you may not be considering. How much time I got? Okay. So the capacity factor, that last sheet that came from the U.S. government publication on nuclear energy, you
You see at the very top that nuclear is our best bet as far as just capacity factor. And then solar, obviously, is at the very bottom. And that 25% is best case scenario. It's not Kentucky. It's more like 19% in Kentucky. So I just want to throw all these things out for consideration as you're thinking about this, that this would be the worst thing that Hardin County could do to tie in these solar power plants and decommissioning. I didn't even get to.
Any questions? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Dole. Okay, 41 seconds. Y'all good? Okay. All right, so that will conclude both sides, those wishing to speak in favor of and those wishing to speak in opposition. I did want to reserve a little bit of time for the commissioners to ask questions that they may have. I know that I've jotted down several that I would like to ask. I would like to do this in a manner, in whichever group that chooses the question is directed to. I want direct answers, okay? If I need to follow up, then I'll follow up. I don't want to be unfair to either side. If we ask a question, answer the question precisely, and let's go on, okay? So, I guess I'll start questions, and then we'll see what happens. Okay. In the reports, we see two different soil types. We see soil that is prime soil, and we see soil that is of statewide importance. I would like to know what the difference is. Does anybody have that?
So these definitions come from National Resource Conservation Service, and prime farmland has come down from the federal level saying that these are our nation's best soils. They produce the high yields, they have favorable conditions, and this is across the board, every state. Soils that are of statewide importance, they are nearly to that yield, and they act pretty much the same way when conditions are favorable. So in the state of Kentucky, they would essentially be the same as prime farmland.
Okay. In the proposal that we're looking at, how much of it is considered prime and statewide importance? Do we have that breakdown?
Yeah, that's on your screen there. That's pretty quick.
Okay, but it's pretty much all prime.
So the prime farmland breaks down to 77.47%. Farmland of statewide importance, 11.08%. So roughly 88.5%.
88.5%. Okay. We've spent, and I might direct this to you guys, we spent a lot of time talking about the panels. We spent very little time talking about the poles that are driven into the ground. I would like some clarification of what those poles are composed of. I would like clarification for if they're driven into the ground, what happens? Are they painted? Are they, because our soil is corrosive. And so we're talking about leaching and stuff like that. If we introduce a metal into the ground that is corrosive, then we're going to have problems. All right, give me your name, please. And again, if you can, just kind of stick to the questions for me.
Sure. My name's Steve Calland at 103 Joel Court in Cary, North Carolina. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center at NC State, part of the College of Engineering at NC State. The poles that are used in these racking systems are made of galvanized steel, and so they're usually driven into the ground with no concrete support. They're just driven directly into the ground. The only issue that we've identified associated with that is the same thing you would see with any galvanized steel product on a farm, tin roof or galvanized steel roofs, other things, is that there is some zinc which will leach into the soil from that. The only crop that I've been able to identify in conversations with the Co-op Extension Service at NC State that would be affected by that are peanuts. And so if this is not a peanut county, there's really no net effect to that zinc. There's already plenty of zinc in the soil. It's something that we take for preventing colds. It's not a toxic chemical, but it would be concentrated in higher levels around those post holes.
Okay, if zinc is a byproduct of these poles, and we have identified that this is a very karst environment, so we can pretty much assure that that zinc will leach into, at some point in time, the water system. Is there any problem with human consumption of zinc?
No. Okay. Not at the levels that would be involved here.
Okay, we've spent a lot of time, again, speaking of solar panels. The mounting mechanisms, and this is probably going to be a question for you too, because I want to look at the mounting. I guess we're done, let's go home. The mounting systems, yeah, now I feel like I'm dancing for you or something.
It's the star chamber.
The mounting systems, you said this is on a rotating mount. I assume they're cylinder ran. How are they rotated? Is there, because we spend a lot of time speaking of the problems that come with solar, but not necessarily with the mounting panels. We're mounting 200,000 panels, so there's got to be some other mounting mechanisms that you know, in the event of a tornado, in the event of whatever, that is could be environmentally impactful.
Sure, there's no real environmental impact to it. The systems are engineered to support the weight of the system. That's, you know, it's a pretty well understood math problem that the folks that design these racking systems.
Right, but there's got to be some cylinder, there's got to be some way to mechanically move those. That's my question. What is that mechanical movement?
It's usually a motor. The modules tilt at a very, very slow pace to match the angle of the sun. So there's not any real rapid motion involved, and so the wear and tear is actually pretty minimal. You know, as
oils involved with the motoring systems?
I'm sorry?
Oils, lubricants, that type stuff?
Very minimal. These are very small motors that are used in this process. I would say that, you know, the issue of, you know, tornadoes and other natural disaster type things, you know, all racking systems are going to be subject to that, but they do engineer these things to withstand hurricane force winds up to a class 2 usually at least. And so, you know, nobody really beats a tornado, but these systems are designed to be very weather resistant.
Okay. And I'll direct this to whomever can. In your mock-up, you had very pretty trees surrounding solar panels. However, these are going to be rotating solar panels, which at some point in time, depending on where you're at, is going to have glare somewhere moving at a constant rate. Again, I don't place a lot of value on, you know, supposed pictures of what it's going to look like, but looking at your pictures, how can we guarantee that those rotating panels will not produce some form of glare at any given point during the day?
Yeah, I can address this. Martin can as well. So
Name, please.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Sorry. Hello, I'm Lauren Brunsdale. We have conducted a glare analysis. Copperhead conducted that for us. That analysis takes a look at the project at a large multitude of observation points, all homes, points all the way along the roadways, and they simulate it through a model that's standardized, and you know, the result is that there is no impact from glare. I'd also note that the FAA and the Kentucky Aviation Authority has already approved and confirmed the fact that there is no adverse glare effects of the project.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a breakdown of the amount of prime farmland of Hardin County? We've got acreage of farmland, but do we have a breakdown of how many acres are considered prime or that of historical? So we have no idea how many acres this is impacting of prime land.
No, we don't. I've got some maps, but don't have those at my disposal here. Yeah, I mean, we got the map, but it wouldn't break it down for you like that.
Okay.
We can obtain that information.
Okay, and one of my final questions, we talked about solder. I'm very familiar with solder.
Oh,
yes.
We do have that number, but it's going to take a moment.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead. What's that? Yeah, that's been brought up. We know how much farmland, but I didn't know how much prime farmland there was, or farmland of historical, significant statewide importance. But while we're researching that, I did find it interesting on the soldering question. Can you tell me, with any degree of certainty, how much solder is actually in a panel?
I actually don't know the exact amount by weight, but I can say that most all of that solder is encapsulated in the module. So there's been some discussion about the EVA material or the encapsulant material that goes on a module. It's basically the same material that you find between the sheets of glass that make up a car windshield. And so if you smack a car windshield with a rock, it doesn't shatter and leave you with a big pile of glass. It shatters in a way that all of that is still attached, right? It's kind of like a sheet of broken glass kind of stuck together, and it may break into several pieces where that tears.
Having a lot of experience with broken glass, I tend to disagree with you a bit there. But,
well, it comes out in sheets, in essence.
It comes out in larger form, yes, but you still have the shards that are there.
So what is done to test for this lead problem is they take solar modules, sample modules, and they break them into 1 centimeter squares. They then throw them into an acid bath to simulate time in a landfill. This is the T-clip test that EPA specifies how it's done. It was referred to several times this evening. There are no modules in the last 15 years of production that have failed that T-clip test because of this issue of lead. There have been some modules in the past that have tested through the T-clip process to show lead, but one of two things happened in that process. Either the modules were very old. In the old days, about 15 years ago and earlier, the module makers were a lot less concerned about the amount of lead. It wasn't an issue because it hadn't been raised yet. So they used a lot more lead solder. That amount of lead solder has been reduced. In fact, a lot of European companies are now moving towards modules that don't use lead as the soldering at all. They use a different material that's not toxic. And so the industry is moving in that direction right now, but the amount of lead overall in the panel has been dramatically reduced, and then it's trapped inside of that encapsulant. The other case where it has shown up in recent years is if somebody takes the modules and grinds them into dust and then runs the T-clip test. Obviously, if you grind a module into dust instead of simulating something that looks more like what would be in a landfill, you're going to run into problems. Even in those cases, it just barely doesn't pass the T-clip test. So in general, lead is not really an issue from solar panels, at least in the crystalline scenario. They really don't use much lead solder at all in the thin film modules, but they're not being used in this project.
Okay. All right, hang on.
I had a question from him earlier.
Okay.
Can I ask that now?
No, not right now, thank you.
You're getting in the parking lot.
Right. I'm just allowing, the commissioners need to have some time here, so. Guys, do y'all have any questions? Any questions? Mark?
I just made it two votes. I mean,
Okay.
my big concern is property values, period. So I'd like in, on a lot of properties, some phrases I've heard used on a lot of multiple states, I've never heard. So I feel like there's some, I'd like to hear, again, just straight up, can property value be protected with solar farms on any of the studies that you've seen? And I wouldn't mind this as well, you know, from either side, but just to be fair. That's by far my primary concern.
Okay. We're going to offer both sides the opportunity to answer that, okay? And while I've got you up here too, the question was raised when you were questioning that you can't base everything on deeds. Does the deed not have the price of the sold land on it? Okay, so what are you basing your appraisals on? You said there's other factors. Go ahead.
The confirmation process is where you speak to buyers and sellers involved to find out the context of that price.
Correct.
Because the price, in some of the examples like in the McBride, there was a property that was under contract for a full price. It was listed, the buyers, sellers, there's actually photos from the backyard of that. You can see the solar panels from the backyard. Buyer, seller, neither one was concerned about the solar farm. The problem was that they bought contingent, they had a contract on a contingent fee. They had to sell their old house first, but they couldn't find a buyer for their old house because they'd overpriced it. They couldn't sell it or drop the price down because then they couldn't afford to buy the house that had a contract. So they pushed that around for several months until it wound up getting to a point where the sellers of that property that was backing up to the solar farm, basically they were in a bind because they were contingent on another property that they couldn't kick down the road any further. They found an outside buyer who came in and bought it at below market prices, not because of the solar farm, but because they came in cash offer and came in quick. So, and that's what the buyer and sellers are informed.
Right, go ahead and
That's
answer
why, that's why it's important to confirm.
Sure, I actually fully understand it too. But it really was a big question about setbacks. Would you say, in your opinion, the larger the setback, the more the property value is protected?
I would agree with that. Yes, I would agree with that.
Previous company came in to bring up, showing their data showed the same, so, setbacks.
But their data came from him as well.
Right. So, what is it, do you know, and maybe you don't know, is there a setback number that any analysis you've run that starts to show a true protection like where you don't see it?
Well, I would cite the study out of University of Texas, that LEJ study, University. You can see, I'll make sure I cite it correctly, but they surveyed appraisers and got opinions, and you can break down on page 14 of my report, you can see the breakdown between appraisers who have experienced appraising next to solar farms and those who were guessing. And they had a wide range there, but those who had experience appraising next to solar farms showed impacts running from -5 on up to about a +5, +10% impact in value. They start at the -5% when they're at about 100 feet away from a 100 megawatt project. And that rapidly hits back to zero, and again, as you get, it gets closer to zero at 500 feet. So that would be that University of Texas study. I would also point out that University of Texas study was based on no landscape screening whatsoever. So their survey put out, they can put in the conclusion that they assumed that landscaping would potentially shift these numbers.
When was that study done?
It was May 2018.
2018?
Yes, sir. I've also looked at, again, the distances at the University of Rhode Island study. I'm not sure what those setbacks were on that one. I don't recall that one being listed as a significant factor. There's a study that was out of the University of Georgia that
No,
actually,
yeah, I can't have any.
Sure.
Right. No new testimony, just,
I appreciate it.
okay. Yeah, we're going to give both sides the same. Okay. And again, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this. By your own admission, you say that the property tax, or the property increases in value based on the distance from a solar farm, but yet you say that solar farms don't affect value.
again, if you get close or too close, and again, I would suggest that there is a point where it gets too close and it can affect property. I've got match pairs that I've looked at that are as close as 105 feet from panel to home. There are brand new homes being built in New Jersey, $1.2 to $1.6 million, 200 feet from an existing solar farm. Brand new homes, most expensive homes in the neighborhood back up to that solar farm. So again, it doesn't stop development patterns, and people are going there. But again, the natural inclination is at some point, if you go from 200 feet to 500, if there's a mile buffer, at some point, you've got not just a buffer, you've got a park behind you, which would be an enhancement.
Correct, but we're not looking at that.
Well, sure, I'm just saying that
distance, right.
the logic flows that if, I don't see a negative impact of that distance. However, I've been asked about projects where they've had homes as close as 50 feet. And again, I don't have data that shows a negative impact at 50 feet, but I consider that to be too close, and I wouldn't testify for that.
All right, thank you. All right. Is it Mary?
Yes.
Okay, if you could come forward, please, and kind of address the same question that Mark raised.
And I apologize, I didn't even have analysis pieces from appraising, but is there any evidence that you've seen that would say a certain setback protects property value?
I don't know about a specific, a magic number. It depends on the circumstances. And I'll just reiterate, those 6 examples that I gave you. The ones that decreased 15% had setbacks ranging from 350 to 550. And those properties also had dense woodland or a mature tree stand that ranged from 75 feet to 400 feet. And there was still a negative 15% diminution in value.
And with respect to the three examples that indicated 30% diminution in value, those had setbacks of 300 to 450 feet, and they had either, minimal tree stand, just a few trees, not a woodland. One had 100-foot wide mature tree stand, and the example from Spotsylvania County only had the prescribed buffer for the ordinance, and that indicated 30%. So the wider the buffer and the greater the distance, the less the diminution in value. Less the buffer, the greater the diminution in value. Right, and so those are 6 empirical, examples.
When you say diminution, for later, you mean?
Decline.
Sold at one part, and then later in the future sold at a lesser amount, or are you using an appraisal value? When you say diminution, give me your definition on exactly when you say it went down 30%.
Oh, it means that for example, the Spotsylvania County tract, the properties that abutted the solar farm compared to properties that didn't abut, but were, maybe, two streets down or something like that. When you compare the ones that abut the solar farm to the ones that do not, the difference shows.
Is that based on sales, though?
Yes, it's based on sales. In that example.
So it's not appraised, figure it's real.
Right, actually, in that example, the lots that abutted the solar farm sold for $55,000, and the ones just up the street sold for $77,250.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, I need to address something structurally real quick.
So what we've had happen here in the Planning Commission's questions is we've had a couple of people that have provided answers that weren't subject to cross-examination from the other side. And so just to give that opportunity, there may not be any questions, there may not be anything additional, but just to make everything fair for everyone, the clock hasn't been running because they haven't technically put on testimony, they've been answering questions. And I apologize, I didn't write both of the names down. Sir, standing there with a jacket on, thank you. If you wouldn't care to come forward, and this, this can be brief, but you did answer some questions to the commission, and so it's only fair that the other side is given the opportunity to ask any questions. You're not putting on testimony, you're just answering questions, but if there is someone that had a quick question that would like to address, then we can.
Okay.
If no questions, you're good. I just wanted to give everybody. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Are they going to steal?
Thank you very much for the courtesy and the accommodation.
Okay. Mr. Kirkland, you as well?
Yes, because Mr. Kirkland, just correct me if I'm wrong. You just asked questions, correct? You did not put on testimony. Correct, Mr. Lewis?
No, they should give me the opportunity.
Yes, well, yes, right. So Mr. Kirkland now will be available for questioning. He has not put on testimony, but he was asked questions from the commission, and so you all have that opportunity as well.
I would like to ask him just a couple of questions.
Sure, if you just want to step up so that you can be heard, in case there's anyone next door. I'm not sure what the situation is, so.
Mr. Kirkland, do you have any licenses in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you have?
State Certified General Appraiser.
And how long have you had that?
Not sure, about 2 years.
Okay. Now, when you did the appraisal that you talked here, did you include any properties from Hardin County?
No.
So when we're talking about the example of apples and oranges, you were comparing apples to oranges, weren't you?
There's no solar farms to look at here.
Okay. Well, I'm from Bowling Green, and we don't have any solar farms. Did you see any of them down there?
Again, solar farms in Kentucky I looked at are listed in the report.
So what I'm getting at in terms of what you've gathered in Kentucky, I'm not really interested in Texas and New Jersey and Rhode Island. I'm interested in South Central Kentucky, where we are right now. Did you do anything in Hardin County to indicate that this would not affect property values?
Again, I looked at all the adjoining.
Did you consider any properties in Hardin County?
I looked at all the properties that adjoined this project and compared and looked to see how close the housing was going to be, linear feet of adjacency, the mix of adjoining uses.
And when you did that, did you talk to any of those people?
No, sir.
So when you were being critical of Mary about, well, did you verify that, you didn't talk to people about how they own the property and when they got the property?
There were no sales to analyze.
Well, you could have gone to the PVA office, hadn't you?
Again, there's no sales.
Did you go to the PVA office?
There's no sales to analyze that would verify it.
Did you go to the PVA office?
No, there is no sales to analyze.
All right, and do you know what the PVA office is?
Again, yes, the property valuation.
All right, and did you look at the property value analysis of all these properties?
I looked at the assessed value for them, yes.
And did you check the last time they've been checked?
No.
Okay, when was your most current information?
Again, I say November 2021.
So in terms of the real estate market in Kentucky, particularly this area of Kentucky, is it remained the same? Is it better or is it worse since that time?
Again, that's not what I was addressing.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we've given everybody the opportunity to speak. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Okay, let me close the meeting, and then we'll discuss among ourselves. Okay, at this point in time, I'm going to close this meeting, which means that basically public input now will not be allowed. We use this time to discuss amongst the commissioners to hopefully come up with a motion. What that motion will be, I don't know, but that's what we're going to do right now. So I know it's getting late. Wow, it's later than I thought it was. It's almost tomorrow, isn't it? So I guess it's not going to run the News Enterprise, is it? All right. Go ahead, Mark.
With emergency management and with the 2 fire departments. But yeah, obviously if they don't have the equipment to service a project of this size, that's an issue. Whether legally we can make the developer pay for it, I mean, I think we can. I think the conditional use permit process and state law and the zoning ordinance gives the commissioner and the Board of Adjustment much latitude to make those conditions, so yeah, it would take some research to see what additional equipment is needed. Again, is the manpower even there to put out a 650-acre electrical fire? I don't know the answers to those questions.
How much of that stuff is really flammable?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I have other concerns, though. I think they did a good job. I think they presented their Ford coming in down here, and how many acres is that taking out of our farm ground? We've got all these factories going up in, along Black Branch Road there. How much ground are they taking of our farm ground? When's this gonna stop? And we got, when Ford gets built, we got, how many builders are gonna wanna build new subdivisions? So, you know, I think all this stuff needs to be looked at too.
Well, just to kind of tag on to that, I tend to agree with Mr. Steck. Both sides presented very well. I keep on going back to the standards for issuance. And when you say that the land shall not tend to change the character, to say that this would not change the character of Cecilia, I don't think any person can say that it would not change the character. It would drastically change the character.
Well, another thing, you know, most of you guys know I sell real estate too. There is no way this will not impact the value of those houses, the ones that are right adjoining. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, we'll still leave it open for comments. I just want to kind of procedurally go through some things that need to happen right now. This would, first of all, I guess Shelt, is he the one speaking on behalf of the petitioners? I need to know if we vote tonight and we'll vote, there'll be two separate votes. The first vote will be for the zone change from rural residential to agricultural 1. The second vote will then be for the conditional use. And I need to know if the ag zone passes and the conditional use fails, if they want to proceed with.
Yeah, so he submitted exhibit MM here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Property owners have all signed saying they do not wish for the zone change without the conditional use permit.
Okay, so I will ask legal then, Catherine, we really can't approve a zone change without, we can't approve the conditional use without the zone change. So we really can't vote one before the other, so the motion would then, and I'm not saying, again, I'm not leading them one way or the other. I'm just procedurally trying to wrap my head around it so we can do the correct thing. We would make the motion based on the contingency that if it.
Yes, I think you would do first, and I would it would be contingent upon, and then do the second vote.
Okay.
So I think you do still do the separate votes, but I think you do the contingency language if you intend, whatever you intend to do.
Right.
But if it were for passage.
Okay, well, let's kind of work through this then. So let's look at the zone change first and look at the question before the commission basically right now. Does this property that we're looking at, does it warrant an agricultural zone? That is the first question that we have to answer. If you feel it does, then we would make the motion. Second, we could vote for that. If you feel that you know there's something there that would prohibit that from being Ag 1, then you would make that as well. You would make the motion based on the approval for the conditional use. If the conditional use failed, then the zone change would also fail. Correct?
Correct. If that's the way, if the motion is made with a contingency that the cut must be approved
Right.
in that amendment. So it's approved contingent.
Right. And again, I'm not advocating, I'm just procedures. All right, so we can continue to discuss. I'll entertain a motion.
That would have to be something
So yeah, again, you can look at it, you can attack it from two different angles, but, let's start here. So to, adopt a new chapter of the zoning ordinance that specifically dealt with solar, or maybe it just dealt with, merchant electrical generating facilities, period. So solar, wind, hydrogen, whatever. It could initiate and originate with the Planning Commission, or it could initiate and originate with the Fiscal Court. We need a public hearing at the Planning Commission for a recommendation to Fiscal Court, 2 readings at Fiscal Court. So much like the text amendment we did on the shall versus the may, we have a hearing, recommend to court, court does 2 readings. Alternatively, solar can be addressed in a comprehensive plan. If the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan aren't changing, it's just a hearing at the Planning Commission. But again, with solar, Fort Knox, you name it, I think the update to the comprehensive plan's in the works. And this could be a piece of it.
And then that piece could be a range of issues, right, from setbacks to shielding, so we could, okay.
And I might also add, again, I'm not tipping my hat one way or the other. Within Hardin County, I struggle, like Steve, giving up prime land when we've got landfills that are sitting out there that are, and again, I don't know the specifics of things, the science behind it, but we've got the 313 corridor, all these things that are more industrial, that have lesser soil, that are really, encouraging for something, whether it's solar or whatever. I just think we need to be wise, and I don't want this to become the Wild West. I want to be wise in what we're doing, so.
I agree. I get the torn on from the property values to the old red blooded American, I want to tell them farmer would do the plan.
Right, I agree 100%.
I have a hard time with that too. I absolutely detest trying to tell somebody what they can do with their ground, but on the other hand, it's a fact of life. I've got property myself, and I've been told by planning and zoning I could not do this, or I could not do that. So, it's just, something we gotta live with. You forgave me. I forgave you, yeah, one time.
Okay, so let's look at the first, yeah, go ahead.
Just so I have an understanding, I was looking at this we was talking about. My biggest question I want to know was if they don't do the conditional, or that the conditional use permit. Now I'm doing a scenario that the zone change doesn't happen.
Correct.
That is not. Where is that?
That would be in your motion.
No. It's in this exhibit in here.
Okay,
So
right.
I do hereby certify that we are the applicants at Hardin Solar LLC zone change application and conditional use permit application, and that we do not wish for a zone change without conditional use permit approval for the proposed solar farm on our property.
So we don't have it. That's where, that's what.
Yeah,
I saw this, but it was just,
Shell just had one copy, so these are originals.
I just want to have an understanding of that. And, I appreciate a commission that has the heart of agriculture, because I am that representative of agriculture. I appreciate that. You've heard my situations before with other meetings we've had that I was tough because of the balance of, agriculture, the right to use which ground you want to use, and keeping prime ground. Now, the thing that's always on my heart is, for one thing is, and I'm careful to say this, but everybody keeps talking about agriculture in one aspect, and that's robot. There's other types of agriculture out there. I mean, dare to say, does that same person that would love to have row crop, but don't like to have solar panels, like a solar facility next to it. And for that, and I hate to say anything negative about agriculture, because I support agriculture. But we just got to be careful on going forward, saying, you know, we want this, we want this. You know, these guys and gals that have this property and busted their home for many years, and they've earned the right to do what they want to do with the ground, whether they want to do agriculture or let it sit. You know, it was mentioned a while ago, I'm glad somebody finally said that, you know, I'm in the business of selling products on the farm. I've also lost a lot of ground because of CRP ground, which there was some fertilities and everything on that, and then there will be with this project. But, you know, I guess I have a hard time of people coming in and saying, you know, prime agricultural ground. Well, my ground's prime over here. I mean, I know there's a definition of it, but what is exactly prime agricultural ground? But anyway, that was on my heart. I appreciate it. I'm for keeping in agriculture. I have no problem with it. I appreciate y'all saying that.
But just to kind of go along with your analogy and just, again, just for discussion, the trouble that I'm having is the same problem that you're having. My problem comes with you wouldn't put your hog farm on 800 acres of prime cropland, generally speaking. And again, I'm not a farmer, you are, you tell me if I'm wrong.
There's
So,
other things you can do with it too, like you
right.
said. I mean, we got parking lots all over the place that could support these solar canopies. In buildings that would support these solar canopies. And like the young tall boy said, you know, there's a trickle down through this. If you start taking this ground out of agriculture, that a lot of people, it's going to affect a lot of people, all these equipment companies and all the fertilizer companies, which we only have, what, 3 now in the county? It affects everybody. So, but there again, I'm not against the solar. Still a hard time with it going on that. Really good ground. And I went out and looked at every piece of this. And I've lost a lot of sleep over this the last couple of weeks.
Okay. Feel free to speak. If not, let's look at the motion to move this from rural residential to Ag 1. If you feel that that is zone appropriate, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment based on the testimony provided by the staff and those in attendance at the public hearing, and with the stipulation that if it passes and that our cut does not pass, that it will not be in that zone.
Is there a second? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Let the record reflect 4-0.
Also showed that was 11/59/33, so I might have to change the date on the resolution.
It's the little victories, isn't it? Y'all have ruined me. I pride myself on short meetings. Okay, let's move on to the more difficult question. We have many options before us. We don't have to absolutely make the decision tonight. We can table this. We can review the documents provided. We can do site visits. We can do a multitude of things. We can go ahead and make the motion to either approve or deny.
I make a motion to deny the conditional use permit based upon the staff presentation and the testimony presented in the public hearing. It is not in compliance with DGS 16-3 as follows. Proposed solar farm, you don't need me to read all this.
Yes, I would like for the record.
Solar farm would change the character and established pattern of development of the area for proposed solar farm would adversely affect the use of neighboring properties. The proposed solar farm would be injurious to property improvements in the vicinity of the proposed solar farm is not in accordance with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan as follows. Goal 14, to ensure the Hardin County's non-renewable resources are developed in a manner which will best serve the county. You need me to read the objectives too?
Just the goals and cite the ones that, yeah.
Objective 1. Goal 2, to provide adequate recreation facilities and open space for the citizens of Hardin County. Objective 3. Goal 4, to encourage developments to be sensitive to the environmental constraints and natural conditions of its site. Objectives 1 and 4. Goal 5, to encourage the location and development of different land uses in the most appropriate manner. Objectives 1 and 4. Goal 12, to preserve the lifestyle, history, natural surroundings of the people of Hardin County. Objective 3.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'm going to kind of go, like I said in the time before, we met on the
Sure, absolutely. I tell you what, are you going to second it?
I'll second.
Okay, let's make a second, then you can make your comments. So we got a second?
I second.
Okay.
Now, again, I try to be consistent in thinking. I want to preserve agriculture. I appreciate the opportunity for everybody to speak like they did. Again, there's too many unknowns. And the thing about it is, he was even brought up on opposition that, we talk about, the biggest question was, well, you have nothing to base it on. Well, we don't, because it's never been done here in Hardin County. Now, does that make it right or wrong? I don't know. It's got to start somewhere. Yeah, we didn't have no until here for a long time, so some dumb butt thought it was a good idea to put rock on the ground without working it out. Yeah, one of the best things ever happened. So, I'm satisfied that we're not done with this. And I would like to see an opportunity, but for right now, I think we're just jumping in too big in this thing. And I think we need to review it a little bit more. But for right now, I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of denial of the cup, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Let the record reflect 3-1. The conditional use has been denied. And with that, it is 12:04. We still have a meeting, guys. Hang on. If y'all don't mind, we still have a meeting. So we've got to run through some things. If y'all can exit very quickly and give us the opportunity to get on things, we'll be good. Larry, if you don't feel right. Mr. Lowe, if you can come back up. Guys, again, if y'all can exit this room, we really need to finish this meeting so we can go home. So if y'all can leave and let us continue, that would be great.
I'm waiting.
All right, let's move on, guys. Susan, if you can shoo them out and shut the doors and let's. Okay, we're going to kind of hustle through this as best we can. I realize it's already tomorrow is today. So we're going to put a bunch of these